Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has a call for taken!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very best region here in APAC. Here, I'm Len, also known as Yoli, and joining me today is, of course, the lovely Choo Choo. And of course, this is the VALORANT Challengers NYSG Split 1.
And today we have a very exciting matchup, none other than Kizuna next 10 and Louvre versus Path later on. But speaking of today, there's so many things for us to talk about later. I know you're super excited about it.
I am!
And we have a lot of players coming in and out in the middle of the league itself, where yesterday suddenly we have Shiba start playing. The past few days ago we have Scary coming in back. And today we might have a different player joining in the team again. We're going to keep it secret for now.
I mean, really? Are we really going to keep it a secret like right now? Like at this moment?
Well, we have to wait for the introduction first.
No, I don't know. I can't wait any longer. Oh, man. But either way, we're going to definitely reveal the surprise right after this quick format video. Go check it out.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Toda, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
You figured it out now?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of intel, definitely a new, I guess you could say a real new format style that we're going to be coming up towards this year. A very fresh one as well. Although, yes, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Paper Rex here as they are preparing for the international. However, with them not being here in Split 1, that means it also that it allows more opportunity for a lot of other teams who have actually seen them as not just a wall towards their success, but maybe a surmountable mountain for some.
Yeah, maybe they should start build their own wall to fight against another wall in the future. But this is a good start for some of the teams because right now we're looking over for the standings when it comes to the current league. With, number 1 is Bleed. I think Bleed is on different level entirely. But the one that actually in the bottom, so there's going to be only 6 teams. Yep. They're going to qualify for the playoffs. So the ones at the bottoms will be in really red zone right now. I'm talking about Team Path and Yakiniku. Yeah.
I mean, definitely for sure, since we are also going through like a round robin format as well. So not much, there is still a few rounds for some of the lower, like you said, the bottom three to actually slowly climb their way up to try to secure some of the top 6 positions. So, I mean, just like you said, we will only be saying goodbye to 2 of the team during the group stage as we proceed to the playoffs. So, but the thing is this, Juju, we're still in the first week, so there's still a lot of time, a lot of ways for this team to sort of work things out. And let's be honest, Bleed has been absolutely on the roll so far, and let's be honest, Bleed was by far one of the few teams back in the previous VCTs as well that was most likely had the higher chance compared to the other teams to actually topple Paper, right? So I guess you could say Bleed is currently now sort of the new wall, especially since they also had a new roster as well, and they have been making quite an entrance so far.
They are the walls in the VALORANT Challenges FYG split 1. But at the same time, what I worry most is going to be for Hey Yakiniku. They already played 3 games out of 7, so they have 4 more to go. But when it comes to Kizuna, they haven't played as much as Yakiniku and the rest of, even including Team Pathway. They still have a shot, but at the same time, will Louvre actually be one of the best contender for Bleed at the same time? Because if they win today, they might actually having a 3-0 score as well.
Man, it's such a monumental moment, right? Because like the thing is this, right? Yes, we have a lot of these new some previous organization coming back with new rosters as well, which I think is absolutely fantastic as well. And X10 fighting against Kizuna. Let's be honest, X10 is literally one of the few oldest esports organization in Thailand, right? For the Valorant scene, of course, for the Valorant scene here. And the fact that they're actually getting some talents from MYSG side, actually such a big opportunity here. But most importantly, the return of a single player, which we have not heard for 2 years, by the way, 2 years. Not even on Twitter, you can even find him much posting until much recently as well. And that's going to be Egoist himself. So what a man coming back to the scene. That's
true. And also, we're waiting for X10, not just that, for another player coming in, because we cannot wait to see who will be playing today. Because there will be swapping in and out. So we're going to see X10 roster first, which you've been waiting for the entire day. What role he will be playing. So we don't have Vayne playing, so it's going to still Crusadnia, I think. Egoist, Naf, Thames, and also Vera.
I was debated again. Production, you have done it again. But it seems like, okay, we're going to be having the exact same roster that we actually been seeing from the very first week itself. I was told Vayne was coming back, and that actually threw me for quite a twist, right?
Yeah.
But you saw me before we actually went on live. I was in quite a twist because I was thinking.
It was stressed out.
Yeah, I was stressed out because if Chrysania was the sub and Vayne was the main, then they have no controllers. No dedicated controllers.
Yeah, we were thinking, are they playing a lot of Sentinels in that sort of a lineup if Vayne were to play?
Like, it really came down to the idea whether will they be so focused on getting those match which actually focus more on double duelist, double initiator like you mentioned, or double sentinels, maybe foregoing the idea of having a controller. I mean, yes, we did see before in the past some composition without the controller, but let's be honest, with how diverse and how the map has been designed for all the players, it's pretty difficult to not have one controller.
I mean, like, it's a must. It's a must to have one controller. It's a must to have at least one initiator as well. Initiator, it's something that's swappable with a controller, but a controller is a must. Like you mentioned, it's the smoke with the duelist. It's a must. So if you have too many sentinels on your side, if you're having icebox, yeah, that's great, but still need a controller regardless of what. But back towards our X10.
Yes.
So we're gonna have to wait and see, are they looking over for a different map entirely? They've played most of the map, so we do know Split and also Lotus will not be played here. So that leaves Bind and Breeze. But Bind and Breeze, if you reconsider right now the current rank in game, they're not out there. So a lot of players, they love to push up their rank. So, but they haven't been playing a lot of Bind and Breeze, hence it's not being picked by most of the team, except for once, Bind being picked, only once.
No.
But Breeze, nobody wants to pick it at all.
I mean, we are still somewhere in the first week, right? So there is, there's still some opportunity, some life.
Hope. The false hope from this guy.
I mean, I'm just trying to be positive here, let's be honest. Like, no, seriously, the last time when I was casting doing VC last year, I keep telling myself, maybe this map won't be coming. Maybe no one likes this map. So on the blue paper, I just like, we love to play Bind, everyone hates it, let's just throw everyone for a twist. Suddenly another team brings out Fracture or Breeze. I mean, okay, Fracture is getting better. Everyone's finally found out the way to work around the map. And I think we got some really interesting composition out of it as well. Well, I guess specifically maybe Neon, for example, coming into composition as well. But anyway, let's quickly bring up Kizuna, right? Enough a little bit about X10. Let's check out Kizuna themselves. Let's be honest. I know everyone has a lot of sayings, especially I like towards two particular players, right? Because both DSN and Shun was previously hailing from no-namers or Galaxy Esports. Same goes for Vera and Thames as well. So some people do see this match a little bit of, like previous teammates rivalry among themselves here. But for me, I want to keep my eye on Flaring. This guy definitely knows how to bring the flair towards his teammates. Ironically, his name's also Flaring as well. But at the same time, he is an exceptional controller. And let's be honest, when he brings Astra to the gameplay, he pulls. He pulls real good. Let's be honest. Go on Masters here. And he's a great team supporter.
And hence why they play a lot of Ascent, if you ask me, based on Kizuna's. But they haven't touched anywhere around Fracture yet. So I'm surprised if they're going to pull one today, because X10 did play Fracture before. And they played more matches, if you compare it with X10, due to their third match previously, which they fought in the best of 3 against Louvre. It was a really close combat. I have to say the scores are almost even out, but in the last minute, they lost in Icebox. So we're going to have to wait and see, will they redeem themselves? Is it going to be a 2-0? Is it going to be a 2-1? This first matchup will be a very interesting one, because both teams are really strong and up to the same power level.
Which is why I can't really come to like a certain conclusion, especially when it comes up between who's going to be coming out on top between these two teams in this first series of today for the VALORANT challenges. I think even a post made by Quack himself, he actually said that couldn't really point out too much because there wasn't much VODs coming out from X10. Because I like we mentioned earlier, they were a team that this roster has just been somewhat made just this year alone. So not sure how the team synergy is going to be happening between all these 5 players. However, individually, they have delivered. But where does Egoist stand in all this? That's where I want to know, because I mean, ever since before the first revamp, Cypher was still somewhat playable during the map was split when he hasn't been revamped.
Once upon a time,
right? Then after that, it was just KJ all the way for Egoist. It's just Killjoy all the way to the top. Whether it was SMG or in paper ranks.
Really a good value. I mean, like, even Cypher at this point, like the buff he got with the tripwire, and it's so valuable. It depends on, but I think, like you mentioned earlier, when it comes to, okay, we're going to look over X10, but right now I want to focus a bit on Kizuna.
Correct.
Right now, I feel like when it comes to map veto later, they might actually focus on Ascent first, because you mentioned about flaring. Feels like the whole team plays around that Astra for now. Except for the Icebox, where he's going to go for Viper.
Viper on Ascent. Not to say that it's not been done.
No. That was on Icebox. But
on the map.
Yeah.
All right.
But we have a bit of a head-to-head between the fraggers. But coming up from the side of Kizuna is going to be Kimi versus Naf. Now, Naf is not actually... he did play Raze as duelist, but mostly it's going to be on the side of... depends, whoever feels like playing duelist, maybe X10 that day. But at the same time, Naf do play a lot of the others too, like Breach, Sova and KO. So he did play a bit of a controller or initiator. What you compare Naf, when it comes to timing, if average combat score is actually more than Kimi as a duelist.
I mean, the thing is, you can't really, I guess you could say you can't really compare it that way, right? Because in the first place, yes, Naf did play the duelist, he did play the Raze on Fracture. He also actually played Jet as well in the past few games. Not during the VALORANT challenges, but in another tournament itself, he also brought up Jet as his role out of his comfort role, which is usually the initiator or KO in this case, yeah. But Kimi, on the other hand, this guy, Quack, I know you will agree with me. Probably one of the finest or sharpest duelist players that we have here in the entire scene. But what makes it better? What makes it better is the fact that if his aim is when his aim is really online. I love a quote that Quack made, right, which was, when his aim is online,
it's gonna be all right.
Everything is gonna be all right. That's what Quack posted, and I was like, that is literally the definition. That is the definition of Kimi at that moment. But Kimi is really great. Like, the thing is, right, KDA may not be as high, but you must understand he was the duelist going up against the duelists from
Vera
as well. So it gets pretty hard. But the fact that his headshots count is still on point, I don't think you can really cut him out just 2 yet.
Okay, when it comes to Kimi, the only thing that I saw a bit of something that he actually made a comeback on the second day or their second day in the league itself. Like the first day, it was a bit tunnel vision or auto lock when he's focusing too much. When especially in the critical situation. But he made a comeback after that, making it so much better. I have to agree. When it comes to Jet player, there's Kimi, there's San, there's also Shinsei at the same time, and these guys are so good. And we're going to see a lot of a good plays today, hopefully, when it comes to the Jet coming up from Shinsei. But when it comes to Kimi, he got so much to offer, but I feel like he's not at his peak performance yet. There's more to go. We don't know where the ceiling for this guy.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of potentials coming from all these guys as well. But I do want to discuss something. You said like the best map for Kizuna would be the map of Ascent, right?
Yeah.
Which is also, ironically, X10 is one of their best maps as well. Nef and Egoist particularly has been popping off exceptionally well on the map of Ascent. I think mainly because of the fact that Nef's KO his KO isn't really the kind of KO. Not to say that he can't coordinate with his team. He does play off with his team and play with his team at the same time. But the style that he plays with his KO is a lot more for the aggressive.
True.
Which does actually allows it to pop off a lot more easier, catching some players off guard at the same time here. So sometimes that's why when the thought of Fane coming back here, someone had to swap the roles. I was thinking, there's no way they're gonna get him off KO. There's no way. I don't think anyone could top his KO in this entire lineup. I mean, maybe someone is comparable, but from my eyes, I don't think anyone can. But anyway, forget about Fane. I mean, no. Don't forget
he's
about Fane.
He's not playing today. But speaking of Nav, I agree for the fact he plays a lot of other agents, so he's very versatile when it comes to his very flex. When it comes to every single map in the entire series that we've witnessed in VALORANT Challengers MYSG Split 1, he played different agents in every single map. Breach in Pearl, Raze in Fracture, Icebox in Sova, Sova in Icebox, and Ascent with KO. So I have a feeling they haven't touched any about when it comes to Kizuna, they haven't touched anything on that much of Fracture. So I have a feeling that Ascent will be a must for these two teams to contest. We can see who's get it better when it comes to Ascent. So finally get to see that. But at the same time, when it comes to Ascent, they actually lost for X10 against Bleed, but it was a very close round. It
was a very insane. I think the same goes for Kizuna when they were going up against Bleed as well. I think their very first game on Ascent alone, 12-14, and I was like, yo, that is some really crazy
overtime.
That overtime, and always gets everybody here.
Do you think we're gonna have overtime today?
I mean, it would be great to have some overtime. But most importantly, I do want to. There are definitely a few things I really want to check out throughout this entire series, Choo. But the one thing I want to focus on is who's actually better at utilizing those timeouts. I think this is it's a very small thing. It's a very small thing for some people, but I really think that there are some teams who can actually utilize the timeouts really well.
Oh yeah,
and
that's true.
And I'm not talking about like just using timeouts as like, that guy is a little bit too strong. Let's just like hopefully to die the flame out by just putting a timer. No, it's just that sometimes certain timers at like certain, it's not like towards the end of the game or anything. It's like just some certain point of some time in the game where some people will be like, why is he putting it now? But suddenly after that, they just start steamrolling after that. You'd be like, oh my god.
You see it why. Sometimes it's a good timing if you call it for the timeout to stop the momentum of the other team.
Usually, yes.
Yeah, usually that. Also, you need to pick up back your momentum. That's one of another reason. But sometimes, things just a bit stressful on the other side. They just need a cool down session. So maybe that's one of the reasons. But we're actually looking over Haven and Fracture. I have a feeling we might have decided map in Ascent, but I'm not surprised for the fact that X10 actually banned out Icebox. They haven't doing that great when it comes to the Icebox before. They fought against, it's Bleed anyways. It was 13-6. They lost to Bleed before. And Icebox, I think it's like, but they do play a lot of Sentinels.
Oh my god. Now this is going to be a really tough one, right? Now I still have to decide. Like I said, X10 is great on Ascent, but so does Kizuna as well. But the last remaining two maps is Pearl. So how well do they fare here? I know Kizuna did lose to the Bleed on the map of Pearl, but what about X10s though? How do they fare on the map of Pearl here?
Oh, they actually won previously, so I think they might reconsider Pearl if they want to, but unless, they want to decide on Ascent, why not? But Ascent is a very strong map to the side of Kizuna, so if they want to ban out for X10, I'm not surprised. There you go. They are banning out because of that Astra. I have to give it for that. But so we will decide in Pearl if that happens.
It's gonna be
It's going to be a really tough one.
it's really quite the twist here to try to throw out the trick something a little bit different off the board here. But like you say, like you did wanted to see how well they actually fare on the map of Fracture, and we are getting Fracture on the second map. However, the first one, the very first map to actually start it off is by far one of the most original OG maps here in the Valorant scene. That's gonna be Haven itself, uniquely with 3 bomb sites at A, B, and C. I'm really interested to see who's going to be able to garner much control here, let's be honest.
At the same time, Heaven is slightly attacking side because of how many sites it's offering. But if you know exactly the angle that you need to pick over, you have to care for the angles. It's going to be perfect for the defenders as well. But it depends on what kind of agents they're going to pick when it comes to Haven, right? So Haven, Extent haven't played any Heaven in this series.
Right.
So...
I mean, like like I said, it's still too early to that. We're only literally on the very second day of the second week here, right? So there's a lot of things that can happen. And new rosters as well, new team. I mean, okay, not new team. Organization's been here for a while, but hey, anything can happen in this case here, Choo. But I'm gonna call it right here, right now. The team who has the best control towards the mid or towards the connectors will dictate the game. But anyway, speaking of the game, let's quickly jump into our very first map of the series here. It's gonna be on the map of Haven. It's Kizuna versus X10.
I think we're gonna go for Agent first. I think
you're actually right.
We're gonna go for Agent.
I got too excited. Dang it.
So for my prediction, I think because they're gonna pick the same agents for most of these teams, so they got the chemistry easier to, conduct about their strategy in the game as well. So for Haven, Kizuna actually won against Louvre before. It was 13-3, just that strong for the side of Haven for Kizuna.
True.
So KJ for DXN, Breach coming up from Riza, Astra, Flary, not surprising, and also Jet, Kimi, nothing else for Kimi so far except for Jet, and it might be Shun playing with Sova. But how do X10 reply to that? Because we haven't seen X10 in this series to play ever in Heaven.
I think I really interested to see what Thames actually feel like want to be playing here, especially for the roles of initiator. I mean, Sova has always been like I guess you could say the most
comfortable for him, I guess.
I mean, comfort is definitely one thing, but I want to say it's one of the most safest agent pick when it comes to initiative as well. Because literally so far is just great all the maps. Let's be honest. Yeah. Safest go-to. You're great for pulse plans. You're also great for entry, also for defense as well. Everything his whole kit just pretty much works out here. But he will be able to bring out the fade. So if Vera choose to bring back, like, if you want to spice things up, bring back Raze, they maybe can play off with the fade, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I think he's going to Jet today for Vera.
He's definitely going to stick with the Jet for sure.
Yeah. For the side, I don't know if Temp's going to go for Breach though. We don't see a lot of Breach in Haven, but if they want to push,
I think.
If they want to go for the rush, like, why not? This is a great for Breach. And also when it comes to Flash, definitely if you can have a Jet as your duelist, it will be really, really easy take for the side.
I mean, we could have 2 double initiatives as well, both being the Breach and Sova, if they want to actually bring a little bit to that mix as well. It looks like that seems to be the selection as well. Neff being the Breach, and Thames is going to be the one sticking with the Sova. Not to say that we never seen Neff playing the Sova, but I think he only prioritizes the Sova a little bit more towards on the map of Icebox, where Thames will be prioritizing the Sentinel role, which is going to be the Sage. So in this case, double initiative is going to be coming from the side here of X10, alongside with, of course, Chrysania with the Astra. Vera, of course, the Jet, which we already sort of saw it coming, and Egoist with the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, no KJ for now. I'm surprised. Actually, the other side is picking a KJ because you always see Ego is playing the KJ all day long.
For a good reason, right? Because, I mean, before the buff of Cypher happened, so it's always been just KJ.
And also, Cypher is really good when it comes to the camp because of how far the sites are in Haven. So if they can actually have a faster intel, if you compare, they do have Sova, but when it comes to making sure that you can rotate faster from A to C, sometimes you just fake it and bluff, and you have to re-rotate towards all the way towards the other side. So I think Cypher is really, really a good value when it comes to the side of Egoist here. Yeah,
I mean, I guess you could say Cypher does play like a very similar role to KJ when it comes to getting some form of information.
Intel, yeah.
And I'm not talking about visual intel, I'm talking about just the fact that just utility-wise. For example, the tripwire works similar to the alarm bot as well, right? When suddenly you see the alarm bot being removed, or same goes to the tripwire as well, you tend to get that kind of information where, all right, someone has to be there, or maybe a lurker is happening on the other side of the map. But like you said, spy cam just makes things a lot more easier. Definitely get that visual confirmation of intel with the fact that, okay, there are actually people coming towards this lane.
And also the double neuro theft will be really working wonderful if he can just time it so well, and it will be the bane for the side of the other team. Now, looking at we have less than 30 seconds to go between Kizuna versus X10. What's your call for the first game?
Don't do this to me. I hate it when everyone does this to me. Kizuna versus X10.
Think about it.
Actually, there's nothing much to think about. I'm actually calling it right here and now. Kizuna got this in the bag for this very first map. I feel they got this in the bag.
Let's wait and see, because right now we're going to start off with this series, X10 versus Kizuna in Haven, our first round of the day in the best of 3. Now, starting off, I think this is going to be attacking possibly on the side of Kizuna. So they are still thinking whether to go which side. I have a feeling they might actually try to go and rush A, one lurker possibly, or maybe just fake it out for C and B. But on the side of the defenders, which is going to be X10 here, they're already more than prepared. 4 of them staying in A, just in case if they rushed in.
I mean, nothing will go wrong as well, especially since this is the pistol round. Of course, whoever wins out the first round will dictate how the second round is going to be, who has the gun advantage. Quick utilities pop down, a couple of pre-fire through the smoke. Suddenly, no one's going to be able to find much success except for Vera himself with such aggression as he went to get a frontal assault.
Oh, they are going in for the push. Who have thought, even though they want to go for the Russian A, but it's going to be the other side that's perching. They are not attackers, they are the defenders. But who cares anyway? Down to only 3 players coming up from side of Kizuna. They have to rotate themselves, pull back quite a lot, but Egoist and also the X10 a bit of exchange. Down to only 1 player for the side of Kizuna. Now left with Shun. Can he clutch this?
Egoist, patient is really the name of the game for him, as he was able to find some form of success. Shun was able to get the pickup, but sadly not going to be able to continue that carnage, as X10 will take first round in their name with such vigor, and they will also be able to get a nice pickup with the Spectres if they choose to go for it as well.
Yep, they're going to go for the half buy first, but at the same time for Kizuna, they're going to go for Stingers. They definitely will not save it because they need to win this one. It's going to hurt them quite a lot when it comes to round number 3 later. It's going to be bonus round if X10 manage to close this one up. But who would have thought just now they push all the way in for X10, huh?
Oh, time's clocking down. Looks like mid might be the attempt here. The first fire is definitely going to be sort of revealing themselves their true intention for sure. Neff has the eyes of the prize toward the mid lane. Kimi charged up the tail with dive straight into the side. Few couple of flash for to give them some form of security, and the plan is going to be set down. You could not ask for a more swifter execution from their side. Claring getting ready to prime that spot and will succeed in it as well.
It's going to be hard to defend B. 2 sides coming in from the links of C and A. But they try to slowly come in with the drone first, just to spot out, get some intel. Crusadia spot out Kimi at the gong. Kimi on the other hand a bit too distracted about what's in front. Riza have to pull back all the way. But Ego is on the double door, spotted out by the side of DX, and there goes the Sheriff, stepping it out. Hurting him quite a lot, and a couple of exchanges down to only 10s remaining.
Oh, Kimi is making that Stinger sing all across the round with the 3K. But Shun's going to end it loud with the Sheriff, as he will be able to take the round back in their favor here. Looks like the I guess you can say the force buy with the Stingers did manage to pull through for them. Now we'll force X10 into the eco.
Now X10, will they force to push again? Because you know what, when they're being cornered back, they don't know what to expect. When it comes to X10, it's like so erratic sometimes. Yeah, you can actually read them like a book. On the side of Kizuna, on the other hand, it feels like they might actually want to go for C, as they are actually attempting to take the garage.
Slow and steady is gonna win. The turtle wins the race after all there. Kimi slowly makes an aggressive pull to charge up the tail with dive straight into the side. Last point managed to mitigate his way. Thank you for the smoke. Kimi still alive. Dashes to right past the man, a little bit down low, but still succeed either way. Quick reload, trying to sustain, but will fall. And DXN, last man standing with the Guardian in hand.
Boy,
and he's
the killjoy.
And he's locked out. Spike's right in front of him though.
Cage, the moment it dissipates, Ego is already start to smell his position there. He needs to take the spike. Or would he save it with the Guardian? Nope. That's it. And now finish things off. Still got a bit of exchange in the trade in the last minute. Still okay, not too bad, not too shabby. But Kizuna having a bit of a tough time as X10 sometimes going all aggressive on defenders.
I love
Leaving
it.
the spike, by the way.
Well, I love it, right? Because we're really going back and forth with all this action as well. And the best part about it, they actually save so much economy. They just basically re-equip themselves with the enemy spectres and guardians. And the only person, only Kizuna and Thames, will be equipping themselves with the necessary rifle because, as you all know, round 3 is the rifle round.
This is a nice spot.
True.
Yes. This
But
should
some
do.
of them having guardians, a couple of guardian on X10 side as well with the Spectra. Only 2 rifles on that side. Now slowly going in, leaving the spikes behind. They just try to gain intel first. But maybe that's over. We'll have a bit of a staring contest with the Killjoy in A. But that's going to be... They're not pushing yet. No, they're taking a bit own time for X10, not being too reckless this time. But 4C also being heavily guarded by the side of X10 here. I think Flaring is just waiting or try to fake it out. Maybe they're trying to go for B. I don't think so. It's kind of hard to go for B, really.
But the thing is, because of the existence of Cypher as well, they really need to take that time in clearing all these traps as well. And the thing is, they also understand is the minute to clear it out is someone gives them some form of intel. That's why you see Nav taking one step forward closer as he wants to try to get some visual confirmation. Checks out the garage, spots no one. However, time is running out, 50 seconds on the clock, and they will make this fourth attempt into the side. Kimi takes the lead, spots Kizuna at the back of the side, still trying to sustain and try to drop down as much guys as much as possible to cover his flanks. However, Nav on a roll. Kizuna absolutely denying them all, except for DXN. Comes down to the 1v1.
Coming from spawn. Now slowly, DXN whether to rotate or not. Time's not on their side for the side of Kizuna right now. He's reconsidering to go for B. Going to garage, but 15 seconds down. At the same time, Tam still waiting to see where this spike will be planted. It's going to be B definitely. With
10 seconds left.
Still got the alarm bot. Nowhere to be seen for the turret.
Spikes down.
Did it too far. But now Tam trying to find on DXN. Feels like it's all about timing. Who sees who's first? There you go. Tamps finish things off with a bang. Just going to defuse. Still, both teams have quite a bit of a loss here when it comes to only left with one man alive side of X10.
Well done for the retake. A little bit of dance from, of course, from former teammates here. Removing ex-teammates off the board here. Ah, man, these guys are absolutely having fun. I love it. But now look at the situation of things, right, Chuchu? Because of the fact that in terms of ult management, both Thames and Neff and even Vera is just 1 point away or 1 kill away to getting the ultimates. However, DXN and Kimi both have Bleed Storm and even Lockdown as well. So they can choose to use it right now or wait for the rest of the team to actually come back here to try to retake the round.
True, with the Cosmic Divide. Also, I'm waiting for Flaring if they have that Cosmic Divide. Because if they do, they might go for the rush later. But with the operator in hand of Vera, I think they might actually have to rethink where to rush in or not. Now they try to bait out X10 because X10 love to push.
Oh yeah, Vera made it very loud and clear that he had the operator at hand. Everyone needs to slowly be careful about that fight. Keeping the best part about Jet is the fact that you have Blade Storm, so economy doesn't really matter to you at all. But it looks like a beautiful trail they're happening on their side. Keeping dives to the side, does mitigate away, gets splashed in the process as well. But one miss all his dangers, unfortunately a fumble. A colossal fumble for Kimi. However, the team, the attackers, will still be able to get the spike down to the site. And now it begins a post-plan situation. And Hunter's Fury comes to the mix to try to force them out of hell here. But they will sustain, Vera will hold. Eagle will of course take the kill, and they still want to clear the ball out, and they will.
Yep, and that Cosmic Divide plays a big part as well for the side of X10 to retake that one, but everybody's actually inside anyways. That's such a shame to actually have those whip on the Blade Storm. If only Kimi can close things up. If I'm not mistaken, he was also blinded with side of Thames just now.
Yep.
And it's just the timing, that's it. Unfortunate, but they still can have it another go. But 4-1 for Nav for X10. Starting off really strong. They even have a Rolling Thunder on Nav, so if they want to push, and they do have Lockdown, they do have Cosmic Divide if they want to go for the rush. But the moment the Rolling Thunder hits, it's going to be a bit of a problem for the side of Kizuna.
There's a lot, there is. Yes, definitely for sure. Rolling Thunder is probably for one of the... Especially how narrow the sides are, especially you really get in a good position. You can actually get everyone on the side itself or actually force them out. So it can be well used depending on the timing on the situation. Vera spotted. False bot. And Hunter's Fury is definitely brought. First shot missed, second one as well. Third one will not be unfortunate as Kimmy is going to be the one to seal his fate, but Egoist turns the table around. Now both losing their core duelists here. Now the situation is back to square one for Kizuna. X10, despite losing Vera, not phased at all, not a problem here. They still have the side to hold. And Thames will follow alongside with Chrysania as he wants a piece of the action.
That was really close now. Chrysania waiting inside of a Nebula smoke. That's going to finish things off. That was a very heavy round for Kizuna. Double ultimates being put down. But they couldn't rush into C anyway. The Ultimate Divide tried to go for the rush with Hunter's Fury just to pull everyone back from X10. This is definitely the timeout they really need because of how expensive the previous round was.
I mean, it's also a little bit of a discussion, right? Because, like, although, yes, right now they don't really have the most optimal of economy. Maybe this timer could be used, like you said before, to slow down the momentum or at least try to reset their own mindset to try to calm themselves down, recollect on what they can actually try to make do with the situation. The worst part, like you said, there is no more ultimates on the hands of Kizuna Esports except for the lockdown, but they don't necessarily have the weaponry to sort of amplify themselves. So maybe this timer, they could be using it to try to plan or maybe try to make do with the lockdown with whatever weaponry they have in their kit.
Or maybe they're just going to save it for the next one when they actually have rifles.
Could be.
So it's a bit more safe and secure to get themselves at least another point here. But outside of X10, they are on the steamroll. All they need to do is just keep it going. That Rollington is still at a save. So right now they're waiting for the lockdown or something, another rush coming out from inside of Kizuna to actually roll it out. But if Thames actually got his Hunter's Fury, that lockdown will be destroyed instantly.
Ooh.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
A lot of tripwires.
I love the setting coming from Egoist as well, because that's your typical positioning where normally a jet player would normally dash to as well.
True.
Instant lock.
Yeah, they might go in for the garage. Maybe just gaining a couple of intels. A bit slower now coming out from Kizuna. A bit hesitant as you can sense it. But Vera with an operator. Spot out flaring. Definitely being caught off guard there. Pushing all the way in C long. While Vera now starts to lurk around garage, but the one that actually going on fire is going to be in A site here.
A little bit of close calls. Unfortunately, DXN is going to be put down in the side of garage. One man down, but definitely not a major situation for them. As I guess you could say, her utility doesn't really like amplify, enable them to really entry into the site. Great for postmans, of course, but not the main issue here. They still have a bunch of flashes, a couple of smokes for them to use on themselves, and they're going to try to see if they can make do with it. Kimmy spotted, but he's just so low. Thames casually popping out with just one bullet in his hand. Falls over the second and the third. He's on the roll, ladies and gentlemen. Now last stand is going to be shooting. Man all alone, but Nap is definitely going to be allowing him to reunite with his fallen allies on the other side.
That was a dashing Kimi when he shot it down by Thames, but it was dashing out.
I mean, he was only at 10 HP.
But that was fast reaction. I mean, like, yeah, 10 HP is one of the reasons. Maybe because of a pick earlier. But look at how it was dashing into the smoke. He just struck it so clean.
Oh, Thames is very feeling. Absolutely lovely.
If only they have something to clear those angles for side of Kizuna. They don't have that mollies coming up from Brimstone. So that's going to be a bit of a bummer. They don't have anything to clear the corners on the side of Kizuna. Except for that, you know, shock ball.
And again, now there is rolling down on the hands of Rizza, ex-player from Kingsman, an absolute Chad, of course. Good to see him back in the saddle. And now Kimmy, once again, trying to lead the charge, trying to find the opening that his team needs to entry into the side once again, to find some form of success. But Thames shuts him down instantly, but gets traded back. Now it comes down to the classic 3v4. Although, yes, despite the numbers, it does feel viable, it does feel doable, Choo-Choo. But then again, but Vera and Eagles is still online.
Even it's 1v4, it's still viable for me. I mean, like we've seen yesterday's Tyron, how we clutch things out. These guys can clutch whenever they want. Back to us A now. Might be spotted out by the side of Chrysania. Going in for the 0-point flash. There goes, try the forcing in. With the fault line now. A couple of Nebula smoke will actually make them hesitant to actually go straight for it. They're trying to get himself a corner. Freeze off throwing everybody. Just too much smoke's going in hand. Shun spotting's out. And there's going to be one more down still. It's going to be Kizuna winning, finally. Getting himself the second point for this round.
I love it, the fact that they actually utilizes this crossfire of an angle between both sides. Jiggle picking from left and the right. I think that was absolutely fantastic to actually secure the round. Oh yes, The spike did get planted a little bit more later than usual, but I guess you could say just the timing and really right decision to actually cancel it midway to actually get back into the fight.
Too much purple just now in A side. It's too confused. And we're so confused. Whose smoke is that? Which Astra plant those smokes back towards in their usual spot for these guys? But are they going for the rush or just fake it out? Just gaining some intels for those recon bot coming out from Thames. Now it might just to peek garage with face checking for a bit. It would be too risky. Haven't dropped that lockdown yet, coming up from the XN.
Let's see, to clear out garage. Our drone goes in, go for a quick scan. No tree wide does spot the spy cam though. Definitely spots something about Kizuna on the side themselves. Gets tagged, forced back. Still has the lockdown in hand and a minute to count. And there's also the Rolling Thunder if they want to use it.
Rolling Thunder is online. It's down to when they want to use it, Farah.
Oh, what an aggressive
operator. Oh, he wants to bait it out. He knows exactly where the operator stands. The XN, very cheeky now, going in with a Rolling Thunder. They're going to go for the rush and see.
Oh, the ball.
Oh, they're trying to actually force a pullback, but Ego is still managed to close things out, getting one trade for Kimmy. Ego in, what an angle, he got another one! A 2-1 trade, and Kizuna gets another. There's going to be another Rolling Thunder being dropped there, and the ball's on the different coin tally. Operator on the XN!
Looks like I was
Wow, still so strong when it comes to the defending for X10 here.
We know the drill.
It literally like amazes me how unfazed Ego is on and Kizuna is on those sides together. All these utilities happening, flashes, smoke, and
Drop
everything.
it, we don't care.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't care. They're just like, all right, I just need to look for a hit and that's it.
Yeah, whatever you have, just drop it, man.
Sound and they were so on point with the sound. Okay, I guess.
No, the thing is, the angle they actually position themselves so perfect. Actually not hitting any of those utilities.
Yep. And
It's
I
just
guess
so well.
And I guess you could say like with years, I guess Ego's years of experience at Vera. Wow. Definitely making Kimmy regret, but Nev makes it hurt on the other side. Really quite the kill zone that they have set for themselves out towards his A side. They're not done for it yet. They brought out the shotty and it's surely blind for the counter. Can't do anything about it.
Oh man, that was brutal for South Kizuna. 8-2, 2 more rounds left. I mean, like, they were not anticipating that at all. The way they're waiting on the other end of A side, just like still thinking about their future and things. And suddenly everybody showed their faces right in front of your face. How do you feel like? It feels like watching the nun there.
Oh, it reminds me. Oh, it reminds me of Chinese New Year, you know.
Is that what happened in Chinese New Year? Really?
Going back to my relative's place, you know. Like when I see my aunt, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, they're the nuns.
Right here.
But of course, 2 more rounds before the end of the first half. Definitely quite the lead that X10 has set for themselves here on the defending side. What a performance so far. Kimmy, of course, with the Blaze Storm out in hand. Spot Stinger dives to the side, but Tab still gets him. Falls over the second one as well, but quickly gets shut down by flaring.
Still a win for sort of X10 for now, and force that lockdown anyways. Here's the angle coming out from the side of Naf. Waiting still. Oh man, now it's gonna be 3 for flaring. This is the time they need. They need this win so bad for Kizuna right now.
You are divided.
2v3. The numbers seem to be in favor and the time as well. Vera has the operator hand. It's going to be a little bit quite the challenge. Maybe he can try to stop it out, but gets spotted and sprayed down. Tagged a little, but still survives, still standing here. And all alone with 32 HP to boot.
Vera.
He can try to survive, but Shun just denies. A shot ball all the way to the ground.
Oh, feisty coming from Shun. Now it's going to be actually last round. Do everything that you have, buy everything that you need. And the last operator coming out from Vera this round. Nodin in 10 cents. Wow, this is going to be interesting. I have a feeling we might have a bit of a wall bang in mid, B, maybe, or even A. Like he's going Odin for A for now. And never mind, he actually changed it in the last minute.
At this point, we should just give Temps his own personal skin for the Odin. Because like almost in every map, he always has like by far the most kills with the Odin. Even in previous VCT as well.
Now going in maybe with a 4th line. Just to start things off.
Oh, but I love the aggression coming in from X10 as well. They clear out so much with the C side. They know exactly where they're going to be coming through too. It's just that time to get in. Tree Y's going to hold Kimmy down in place. And here comes the Hunter's Fury as well to try to force them back even further. No spy is going to be planted down. It looks like the back line they have succeeded as they managed to find Flying at the back. Thames and the other going on a mad roll. Should try to hold his ground and will stand as well. And of course, courtesy of DXN, will clear the way to the A side, allowing the spike to go down. Naf, last man, 1v3.
Planted.
Eh?
Swing
yeah,
it.
1v3.
Swing it. DXN, yes, around the corner, but DXN got it. It's some 8-4. Now we're going to start off the second half very soon. Now, can they fare better for Kizuna when it comes to defending? X10, they were defendants, but they're playing like attackers.
No reaction at all.
I mean, like, it's not done and dusted. Everybody can do a bit of a comeback here. Maybe they are stronger in defenders.
Young fan, man. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. It's good to see Vera and Thames again. These young lads from last year. They literally made their first debut last year, January as well. Here, and look how far they come.
It's a huge leap. When it comes to the progress. Back then, when we first looking at VCT first season, like everyone's like still a bit blurry, a bit about okay, just gonna do this and do that. There's so many tips and tricks these days.
They were like, who are they?
Yeah.
And ironically, their names from their previous team was no namers.
Now, this time, are they going for the rush or not? But taking their own sweet time, not going to rush A like how Kizuna did before. And being a bit of a default for both teams here. Now, are they taking garage? Feels like Vera wants to go for it, but there's somebody around the window of the garage. It's going to be Riza waiting. Just can 0 point away if they're just going in. Or even fault line, try to stop them from coming in.
Definitely biding the time. Got a frenzy. Vera has a frenzy in hand, and you know with the tailwind, he's definitely going to be able to get him nice and close as well. Close corner with a frenzy. Definitely, we all know who has the superiority here. Riza heard a lot of audio cues and a lot of footstep calls. Comes in, but Vera still nails it on Kimmy.
Oh, he's faster. He's just getting more. Naf now trading in. Vera just gets more with a triple kill there, leaving the XN alone. This Killjoy, can he clutch this? Getting one, never mind, too many to picks. Double picking now.
I mean, X10, they say you fight one, you fight all. There's no way we're ever alone. Except when Vera just does his own thing. He plays by his own rules.
So fast. Vera is just so fast, man. I mean, like, he knows exactly where to pick. The moment he dash in, he knows where to swing. Swing it so well. But they're gonna go for the Spectres this time. But Kizuna, they're gonna save it for the echo round. They lost the previous pistol round anyways. So hopefully that next one they're gonna go full rifles. Not even buying any shield side of Kizuna. Some of them don't even have some of their utilities provided.
It'll be quite a challenge. They have full confidence they had a weapon superiority. They don't care, they run right in. Vera making full use of the smoke covers that's been set up by his teammate, and Hugo is going to be the first one to fall. Flaring, unable to aid his team. Spots the head, will not connect. Kimmy gets to the back line, but they heard all his movements. They know exactly where they are. Riza last man standing. The hole is round. Does the sting? Could have been an ace, but no, denied by Kizuna, he says.
The moment he has to swap over for that pistol.
Hey man,
That was so fortunate. I almost clutched it just now for the side of Riza.
I can tell you this, if we ever have an interview with Riza for that last one, we just straight away, I say, hey Riza, how are you feeling? You know, and he just say, they just kept coming. They just kept coming.
Why they're not stopping? 10-4 for now. 3 more rounds for X10 to close things up. But some of them, we're going to go for the half shield. Bulldog for the side of Thames, and Stinger for the side of Vera.
By the way, Stinger actually got a nerf. I think it was like, what? Quite recently as well. A lot of people were very sad about that.
But still, a lot of people say use Stingers anyway. Yeah. Full rifle side of Kizuna. They can actually hold this really strong. If they want to push for a bit, they can. Be careful. Kimmy, try to greet them in. Hey, but Kizuna with the Guardian. Headshot straight one tap.
I mean, he did get the greeting. A very, very impactful greeting for sure. Vera died to the side. Not going to be able to finish him off at all. But then again, the damage has been done. DXN still playing at the very edge of the smoke to see if any form of aggression. That damage is going to dissipate anytime soon, and we don't know who might actually come on the top of that one. Spots out one, but firing Grizzly McCann. You fight one, that's definitely going to be someone else. With the body system will hold on Team Kizuna ends here, and they still have the man advantage, and they will continue to excel in it.
So 2v4 for now. The accent pretty low with 15 HP. Kizuna on the other hand going for... Oh no, they're playing with the gravity wall. The accent, here comes another fault line. Flaring, and going second on one. He's taking on two from Kizuna with the Guardian.
Oh man!
Oh, that was... Oh did it!
My ult's ready.
Almost an ace, bro.
Oh my lord!
Don't worry. Don't think it.
Oh man, the man just stick to it. DXN just like had full confidence. You know, guys, China here just came out. I have a bunch of good lucks. I have a bunch of good teammates. I will hold and stand my ground. And honestly, let's be honest, it was such nerve-wracking because DXN only had 15 HP. 15.
Yeah, that's
A
true.
bullet, well, that's all it would have taken.
Took him longer than it's supposed to be, but this.
Oh.
What? That was like the longest time to shut down that one shot.
Oh man. But of course X10 is still in the lead, but what a phenomenal round to turn. What a phenomenal way
That was
to turn things
entertaining.
around. It was absolutely.
Very entertaining.
Stress leveling, of course.
Now, are they trying to go for B again? And B is really difficult to just trying to post-spawn it.
The thing is, it's really difficult, right? Because especially when you want to try to engage towards those sides, towards C or A, you really need to try to clear out that mid side, either garage or B itself. Oh, that makes things more easier for X10. Now garage is somewhat clear, but they didn't reveal their intent. They still have some time to play with it. They want to rotate around, they can, and it looks like they will. Spikes are really almost towards that A side, and they will seem like they will succeed.
Oh,
and with the amount of time of no attraction or interaction at all, they already knew for sure it's an A attempt here, and they will succeed.
A is so clear, and they definitely have more than enough time, like you mentioned before. It's an easy pace plan for them. Not just that, they are making sure they are just dominating around A side. Look at how they position themselves. Just so hard for them to even pick it out. Fortline coming in, Gravity well, just trying to pull everybody coming up from the tunnel as well. And now spot out one. Can Kimi pull it? But never mind, exchange with Kizuna. Kizuna just clutch again. My god, this guy just never know how to stop.
The crossfire is just too significant. It literally became a kill zone in that one connector area. No way for them to run. It really came down to really at least clearing out one angle of the entry here. Whether it's towards the short or towards the side itself, you really need to try to at least clear one of the two here, or at least have some form of utility to really enable you to get into the side. If not, that is literally going to be repeated history.
And the worst part, they can't actually go and rotate flank just now. It was too far, it's taking too long if they want to coming up from A long. They know exactly where the position of Kizuna just now. So they outplayed them from side of X10. Now they're trying to go for the rush A this time. It's going to be Shun just defending this alone. There goes. The Astra plays such a big part in this right now, Leonard.
Oh, I can. Vera, of course, once again, elevating his teams, but gets shut down by Shun instantly. What an opening for sure. And they still will sustain a 2v2. But then again, it's rifles against Sheriffs. With no armor as well.
Oh, spot
You're gonna have a more difficult round.
Yes, he just pulled back all the way into the connector. If only he actually picked together just now.
Oh, he decided to play it safe here. Regardless, a 1v2 here. Time is not on his side, nor does the weaponry. And I believe that's also a shorty.
that's why he pulled back away. A shorty with this kind of distance, quite hard to pin someone out. They have to save it. They're forced to save it. This is going to be last round. Whether they can make it or break it for Kizuna.
I mean, of course. I mean, maybe it could have been different if he had the sheriff, but you know, shorty.
If only he can actually swap in the last minute. You know, if only.
If only. You know, there's a lot.
If only that never happens.
There's a lot. There's a lot of ifs here, but maybe in an alternative universe, things did happen in another way. But currently, in our current universe, this is current situation. X10 at literally match point.
I have a feeling that the moment they got themselves this cosmic divide, they're gonna go for the rush if they can actually catch one. There's also the neural theft are really online for South Africa. They got themselves a Rolling Thunder. They got the Hunter's Fury. If they augmentatively dropping this ultimates, it's going to be really a troublesome moment for Kizuna. Yes, they got the lockdown, they got a Hunter's Fury, they got a Cosmic Divide as well. But the thing is, if you actually compare X10 and Kizuna right now, they are more experienced when to drop. The time is just so perfect coming from X10.
The thing is, even if you want to look towards just trying to counter utilities as well, because right now the Hunter's Fury is literally the only thing that can actually try to break that Killjoy's lockdown as well. So if Thames doesn't use it for this entry, he can actually deny this lockdown and literally prevent any form of any, literally deny them all chances of trying to retake their site with any efficiency or simplicity.
But that rolling thunder will be a problem if they want to retake certain side here. You have to think things through for Kizuna, how to do this.
Well, you know what they say, a dead man is a good man.
Really?
Yeah, remove a player, that's it.
What?
Remove all 5 players and that's it.
A simple way to do it.
I mean, it's the only way to do it.
Vera. Now, if they can caught Vera off guard, it'd be perfect to stop X10 from having this momentum to push right into the side. Going with now Strone. Spot out maybe possibly the X10. Still taking their own time. Now going in, Vera wants to go in so bad, but doesn't have a clue how many people inside A right now. They haven't actually showed their faces, giving the intel to sort of X10, making them a bit hesitant to push in.
Nowhere to run!
Oop. There's the Hunter's Fury. Trying to force them out. This does give them some form of comfort as well. They're going to be able to hold on the line without using their own ultimate to actually kind of counter back. And that looks absolutely fantastic. He still gets away with it. Unbelievable.
The accent is so much work just now. They swap around with pistols. But here comes Stems. Try to clutch this 1v3. He knows exactly where they're coming up from. There goes the 0 point. Still exchange with 1.
Oh my god. For a second there, I thought there was, especially when I heard the first ding, I was like, I thought there was a chance he actually got all 3, but you know what?
Close enough.
Kizuna still in the round itself. Of course, this is still match point for the side of X10 here. Definitely feeling absolutely great for themselves. No Hunter's Fury, but they do have the Cosmic Divide to replace that.
That was genius coming up from the accent to stay inside of the smoke, the Nebula smoke just now, making sure that nobody can actually spot him. Nobody actually wants to peek inside the smoke just now. It was perfect for them. Now coming into C long, but will be stopped by coming up from the side of Reza. It's going to be a bit of a more waiting time, just holding it for a bit. Hoping to utilize everything on the side of Kizuna, so X10 to actually push in. They're waiting for all the utilities to drop here. Cosmic Divide, open up by the side of Crusadania, but Flaring do have another Cosmic Divide if they need to use it.
They're not unfazed at all from Kizuna's side as well. They did the necessary information gathering as well. They know B is for sure clear. A seems a little bit too silent. No one is willing to really try to get out their respective corners to actually visually check if anyone's actually coming in here. So right now, all they can actually play by the fact that they were last seen at C and possibly still be there as well.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, Flaring. Definitely can hear the footsteps. Is going to relay the information back towards the rest of the team here. But the side of Flaring, he already got himself a couple of stars planted. Really can gravity weld himself into there for X10. Tam Z getting on Razor. Now this is going to be bad news for the side of Kizuna, losing men here. But Nav is really low at the moment, only 45 HP left. Kimi coming up from Garage. They're going in from the Garage because too many people coming up from X10 on the backside.
All right.
Rolling Thunder, not hitting anybody just now.
They need to try to clear out their lockdown as well. Gets spotted out by Kimi, gets cut down the side. They're reducing the number, but time is slowly timing out. If they have to do something, it has to be now. Flashpoint comes in, trying to bait things out. Defuse has to hold. Left couldn't sustain. They did manage to get it halfway, but I don't think they're going to be able to time it out. No! Amazingly, X10 prevails.
The mind games in the last minute. Those mind games, making it so hard for the side of Kizuna to actually get back their own feet and just have a bit of a comeback. My oh my. X10, they outplayed this time.
Oh man, it was really crazy to me as well, because like it was really in a situation where the Cosmic Divide was in a really weird angle as well. Yeah. And okay, I mean not weird angle in the place in terms of entry. Like it was really great for them to get the necessary amount of cover in it, especially. But when they want to try to defuse the spike, they want to get that intel, right? They'll be like thinking, there's still two players of Rise. Someone is coming from somewhere. They just haven't get any form of confirmation. They did manage to clear along, but what about Garage? What about from spawn as well? They have still had no idea. Or maybe because everything was so hectic, they just forgot to have someone stick that spike.
Yeah, I feel like I was in the nick of, during the call of that time, like in a short amount of time to decide where to drop, how to drop a Cosmic Divide. It's just really unfortunate for them. But you know what? It was really smart plays for X, and you have to give it to them.
Of course, really great stuff. Really great stuff for both teams as well. Both actually did the job, but I think Vera really just carried such weight here.
I mean, like every single person, like Temps, right? Earlier before. In the A side, he clutched so well, opened up so much space as well.
Like it's crazy, right? Because Vera just goes in, he enables the team, he opens up for the rest of the squad, Kizuna and Egoist, to start clearing out their own angles, to clear whatever people who actually comes into their lines of sight.
This is gonna be one of the best highlights for their games right now. I mean, like after one momentum to the other, and this is just, oh man, it was chaotic at first, and it feels like Kizuna just couldn't have a grasp and read out how X10 thinks, because how they change their approach every single round. Suddenly they are pushing, suddenly they are being a bit, conservative on certain plays. It's just so hard to predict what they're gonna do next. For Kizuna, I don't blame them.
Not sure about don't think it's really about the predictability, but I think it's the fact that just how aggressive X10 really are. You have Vera to really just dive into the mix and thing like this, and then you just have Egoist and Kizuna. And I guess you could really say that experience, the years of Valorant experience that they have really came a long way for them. Man.
I feel like that Cosmic Divide being chopped in the last minute just now was out of Kizuna. It feels like I need to use it, but I can't have the time to actually place it properly.
I don't think that the issue was the Cosmic Divide anymore. I feel like it's just someone just felt like it just took too long for someone to actually get that spike planted. But either way, that was just the first map itself.
Yeah.
I think it's been really phenomenal performance for both sides. But just X10 just really showing their stuff once again.
They're so good there just now. I mean, like that was very entertaining for us to watch. But for the next one, it's gonna be Fracture. We're gonna have to wait and see if things gonna change or not. But if you consider about their first kills, definitely on the side of X10, I think it was a lot of Vera side who rushed in at first, right? Straight into the side when it comes to attacker, and even on the defender side, when they're defending, they still push anyway. For the side of X10, they don't care.
I mean, besides just the push in, like just everyone else just knew what they have to do here, and it's just a really clean read, like a really clean read coming from Egoist. Like. Knew exactly, they see it small, they say, okay, I know exactly where you're going to be standing. A lot of audio cues and really came to the bar, and just sort of understanding of certain agents, what's the play style, where they're going to be trying to position themselves, and just really played off for them. Like, and it just elevated to actually get really key objective kills. Like whether it doesn't have to be an ace or a quarter kill, but the fact that just removing two key players just make it so hard for whether it's the defender or the attacker for the retake, or even trying to get into the site. So I think really great job coming from everyone. I think everyone just really did their part and did their job and what was necessary to actually elevate themselves here. So pretty well done from X10.
Yeah. Hopefully for sort of Kizuna, they will redeem themselves, and maybe you get to see a third game. They actually really fight through this Fracture map. But for now, MVP is going to DXN on the side of Kizuna. Tams going to take it away from that Sova for the side of X10. But you have to give it to Tams. When they're holding it, even though he was alone in A, he can manage to hold his ground so well when he was defending. When he was attacking, when it comes to attacking for X10, everybody just pull their own weight. So we cannot give anybody credit because everyone's the MVP, but this time it's going to be Kizuna.
Of course, I mean, without further ado as well.
Even though he took his time in the mid just in the B with that Guardian.
No, like,
but he still clutch it.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? The thing is this man is not faced for certain situation, right? He just sort of just knows what needs to be done, who needs to be picked off, where he needs to be as well, what he needs to deliver to enable his entire team. So I really think Kizuna really did a great job.
True. And I have to give it also to Kizuna. The way he plays himself, that utilities come out from the Astra, it was so crucial and so on point for the team to actually clear up so many spaces for the team to actually go in or just pull back. He just buys so many time and space for the entire team to actually reassess the situation about where to go if they're being, shut down entirely in certain side. And we have to agree that Astra is one of the strongest controllers when it comes to any map for now? Not really.
I mean,
For me, it is.
I mean, I'm a Viper main, but I'm not. But I'm not gonna be biased here. But what you say, yes, it's like literally one of the few go-to. Although yes, I still feel it's still dependent on which map we're actually playing.
Yeah.
But yes, majority of the wise, yes, Astra has been one of the few go-to picks for some of the teams or some of the players as well. One of the dedicated control player as well. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna be it for our first game of this first series. Whether is it gonna be whether the second game will be the closer or the comeback round, we shall see. But after this quick 5 minutes break.
Hello everyone, we are from X10 Esports. As you may know, X10 Esports has previously fielded a full Thai roster in the year 2022 VCT circuit, but currently we are fielding a full Singaporean roster competing in the MYSG region, and we hope to be a force to be reckoned with in the upcoming challenger stage. Hello everyone, I am Nev from X10 Esports, and my main role for the team is to be the in-game leader for the team. So basically what my main role is, primarily give a call at the start of the round as to how I want the rounds to be played out, and the team will proceed from what I call. Additionally, I also play more of the flex agents in the team, be it the breach, KO, or perhaps a duelist if the team needs me to fill up the shoes. So moving on to Vera, he's the duelist for the team. As people may know, he's a very talented individual who is able to put a high amount of kills on the board, and his main role is to go into the bomb sites with the util that we have set up for him and try to get an entry frag. But even in the case where he is not able to get any entry frags for us, we are still able to close out the round and win the round basically. So moving on to our next player, we have Thames, who is the initiator for the team, which means he plays most of the Sova on Fate on most maps. But more importantly, his role in the team is to keep our team morale up, even when we are facing a deficit and when we are losing in some games. He's always the one cheering us on and ensuring that we always have a chance back into the game. So moving on to our next player, we have Prisenia, the role of the smoker of our team. And he's always someone that we can count on and lean back on as being a good anchor point for our team. In a sense where enemies are entering his bomb site, he's always good for the 1 or 2 kills, which always helps us and enable us to be into an advantage when we are retaking the bomb site. So lastly, we have Fane, who is playing the sentinel role for our team. So what Fane does is that he is mostly the lone wolf on the other side of the map and is always catching the opponents off guard when they're rotating off the bomb sites. As for himself as a person, actually he's a man of few words, but he's a very deadly one when he's in the zone.
I think I can only perform in Singapore server, man. I think the only way we lose is if the opponent somehow manage to convince the admin to play in Hong Kong server. I think LAN tournament will be easy for us. It's quoted by Nev, I don't think we have any notable opponents.
For us going into this tournament is to eventually become the champions of this tournament. But we should also be proud if we manage to get a podium finish amongst all the decent teams in this tournament.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
Ooh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliate still, but he has the confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the VALORANT Challenges MYSG Split 1. I'm Chijobi, your caster, today alongside with me, the none other than charming and adorable, our H2O caster, Yolo Lee. Oh, Yolo Lee caster. I'm sorry, I call you Leonard. I'm used to
Leonard is totally fine as well. That name is it's been a mistake.
Wow. Okay, back to recap. I mean, like, come on, that's a nice name, by the way. Okay, retake about whatever happens in round number 1. It was Haven that we had just now. I'm surprised that was first time Accent in this series to actually play Haven, but they played it so well. But for side of Kizuna, they actually won Louvre previously. So I'm not sure what really happened when it comes to Haven just now.
Well, maybe the situation is a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Because for starters, I guess they didn't really expect such aggression, right? Because Vera just flies in and just instantly gets those angles, right? He's finding everybody. But usually, I'm not talking about just like typically you fly in and you still hesitate trying to figure out is he still in that corner? Is he still in that back of the side? No, Vera's he's like, all right, I know he's there.
You know what? I'm just gonna call Vera the nun. That's what the nuns do, right? They just, not the good ones. I mean, the one in the horror movie ones. So suddenly they just appear right in front of your face. That's what Vera did. It was that scary.
And it's not just Vera, right? Everyone else was doing their jobs. Egoist and Kizuna when it comes to just holding down the side. I mean, yes. Egoist is a Cypher as a center, one of the few agents that can actually hold on the side by themselves. Kizuna himself, although he's playing the Astra, he still also managed to hold on.
He was a duelist.
The buddy system was really solid between the two. They really play off each other really fantastic. I think that's
buddy system. I think when it comes to synergy-wise and also teamwork and team chemistry, like you mentioned about the buddy system they have in X10 is way better when it comes to compare with Kizuna. But maybe that's just in that map. Yeah. Maybe that's just because of the map. So the next one is going to be Fracture, which was actually picked by the start of X10.
Oh man!
Oh man!
Don't sound like that, really? Yeah, why?
But that's the thing. Kizuna picked Haven just now.
But you can't make it sound like that.
We both did.
I was thinking it, but I didn't say it.
You did.
Silently.
Okay. But when it comes to X10, they definitely played Fracture before. They played with Omen, Raze, Jet, Breach, and Brim.
Correct.
For the side of Kizuna, we haven't seen them touching any Fracture yet.
Yeah, there's still definitely a little bit of a mix here. Of course, if we're going by stats and records here, yes, X10 is by far the only team among the two here have played Fracture and won on Fracture with their relative role. We already do know that agent composition is usually the Raze, Cypher, Breach, Jet, and Brim. And they likely they will be doing the exact same team, only with the difference of...
Ego is really going to stick with Cypher all day long here today.
And it seems a little bit viable as well. It was either one of the two here. Now at least you have a lot of smokes to play around with. You have the toxic wall. You have a lot of things to play around to actually engage the side or actually retake if KZ wants to use it as well.
What I mentioned, because previously they fought against Ego is actually picked Omen before, so he's got a bit of a flex when it comes to pick whatever agents he feels more comfortable fighting against a side of a Kizuna. But on the side of Kizuna now, both are almost mirror each other, except for the Killjoy difference and the Viper. But the thing is, if you compare with how X10 plays with that Jet, it's definitely a faster entry if you compare with how Raze. Yes, Raze can actually have the jump, but it won't be as fast as the Jet enters with a dash.
Usually, I would normally mention that having a double duelist lineup does give you really great firepower to get in as an attacker here, but doesn't really enable you too much when you're the defender, since your kit doesn't necessarily help you as doesn't really give you any defensive capabilities. Maybe retakes will be helpful for sure with those utilities. However, on the map of Fracture is a little bit different since how close those sides are to each other. So it does work for both the attacker and the defender side for double duelists. You just have enough time to rotate, retake, or even doesn't even need the retake. I think even on the defending side itself, if you can actually hold those choke points, you can actually corner those attackers pretty hard as well.
But at the same time, I feel like it depends on which side, man. And I'm like, if you get an entry, then it's easier for you to actually do things out. But to get an entry is really hard for both sides anyway. Especially with the killjoy on the side of Kizuna, it's going to be really good defending for them. But in the meantime, with the double duelists on X10 side, we saw how aggressive they can get, right? So they have to be prepared. They have to embrace the fact they're going to push in that fast.
I guess you could say, in other words, everyone has to keep an eye who has full control towards the main or dish side. Let's see who gets the win for that one.
Can't wait to see how they're going to go in for this time. It's going to be Kizuna Esports playing as the defenders while the X10 going to go for the double duelist attacking. They got the perfect combination they need for that double duelist push and entry. Because why? They got that flashpoint coming out, that Krizania smoke coming out from the brimstone can just set things up perfectly well from them being shot down from some angles when it comes to getting the sight.
But of course, the moment has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. This could either be the closer for X10 to get another point to their standings, or KZ decides to fight back and turn things around back into their favorite go-to map, number 3. But first things first, of course, Neff got to be able to get some nice engagement towards the dish, get some form of control, but of course checking out the corners before making his way into the side. A lot of them are a little bit prioritizing towards the A main lobby, so they don't know about the back end. However, their alarm bot does make those intentions loud and clear. But such aggression, such mobility allows them to elevate themselves onto the side. And it looks like a spike plan might be coming down shortly.
Already. No.
Oh no!
Never mind, being cancelled by flaring with frenzy, shot him down straight away. Now they're going to guard over the spike. And Neff on the other end, trading for 2. And now Neff is just down to 6 HP. He needs Krizana and the Ghost to actually pick out for him while they're trying to retrieve that spike back. But flaring can be making it so hard by guarding it heavily right on top of the spike. Flaring. There. Not aware that Neff actually looking in straight on. Oh, almost shot down in time. 1 HP. No. Oh, man.
Kimmy.
I'm still here, amigo.
When his aim, what did Quack say? When his aim's online, everything's fine. But then again, it was I don't think they did anything wrong, because I think like in Varus and Neff, they had a goal, right? They got to the side, they didn't want to stop their momentum. They knew for sure they are going to be playing around A main lobby. They tried to catch them from the back, but however, reinforcement came from the B side just that quick and deny their planted. That's what I'm saying, right? It's how the positioning, the distance to rotate between both bomb sides is just so short.
That's true, and it's very fast. Can't even plant, even though you got yourself that small amount of time.
Not enough cover.
Not enough cover. Nobody to cover him, actually. And worst part is dropping right on top of the site where nobody actually tried to retrieve it within that radius. Now they're going to go in with Fort Line first. Rees are being covered with smokes. Go is coming up from the other side. A shot down on Vera for Reza. Making sure that B main will not be breached, but tower is really clear for them. Shun coming out from the bench side. Kimmy going back in for B main. We're alongside with the XM with the buddy system here. Flaring, trying to scare everybody coming up from tower. Where are the rest of down to only 2 Nav and Tams here? Well, in the tunnel. That's going to be the last one.
Unfortunately, what a whole flawless round. Nonetheless, of a retake coming in from Kizuna. All his utility does elevate them as well. But of course, now here's the real challenge. We're going to round number 3. This is the all-buy round. So of course, rifles all fully equipped from both ends if they choose to drop their weapon. But of course, Kizuna, planning to stimulate their own savings and economy, would not equip those rifles. So we'll still be retaining their weapons from the previous round. Shun, on the other hand, does have that option if he wants to opt for it.
It's a bonus round for Kizuna. If they win this, it's a big win for them. It's going to hurt quite a lot when it comes to the banks in X10 side. But will they actually trying to make a rush here? For B, only have 1 person to guard it over.
Wow.
They're being baited here entirely, but they will go for a retake if they're being forced to. Coming in really strong, really fast. Look at them going in B. Down into a corner, it's going to be Riza. Definitely heard so many footsteps. Oh, man. Still Riza trying to buy himself time, but Kizuna knows exactly where he stands. Taking tower, taking over. They still haven't planted it yet.
I love the calm is so clean. Instantly telling Kizuna someone's going to be coming through arcade, and instantly that was a easy grabbing for Kizuna's hands.
You're just faking it just now. For the entire team to rush into B and now just reroute themselves into A from the back line, going towards Dash.
Oh, they managed to spot them. They're cornered as well. They can't really take this fight head on.
Oh my, what?
It looks like they're going to be forcing another rotation. Are they going to rotate towards the A?
Yeah, they're going to go B.
Are they going to do it? No
they're
way.
just going to fake and going back to B.
Oh my God.
The mind games.
They are playing. I can tell you this right now. X10, the puppet master, literally forcing Kizuna to dance at the palm of their hands. And they still think he's still at A side. I love it, right? You can see DX10, he's still thinking about it too. He's like thinking, okay, you know what? Maybe I'll try to rotate for the other side. It could be not be A, but it looks like they just figured out like, okay, it's definitely gonna be at that B. The timing couldn't be that fast, so they knew for sure. Follow the tree wire, remove, and now he's notified. Now let's see how the retakes happen.
Oh, there's so many coming up from the arcade side here. Bench. Spot out by Egoist, but Sherman need to shut down on Vera with the Sheriff. Here comes the officer. Strike! Down in the tower! Pull back all the way to be main inside. But still, X10 managed to close things up. Never mind, we still have one more, and that's it. Wow. Those mind games work, man.
Oh, that scorch and burn really did hurt.
The fake, oh my God.
Unbelievable. And the worst part, there's just not much information to play off with as well. I mean, they could try and commit to take that fight, but they just wanted to play off with their perks and quirks here, with better angles here. They could try to force towards the sewers here, but it's going to be a lot more harder. And I think it is a right call for them to pull back. It's just a retake round, just got a little bit close.
It was really ingenious plays coming from both teams, actually. But Kizuna, I can feel the frustration when you thought it's going to be A and they only halfway rotate through and have to go back to B after that. Now, would they do the same thing for X10 this time?
By the time, I love it. Everyone is currently spread out because they're just at least trying to cover as much angles and corners. No one is going to play them again. They want to make sure they got everything in their visual and in their sights. Checking things out, not much happening. Playing a little bit default. Extenders did somewhat assume that Kizuna members might be on the offensive, but no, they decide to play a little bit safe. 1 minute left on the clock time. It's not really on their side either, so they're going to be making their way towards the main side, checking every corner without having to use any utilities until now. Nice one with the flashpoint, but well timing with the nano swords that forced them back into the main, right out into the open, into the nest of Andy Alumbo, but Neff with the blast plant will elevate her back into the site. Spike can get out at any time, does get some form of visual, but only spotted one, but not the rest of the squad.
And now planting for the side of Extend. They try to support fire at the same time. But look at that blast coming out from the side of Thames, trying to shut things down, but Kimmy Cop too, and never mind! Oh, he almost clutched it just now. Equal up the odds in 2v2 here. Ego is in the A main, Kizuna is quite too far off. Round the back hall, flaring, really close to getting shut off entirely. But where is Kizuna? DR defusing, throws down face, and he still keep, and never mind, he cancelled it out.
Oh, but
the strike. Oh, do they have time to defuse it again?
They still have a lot. They managed to get it halfway as well. They just need to get the kill, and he does it. Kizuna.
So crisp.
Oh, absolutely insane. That was absolutely crazy. Oh,
man.
Really came down to a nail biter that one round. But a very costly win, however, XN still takes it for themselves. Will force Kizuna back into the eco, but then again, Kimmy does have the showstopper.
They still managed to bait out flaring Sorbiter Strike as well. So I think it's a worth trade of those ultis. Still, Ego has still got the neural taps, so this is going to be really tricky. If X10 want to go in, definitely can have a shot about the intels where they're at. Right now, a bit default for the side of Kizuna. Not knowing where they want to rotate for X10. They can change their minds, just the snap of fingers they want to.
I mean, they had to clear out certain conditioning as well, especially not being flying from the backside. That will be very detrimental to their entire hole as well. Still gonna be having our dear friend Riza clearing out the backside. Does spot someone towards underneath, and Vera does get the shot regardless.
Inside of a tunnel feels like a bit of a problem for sort of Kizuna. Now try and stop them from entering B. Look at how they just pull back and going back to it. Say, what a troublemakers! This guy just toying around Kizuna and just like reading them like a book, knowing that, you know what, we do know you are in B. You're just gonna go A instead. Nobody's in A. He got a clear side. It's just so many time and space. He can just reposition himself even to get the perfect angle. Wait for them to actually try to retake this one for Kizuna.
I don't think he's right. Read too much at that point. Oh, Ksania could have got a second ball, but Flaring managed to turn it back. 3v4. Okay, maybe more like a 2v4 since Flaring only has 5 HP. The bull makes it really difficult for him to take fights head on. But most likely he has to as well. They could choose to go for the saves here. But looks like they want to come in for it. Or maybe a couple of exit kills here if they can try to find any.
Put line.
Oh, there goes one left Flaring.
5 HP Flaring. Save it, Flaring. Just save it, bro. I mean, like...
No, he's dying for the lose round bonus. Oh, but he can't find anyone in the end.
Can't find it. Or the exit break or something. Oh man, it's gonna hurt them quite a bit for the side of X10. They are winning. Even though they lost 0-2 at first with the pistol round in first 2 rounds. Still, Kizuna got himself ult for Kimi only. Now they do have maybe the Viper's Pit later for Riza, so that might actually work wonders for them.
Oh, okay, I like a little bit change the pace. Now we're going to be seeing a little bit of aggression coming from Kizuna, the way that currently where they're positioning themselves here. An early pick for them to get at least some visual confirmation to know whether it is still an intent towards that B or they want to still play the slow play. But however, look on the other side, instant check. And no one knows, and no one's covering their back. They knew something's amiss and they slowly fall back. They're in their position, they're in their angle, so Kimi spots the hit, gets it clean off, gets the second, the third will not happen, but Thames will try to lead forward for the rest as they did lose 2 of their entry fraggers. They still have the utility to allow them to get into the side. They just need to clear off key targets and they managed to remove 1.
Rolling Tunnel rolling in, opening up a bit of more space, but still taking on 1 just now. Riza, Shun and DXN have to be very careful.
I know exactly.
Here comes the neural theft. Oh, this is the troublemaker for them. Definitely being revealed straight away, but they're still not dropping a spike yet. Taking their own time to just be sure that they are comfortable in the position, but never mind, it's going to be spike from there.
Down, B.
1 more person to deal with. It's going to be Ego. He's already used his neural theft anyway. Might want to go for save or maybe force it if he wants to. Found 1.
No way.
No.
Shun ends it all.
Triple kill for Shun.
That was fantastic. Absolutely. And honestly, like, it's nerve-wracking as well because, well, it got so, because I didn't know he actually would have won the fight with Riza. Riza was like dead set ready. The crosshair placer was all set as well.
So unpredictable for these guys. And so it was a costly round coming up from X10 Esports, just now dropping it at 2 ultimates. And Shun got himself a rolling thunder still. And the Viper's Pit just to force them to go re-rotate whatever side they've been choosing earlier.
That goes there.
Get out of my way!
New attention, Dash seems good. Flaring did significant amount of damage. Quite the trade-off between the two here. But now they seem still want to make it committed towards this side. Especially with the death of the defender killjoy on DXN. You know, so all nanobots and armbots are currently offline. This should be a very swift entry. Now it just depends on how's their hold for this post plan. Looks like Egoist is going to be able to tag someone, spot someone coming in from Dish. This gives them a lot of intel, a lot of time to prep for that fight, for that retake.
Trying to go planting for A long. Now waiting for anybody to drop themselves on A drop. Whilst from Mikanetas coming in, it's going to be Riza. Kimi trying to spot things out, but they're not making it easy as attempts keep on using his utilities. Ego is shutting down Riza. It's going to be a bit of a problem. Rolling Thunder been dropped down. Ego is trying to fight for the last one, but Kimi still can clutch this one now.
Not enough time.
Not enough time, unfortunate.
Not enough time, not enough players, but... Oh!
Why?
Only one. Only one will fall, unfortunately for Ksania. But hey, you know, he's still Actually, no, yeah, he has nothing in the bank, sorry. I thought at least maybe he still has some form of savings, but no, apparently there's absolutely nothing in the bank. But instantly a timer comes out for Kizuna Esports here. Trying to figure out how they want to work things out here. They do have, like you said, have the lockdown, they have the Viper Pit. They even have the orbital strike.
They don't have enough for their weapons, that's the thing.
I mean,
they can only buy the shield if they need to.
They can't.
They need to spend for their utilities, which they haven't spent just yet.
It will be the most broken buy. They want to try to go for it. Not all.
If they want.
No rifles at all.
That's why they're taking the time out right
Maybe
now.
one of them. Actually, no, wait, hold on.
They're thinking about it just as we are. Because you know whether to.
Do they want to take that chance? That's the thing.
Yeah.
They are on the defender side, so they do have the comfort of holding on their positioning here. So that's why the option is still sort of weighing for them if they want to choose for it. Or they could just be using it to slow down certain momentum, so who knows.
Oh, and the moment part being a killjoy for the X is NAF is playing great. And even though you have your Nona Swarm and everything, yes. But it can just easily be destroyed with whatever utilities on NAF side as well.
It's spotted, yes.
Sheriffs, one classic.
Trying to go for various audio cues. I love the repositioning of themselves. Reza setting up the poison cloud as well.
But I'm loving the fact that Reza sort of don't want to be toyed anymore. You saw how he tried to rotate earlier to go for the fast rotation, cancel it out, just go for the mid lane instead. Because they might just coming out from there.
See, I love it. I love it, right? Kizuna decided to have 3 men that push out towards B main. And they realized, okay, there's not enough info, there's no one there. Re-rotate themselves. Good slow, good time to buy for us all. But Neff is already currently on the side. Now trying to clear out the A main lobby, but we'll find nobody. Orbital strike also is going to be coming in to force them out of the side. Right into the open, into the dens of the line, but they still will hold. They still have the superiority in the weaponry as well. But not much man still stands. Kimmy tries to hold his ground, and he will! In a thrifty round nonetheless.
Man! There was a lot going on in an instant. It was showstopper being dropped. So many things being dropped just now. It was well worth eco round. Big one.
The worst part about it was just well usage of the utilities and ultimates. Orbital tried to force them out of the nest, the only form of cover that they had, and they dropped down as well. Right into the lines of sight of Kizuna. All they had to do was easy pick it. Although yes, still quite a nail biter since they didn't have rifles, they did have the sheriffs, but they still managed to pull it off.
But it cost quite a lot for Extern. Look at how they're being forced to eco this round as well. Only one of them.
Yeah.
Ego is with only him getting in. Vanos, one-on-one. Kimmy shot her down.
Oh,
he's
Kimmy!
concussed still. Go to the 2 trade and Nav making it in from A drop. Trying to spot out anybody coming up from rope or even A main here. Flaring.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kimmy is online. And he's making it loud and clear. Absolutely fantastic. Although yes, he did die, but the damage has been done. Losing Vera did hurt quite a bit. Nav can also summon entry, but he doesn't have the blast pack anymore. So they had going to be taking a really nice slow approach into the site. Try to clear out all those corners one step at a time. But time isn't really on their side here, Choo Choo.
Yep. 40 seconds to go. They have to force to plant it anyway. So B side might be it, but there's one DXN to stop there. And we saw how DXN can clutch things sometimes. Around the arcade, right across him. Nah. Oh my! So close, it's so far 1-to-1 trade.
I just can't believe he didn't hear the rope.
They were still staring around the side just now.
Oh man, that was unfortunate. Although yes, they did manage to repay the trade. They did still manage to hurt, but they did manage to get the spike down at least. That's the most crucial thing for them. New damage coming in, that's going to give them a nice clear eye of the situation. Know exactly where they are and what needs to be done. Snakebite is keeping them at bay, but they don't care about it. They force through there, they make their way to clear them all out.
But it's system, a double pick coming up from Thames, and also Ego is well worth it coming up from that tower. Whoever is actually using pistols have high chances to win because, you know, you don't have that sort of pressure losing your gun.
Which proves my point, which is, you know, eco rounds doesn't necessarily mean it's not hard to win. It's just, it's not impossible to win. It's just harder to win only.
The PMA, positive mental attitude.
Gotta have that positive mental attitude, always.
4-5. I think this is really close. series for this one, this matchup.
Quite the tug of war we're having between these two teams now. Which is exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah, A-hole.
Oh man, Vera denies Kimi alongside with
so
Nat.
good.
These two are back-to-back once again. Flash doesn't matter.
Double smoke.
The Roomba falls through the sword just to clear it for them out. Give Vera some form of confidence.
Rope, spot on one on tower. It's going to go to its A-link, even though he's still spotting one. Vera is just insane. This guy's a monster. Tamsi going for the rope as well. Flaring, trying to pull a bit of a miracle with that Sheriff, but the eco round didn't work this time. For the side of Kizuna. Now stretching the gap for 2 points. The X10 leading off. With also an Orbital Strike ready to go with it. Rolling Thunder. Might get replies from the side of the X10 with that lockdown and Kimi's.
Still bad at that time, but I mean, this is exactly what we were hoping for as well, right? To see that moment, that speed that they were supposed to be utilizing in the first place. Because for the past round, they've been taking a really nice, slow approach. That didn't really turn out too well. Now they don't want to give them any more form of comfort, but Kimi read that. Pop down Vera and DXL alongside as well. Pops the sort of stopper, gets flashed on, gets spots him in the end, and does get the kill and live to tell the tale.
At the same time, down to 30 HP for the side of Kimi. But it's going to be 2v5 now. The numbers definitely on the side of Kizuna right now. Crusadnia and Egoist were forced to actually go into B to plant it. They don't have that much time. Two from B main, Flaring and Reza waiting. Canteen, never mind, they're actually going all for B main right now, 5 of them. Now, if they were to pick all 5 together, what can they do for 2 men?
I mean,
as long as they're not in the line, right?
I mean, as long as they're not in the line, my god, that spray would be horrifying. Clearing out the tower, gives it some form of security. They want to try to go for the DV fields, but they still is the Orbital Strike to buy the next amount of time. But time is tickling away and they have to commit that spike right here, right now. The attackers, they know what's at risk, but they need to hold the angles and they will, they succeed! But they'll give the last fuse here to Shun. Oh no, never mind, they're going to be giving back the Flaring. They'll at least get that Orbital Strike 1 point closer.
It was 2v5 still. And they lost Kimi just for the sake of baiting them out, their position. 6-5. Kizuna got back to their own feet, yeah.
Honestly, right, it really got that close. Despite being a 2v5, time was really ticking away. And if they did win out those duels, because one was already on the defuse, if those two actually lost their duels, 2 of them or 1 of them would have been enough to pick off. Because that box is no longer bulletproof. You can actually shoot through it now.
It has been bulletproof?
Oh,
I thought it's never.
I think it was bulletproof at one point.
It's always Odin for the win around there. Okay, now, this is the first time we're looking at the X10 asking for a timeout. So they definitely want to cut off the momentum coming up from Kizuna, that's one thing. Or maybe just try to reassess about what happened at last rush. Because it was a failed rush, definitely. And they thought nobody can actually catch Vera at first, but Kimi definitely wrapped things up for sort of Vera in earlier rush in the last round.
Oh, I guess you could say he did take a chapter out of Egoist or Christiana's book and just decide to just stand and just focus on, and place crosshair placement at potential engagement areas.
Discipline. Wait.
Oh man, he actually greeted Vera with a very welcoming committee.
Now, they might want to try and go another rush and A, but I'm not sure because we never can read X10's rotation sometimes. If they want to change their mind, they can. But fortunately enough for Kizuna, they are not placing nobody in A. At least there's Reza there. So Reza can actually just buy time with their snake bite, making sure they can stop them for a bit and just making sure they're also X10 to pull back. Definitely going to relay information. They might just push coming out from Shun from the back line here if he wants to.
They bide the time. They're not gonna be having their tail being pulled by X10 again. So they bide their time here because they know time is on their side. They just need to get any form of audio. Reza is on the site himself. He did hear the doors opening as well.
Pushing.
Information is coming. It looks like they want to get a really nice flank from the back line. There is the tripwire though, so that should give some clear indication towards X10. Very shortly as well. But they are clearing out those corners.
They don't know how many men coming out from the back line. So if they were to underestimate how many people are going for the flanks there, it's going to be a big mistake for X10. But they're going to go for the rush. They're definitely inside of the side. Now, Kizuna, how would they retake this? They're definitely going from the back straight into the hole. A main, But here comes a rolling thunder being dropped by Thames. But still, Thames caught them off guard, is pushing in. 2-1 trade with Kizuna coming out from the buddy system. Reza being shut down entirely. And he's going to clear the corners for Kizuna just now. No more mollies on his side.
Now, this is what I'm saying, right? Whoever controls the mains here will actually sort of dictate the rounds here, but looks like the DXN will blow his way through. Does set up the lockdown, but you know, time is slowly ticking away. They need to get in there. They can't really wait out for too long. So Stoppers also going to be coming in on their end. Got to be able to connect and find DXN. It's a 2v3. Not enough time, but at least they can try to remove as many hits as they can. It looks like they will.
You guys are last player standing.
Everybody lost this one, but
Switching
it
sides.
was the win round coming from X10 with a successful play. Even though they dropped themselves, the lockdown coming up from KJ, but just one corner. They didn't actually cover Naf, and Naf can just use a showstopper right on the second floor and just drop the ball, drop the bomb to the side of Kizuna, and just that one spot making so much space for X10. Man. If you're in Kizuna's shoes, what would you do right now?
Tell my team to be positive mental attitude.
Oh wow.
Which I think already Flaring is already on the job. I think because he's by far he's literally the pillar of support, right, for his whole team, right? If anyone needed inspiration or some form of comfort, they just look to Flaring. I would do the same thing. I'll look at Flaring and be like, yeah, everything's gonna be okay.
Oh.
But anyway, back into the round. It's not at the end yet, though. X10, yes, it is in the lead by a 2-point differential, but it's not game over. Kizuna definitely still have a couple of tricks on their hands, especially now it's their turn to be on the attacking side. And with 2-point differential, it seems somewhat doable for them to slowly turn the favor back to their end.
Second half of the round. First pistol round of the second half here, taking things a bit slower for the side of Kizuna. They're being very careful, spot things out. Shot on the bit dings on Thames. Now this is definitely going to stop him for a bit, but that just now the paint shells cover so many angles. Kimmy making sure that they cannot actually be retake here. Got himself a space. Kimmy and also Shun will actually got the A main. Egoist and Kizuna going on the other way around entirely.
I love it, right?
Link, yeah.
I love it, right? Because, like, you can't beat it one-to-one. Bring in a friend. Bring as many bodies as we can and throw at them for this control. And it seems like they will be winning their end of the bargain here towards that main. And all that left is Kizuna. He has a classic in hand, but so does Flaring. And finally, they will be winning at the pistol. That will give them some form of the advantage.
Feels like Kizuna is totally... How do I say this? Contradicting to X10 when it comes to getting certain angles of how they want to rush in, you know? They're a bit more disciplined. They're not too reckless. They really think it through, very strategized among themselves. Think about where to go slowly. It's okay, even though it's a pistol round, it's so hard for us to actually see any pistol round to go, a bit slower.
Which I think, while that is their strength, I feel that could also be their weakness, their drawbacks as well, because if they like things nice and slow, right, then an aggressive players like Vera who gets right up into their face can actually catch them off actually give them quite a surprise. But either way, quite the attempt. Looks like we're seeing Kimmy blasting his way through the side. We'll be actually checking no one towards the main. Skystorm's being set towards both and all three entries towards ropes and towards Hammer as well. They're going to be trying to get this spike down in a very smooth manner as well. Very well placed playment with the spike that allows them to play towards the main. But that just means not only that it's a choke point, but it's also could be a possible kill zone for them if they're not too careful.
True. But 3 players coming out from A drop, make it 4 right now. Only one coming out from B Link. The accent taking on Vera again. Naf. It's gonna be exchange fire and the accent fallen. Another one down. Reza just guarding A drop so well right now. Egoist. All he needs to just see one corner, but Ego has been dropped by Kimmy. That crossfire was so perfectly well executed by Kizuna.
Last player standing.
Despite it all, Kizuna still stands tall. 7-7, tying up the scoreline. But here comes the real challenge. All rifle round this time.
Oh man.
Now this is where
This is where accent usually push.
Oh yeah, this is the part where they really need to be aware. Like they have to be on their guard, their best guard. Because this is the time where aggression, alongside with firepower, will be playing against them.
Toe to toe between Kizuna and X10. 7-all. I do have some of us saving for a bit. Reza can't afford to have that much. He needs to buy the utilities, but still flaring, taking on one with that Vandal. Crisenia down. X10 in trouble right now. Nobody guarding over. Enough people on B. Waiting.
They're gonna be taking their time and place to recollect. Reviewing themselves from past fights and past duels from previous rounds. They try to give them some form of advantage. They try to understand what's their opponent's intention.
Oh, they're gonna do the same thing here. They just played X10 at their game. How they were faking Kizuna earlier. Now Kizuna plays it back to its X10s, right in the face. Tastes a bit of their own medicine with nobody left in A except for that one jet by Vera. Very quiet.
Checking everywhere. No tripwire, no spy cam. Instantly glance them to fly into the side. Such an explosive entry, but Vera reminds them that they're not alone and it's not fully cleared out. And he's ready to remove 3 hits by himself.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Vera!
What a storm! The first shot was the blow of the Galahad and bring upon Ragnarok. An ace could have been a dream, but has been denied by Shun. Now left alone in a 1v2, but not much cover, and he will fall.
Boy, Vera. There's so much work just now. That game sense.
This is what I'm saying, right? It's like, now, once again, reminded, not to say that they're not good with fragging. Each and every one of them is a fantastic
so
fragger, but sometimes there will be situations when you can't duke it out in a 1v1 no more. And the simplest solution is bring a friend. if two people is not enough, bring 3. Here. 3 is not enough, bring the whole dang squad.
Still, that was one Vera against the entire team.
It wasn't really a 1v1 though, that's the thing.
But that's the thing as well. He knows where to pick. He knows exactly where they stand. It's just so good to see the angles coming out from Vera's side. But it's not done and dusted yet. Kizuna might actually just outplay them again. Back to its default for most of them. But look at how they're slowly closing into B. Just to make a bit of a fake there. While the other 3 with a spike. Shun holding up the spike here, trying to scout for A. They're playing the mind games against each other here. It's all down to the mental.
I mean, it just comes down to who's able to get the intel first initially as well. And at the current moment, no one truly knows, except for the fact that DXN is just trying to be the diversion, to fake their true intention, which is might be coming towards his A side. Thames still going to be true to his position and his role, will maintain himself towards the rope area. However, Riza making full clearance towards the tower, and we can already see DXS slowly making his way back. So I think it's a little bit too late for Riza on the other hand, for it to actually try to back away. But right now they actually executed their intention towards that A side, giving Riza a little bit of timing to actually see if he can get anyone from the back line.
Aftershock, ready.
Spike planted.
They go Ace coming out from the links. They couldn't see through anything. That smoke is just too thick. Vera with a blade, got Riza 1. Blade Storm is online, but where are they? Looking back towards the side of Kizuna, this lockdown will buy them a bit more time for the tickers. For Spike, but here comes the corner. Getting on 1 for the XN. Going in with the 4th line. Getting on 1. Ego is a bit dazed. Couldn't actually see things through.
And Kimmy was still on side. Vera removes the variable. Focus a second. Could he get the flow? And he will. 1 more for the Ace. And he's on the roll. But time is not here. And he will most likely die and would not get his first Ace again.
Which is more important. The Ace or the Spike is more important. But at the same time, there's no choice.
No, there's no choice. There's no time on the Spike. It was about the blow. So at least in his mind, it's just like, you know what? If I'm going down, I'm just going down in style. I'll get that Ace for myself, but gets denied a second time.
Oh,
unfortunate.
Man.
But I love the fight. They're biting back now. The aggression is slowly coming back. Finally, I believe this is going to be the first timer from X10. Yes, is it their first timer from X10? I believe we've only been seeing timeouts from Kizuna.
No, this is the second time from X10.
Oh, for second time.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
X10.
It was around 6-5 when they asked for the first timeout.
All right, yeah.
And then when it comes to this, I mean, like Vera, a Blade Storm work wonder. Just so perfect.
I mean, it's not like he's like a mini Forsaken in this case.
Oh yeah.
Chasing after his idol footstep.
Denied 2 times in a row for the ace. Feels like very. If that's your girlfriend, or like the crush that you have for your entire life, rejected 2 times in a row, you feel dejected all the way now.
I mean, hey, I'm still single, so I don't know.
Oh wow! Hey guys, you caught that one, right?
But anyway, yes, but let's be honest. Yes, he gets denied the second time.
But that's more motivating for him to actually go for more.
But the fact is, it's how he's been getting those kills.
Yeah.
It's very aggressive, very all the open, very dangerous.
And also the timing of him taking the angles, even though there's two people actually crossfire position, but they didn't actually try to take him down, and that baffles me in that way.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them. It's not like they don't want this. It's just more like, you know, when you have team members, you just somewhat have full faith that they got this. You got this, bro. You got that angle. You have to hold. even if the gates of hell were to open in front of you, you still got this. But either way, fresh train into the round. This time they're going to be making their attempt towards his A side. And I love the repositioning. Temp decided to go towards his A side at the very top itself here. Not going to be able to spot him too early.
Oh, they can just
So this could be quite detrimental if he's not careful. Showstopper count. They merely fly past each other, but Kimi still finds the necessary frag.
That was a risky place Tam standing, actually. You can shoot through a wall bang there. Just going to cover him for a bit.
But you see, that's why they didn't know. They didn't know his day.
They will actually do it.
Oh, Shorty! Oh no, the timing, unfortunately.
Player standing.
Oh man, now last player, Egoist.
The Sheriff. Now this is going to be a lot of work for him to do. Couple of them in A main. Just too many angles to cover by himself.
Definitely for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
he wants to go for the gun at least, but it's too far.
Yeah, it's too far. All cards on the table. He decided that he's trying to go for one. Steel will fall to the sprays of flaring, and they will finally take the point lead again.
That smoke tango moment though, with a shorty.
Oh man, actually, I got worried for a second.
Rough cheeks in there.
No, but you see, that's the thing. You know, it happens. You know, sometimes you walk through it, you just can't go through the smoke. You just question it. You're like, someone there?
Is that just me?
Are you there?
You've been paranoid all the time.
I mean, for these guys, they're not paranoid. I will get paranoid.
We will get.
I mean,
that's why we're sitting here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're the pro players and we're not. You know.
We can't afford to play like them at all. Not even 1%. But at the same time, a couple of ultis already flaring over the strike, and also Showstopper from Kimi might actually force the entrance coming from Kizuna. But they're still holding their ground for a bit. They're always going to hold it until the last second. Then they're going to push and rush in like there's no tomorrow.
Ooh, the Roomba comes in, spots it, but he over the strike. Also gets them all the way to the back line. Alongside with the Showstopper will open things up massively and loud. Left attempts removed from the equation here. Although this usually, maybe this is the part where Kizuna feels could be a little bit more relaxed of the idea that both Neff and Thames is out of the picture, but Vera is still a threat and still at large.
Spike him is there. Give a bit of information to us where the rotations are being done. Yeah, you can hear definitely inside of a tunnel. Now the X are gonna just face check this for a bit, hoping there's nobody there coming up from arcade. Back line entirely. Where is that Brimstone? Where's Chrysonia? It's just too far off. It's only
30
Zonely
seconds
go is on top of the tower. Now they're waiting for the last minute to rush in here. There you go. There goes the rush. Kimi really low right now.
Moving in here, but everyone needs to keep an eye on Egoist. Is currently playing at the back of the box. Spots the head, trying to remove it. Gets 2 in the process. Wall bangs to death, unfortunately. But it still comes up to the 1 v. Now things become viable here. They need to go for the plan, but Kizuna is gonna be denying DXN. The man who had denied Vera on his second ace will be denied the plant.
Man, when you put it that way, I'm like, okay.
I mean, this is the part where Vera just sneak in a message saying revenge is sweet.
But he can still get another. With that operator already online in the previous round still. Now, 9-all for now. Feels like really tight tug of war going on. Rolling Thunder ready on the side of Shin. Now also, Chrysania's orbital strike. In case they're going to drop that lockdown, definitely getting destroyed by Chrysania instantaneously.
Ooh. Clearing out the main, committing quite the amount of utilities as well, just from one defensive Sky Smokes as well. He still have two to boot. So this is actually quite fantastic for themselves here. And this is exactly what X10 hopes for as well. Just to buy the massive amount of time. Blasted, checks things out. Pretty much all things nice and clear. And Kimmy still gets a shot, unfortunately on Thames. As Thames is a little bit more cleaner, but Flaring gets the revenge back.
The Guardian really works wonders. Now back to X. It's a Rolling Thunder dropping that. Obert almost hit Flaring entirely, but dropped it out. My oh my, the X10 just so good at getting him off guard. Orbital strike away, just to clear the site. Just
gotta be sure.
You should run.
Gotta be sure, but here comes the lockdown. Ultimates commit that no one is willing to beat around the bush. No longer all cards on the table. I love it. Ego just attempting, spots the very corner of the lockdown, try to peck it off casually. Pack it in like some pigeon or some bread or crumbs.
Seems like he gives away his position that he's going to coming up from A drop the Molly, just to make sure to stop them a bit.
But
Crossfire. Flaring too late for the crossfire. Shin didn't miss.
Oh man, that crossfire would have been absolutely fantastic.
But it was too low. It was 15 HP
That's
because
true.
of that operator coming up from Vera earlier.
Yeah.
And he didn't shot him down straight away though, the operator, didn't he? Entirely drop his HP.
Well, you know, it happens sometimes.
Hits the ear, maybe. Just the ear.
Skim the ear, you know. Thank God it's in game. You'll just roll right back. Thank
Only
God.
our lives like game, right?
Oh man, if things like that, I'll be an immortal. I could do whatever I want. Skydiving, all kinds of things actually.
Feels like this might be the overtime. If it happens to be this kind of rate, feels like it would be a lot of overtime, but it would be really entertaining. Kizuna leading with the 1 point right now, 10-9. But they are forcing to push it for X10.
Toxin screen down.
This is the X10 we know in the previous round.
He still, Riza still has the Viper Pit as well, and I don't think he actually had used it even once. Not necessary.
Save it for maybe the best time.
Maybe when the round is really required. But I love the trade. The XN did manage to shut down Vera, one of their core fraggers. Naf, of course, will take the responsibility of the hero to lead them out of the darkness. But Thames comes in a nice time with the rolling thunder, but Flaring still gets in despite being concussed.
That concussed, they jump and gun, still gonna hit it anyway. It doesn't matter if they got hit by everyone.
Oh my God.
Riza with the Spectre, spray things over. Got two in his hands. And you mentioned about Viper's Pit. This is the time.
Oh yeah, that's the time. Oh man, and I see it was so unfortunate too because just the corner, just literally the elbow gave him away. If not, they could at least still try to play around with that one.
You have to tug it in.
I mean, he's a big guy. It's a brim. it's a brimstone. What do you want me to do, Choo Choo? It's like monster. He's literally like. Oh man! No way!
He can actually go to tree.
No, but
still worth a trade.
But there's not enough time.
Oh, but it's worth it.
Riza, you can just play around with it.
Oh my! It's worth it. Still.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, he definitely stood that door. The graphics took a time to load.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
But yes, like you said, it was worth it in some way because he did force them all to actually rebuy again.
Yep, cost them quite a lot. And now stretching the gap, 2 points in between to the next turn. Now we're heading into game 3. Or will they bounce back for X10? Because if it's game 3, we're heading into
Pearl.
Pearl, yeah, there you go. The ban Icebox.
Actually, I can't wait to actually cast Pearl. Actually, I think it'll be a pretty interesting one between the two here, especially since now Kimmy is. Ooh, man, that guy, like I said, he's online.
Definitely is.
Take it nice.
Imagine the timing. If they happen to be in the zipline, there's somebody else on the other side. We've never seen that happen in the tournament yet, right? Feels like it will be one day. Now Reza just want to, check things out in the A main while the others coming out from the dish side. But also how they put a lurk towards the XN just to make sure they're...
Hello there and goodbye to DXN as Farah beat him a dude. Nice time with the guys will just keep them nice and blind for a couple of seconds. Neff is still at the back outside, trying to go for the spray down and literally trace Neff trace Kimmy all the way down to the ground. Force over the 2K, see he can get the third. Well, all that's left is the Ariza. What a round. Could be quite detrimental of X10 with the lose this one as well, because I believe there's no lose round bonus. And Neff gets the third either way. What a closing.
Man.
Oh man, I feel so much pain for Kimmy. My god, he got traced mid-air. Jesus. Neff literally was the anti-air weapon right there.
He just can track pip so well. Now, Kizuna timeout. This time, a lot of timeout. We mentioned earlier today, you said, this guy should call more timeouts. Now, there you go. You got your first wish of the day.
I didn't ask for more timeout. I was actually interested to see which team actually utilized their timeouts a lot more better. Because I know, like I said, it's a very small thing, right?
Yeah,
but like,
it's actually a big thing.
For depending on when it's used, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's so crucial for them. And both teams are really in a cornered situation where we do know this might be an overtime. I feel like there will be overtime. I'm not sure if I'm jinxing it or not, but...
I mean, everything's on the table. It's like I said, this is literally their first, because this is round robin, right? So this is literally the first and only time they'll be fighting each other.
And the thing is, right now, Kizuna don't have enough to buy their guns and their shield. And they have operated on X10 side. And the score is just so close. They have to force save this one.
Which I think is fine. I think that's fine. Even if they can't afford, they're still just as close. And even if X10 were to win it, it'd still be a tie, but it's not like match series. However, we have seen before in the past, we have seen in equal rounds that teams has won before.
The trophy rounds, yeah.
Oh yeah.
You mean this series? Yes.
One too many times. But of course, now the horn has been sound.
I must wait a moment.
I'll see where the Valkyries will be leaning their interest towards too. It looks like a straight to the face. Kimmy starts things low. But Eagles makes it ring with that Phantom around for too long as Reza shuts him down. 3v3. And by the way, nice fresh upgrade for some of the players as well.
Yeah, Phantom and Vandal to pick up from the dead players. Back to the side of Shun. Now darting over. Oh man, Naf getting one on Reza, exchanging with the accent, getting on time to that frenzy. But Naf just playing around the generator, but it's not going to be enough. Axton still wins the round. Even though, but there's still a very good eco round coming out from Kizuna.
It's still a very costly one too, my god.
Here.
But this is what I'm saying, right? When double duelists with this kind on such a compact map like this, where the rotation round is relatively small, that you still have that explosive retake capabilities as well. So it's still really great. And now it's 11-11. Although yes, despite being in an eco round, Kizuna Esports actually made it hard for X10 to actually win that round themselves here. So a couple of rebuys. Now the slate has been clean, Choo Choo. We're back to square one, where everyone's a little bit equal here. However, of course, Kizuna can't afford this loss. But nor does X10. Oh my god.
Biggest stake on Kizuna, honestly. They need a win here. Slowly now X10 play how they used to play. They were going to be more aggressive when it comes to pushing. But not way too deep here.
Oh my god.
Strike into
the tower.
Just to clear things out. Just to clear things out now. Make sure they got themselves a clear path to actually plant those spikes. Canteen is quite occupied by two players of X10. Flaring. Oh, the wall just gonna block so many things here.
Yeah, he doesn't care. You know, he's done his job. Now all he has to do is try the hole. The molly comes in, but the trajectory has been spotted out by our dear friends and instantly get popped out with a shorty. Showstopper comes in, right point blank as well. We'll get Eagles, but we'll die for the trade. Shun, last man standing, but will not be able to hold. And X10, with this defuse, they will go to match series. And game series.
I mean, like, couple of times we saw how
Match
Orbital
point.
Strike being used. I think 2 times in this series only, in this matchup only, that we saw just to clear things up, just to make sure things are clear. Is it a bit of waste, do you think, or is it worth to gamble it up?
Actually, I think it's actually pretty viable as well. Like even in the international teams, they also do the exact same thing as well. Because to them, it's more important for them to gain positioning rather than not have one as it is. Because if you notice, for them to push out from that B topside through arcade, it's actually rather difficult.
True. And also force spike coming out from the side of Kizuna. They need to win this, but this operator, no stopping of Vera. He making so much problem to make an entry for Kizuna's side. They need to shut him down, but how? How to get at the back line so far? And that sharpness coming up from Vera just making it even so harder.
Off your feet! Vera's definitely showcasing that his intention is very clear. Doesn't want to allow them to do anything at all, but Kimi, of course, is doing his part of the job. But, ooh, does he spot? Oh no, no one knows. Did anyone heard the audio cue? Oh no, yes, Kimi does. And he spotted out Vera and shuts him down.
Getting on
3v4, but Neff is still at the back offside. Can he get the head? No, Kimi does, but gets traded off instantly.
No, Kimi been taking out so many key players.
Last man standing. 1v2.
He need to retrieve the spike.
This is the clutch of his life. Shun does it and brings his team back.
My God.
It's doing overtime and he clutches it out for
the
life.
swing, the transfer was so clean. He knows exactly where they at. He didn't whiff.
Hell and cold waters can freeze all over, but Shun still brings back the game.
That was so good. He was hesitant for a bit because of the molly, but it didn't hit him. He just wanted to take over the spike, but 2 different angles. The way he transferred so clean.
I'm just surprised they actually didn't swing out together, because if not, that would have been a dead man. Wait, let me confirm it. Did they swing out together? Let me see this.
No, they didn't pick together.
Wait, let me see this, right?
Egoist was a bit later.
Oh no.
If only they pick at the same time, it would be a perfect crossfire.
It would have secured it, but you know, it's fine. We're back again into the overtime here. Kizuna, you know what they say? Never back a wolf or a fox into a corner. You know they will fight back. Oh my God.
Oh my God. So it's going to be Kizuna taking this very slowly, just to make sure.
Oops, spotted in the corner, but a nice swing alongside with Kimi. The body system is solid and they will hold the main. Control is in their hands and in their favor. And the spike has befallen them as well.
Down to Egoist to clutch this one out, but here comes Showstopper right in the face.
But Shun's the one who takes it away.
Oh man, Shun.
What a flawless defense as well.
Match point.
And the moment actually matters. Shun pulled his weight so much in the last minute. Now, will they wrap things up for Kizuna and go for game number 3, or X10 gonna deny that?
Oh man, this is crazy. This is exceptionally astounding to me, because like everyone is doing their part, right? Whether it's making a plays or even just clutch things out. And there were so many times when even I feel like certain rounds were sort of game set already. I thought like, okay, you know, it's a 1v3, 1v2. I think pretty set. I don't think there's nothing could change that factor, right? But individually, these players are delivering, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. Really coming up for both Kizuna and X10. But now this is prime time. Timeout's gonna be timing out here shortly, choo-choo. We could be seeing another overtime. I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind either. And
I'm on this hype train.
You mentioned about them delivering, and the best part of is actually they're delivering in the unexpected moment where we didn't see that coming. And it just changed the flow entirely different right now. Would have thought X10 winning such a great game in the first series, now going into second, making it so hard by Kizuna.
Yeah, but look at Kimi. He has literally 32 kills. 32.
Make it 40 now. Come on, hit the numbers out, Kimi.
He is
online.
He is pulling so much weight compared to when he was going for the first game, for the first map here. Definitely making strides here tonight. Every point really counts, especially in this round robin. As you all know as well, only the top 6 teams here in the group stage will be going to the playoffs.
Kizuna, they are desperate for those points. They need it more than X10 right now. But X10, they could have used another round of win just to solidify their position.
Ooh.
Here it comes. They might want to go for the Russian aid drop.
Look at the run now. Vision gets obscured from the sky smokes initially that was being placed down. Wait for the rest of the team to regroup. That way they can actually get this full frontal assault here. But Flaring reads the situation, gets left before he even has a chance to go for the flank. Trying to go up the rope. Tem gets spotted, but Flaring still makes a big deal of his positioning.
There you go, he shuts down and also trading on two. Left with a Vera.
1v3.
Vera with an operator, trying to find out if anybody in nade drop. Oh, this is going to be difficult. He needs to swap over with the Vandals if he wants to clutch this.
Oh, but he can't find it. It's match series.
Oh, the snake bite. Stopping him.
It's not on his side, Choo Choo. And sadly, the good man will fall.
Man, we're going to game 3, and this is going to be pull, by the way.
Oh my god. Kizuna decides to bite back and refuse to go quietly into the night.
Buying another round for them just to prove that they are strong enough to go in the top of the top 6 here when it comes to the league. Man, who would have thought?
I mean,
Kizuna can actually stop X10 from going as aggressive as the first map.
I think it really comes down to a certain situation as well. Like, because there were some scenarios where you know the term, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, right? Especially since if they were playing at a very slow pace and it has been working out for them, literally puppeteering them during the first few early rounds of the first half, right? Yeah. So why would they want to break that momentum that they had? But eventually they lose out that opportunity to puppeteer them even more. And now suddenly out of the blue, Kizuna Esports starts riding that momentum and all.
Yeah.
And it all started with Kimi suddenly just popping off.
And I love the fact that Kizuna plays X10's game on their side, You tried to puppet us earlier, now we're going to do the same to you. And X10 couldn't read that out. I love how Kizuna just adapt towards the situation and make it better and progress through the one map only. Imagine what they can offer to us when it comes to Pearl next.
Yeah, definitely no strings attached between the two at all. Relentless in their assault onto the side here. Not even giving them any breathing room or chance or space to try to retake it back or rethink some form of strategy to even get into it in the first place. So really well placed stuff, but X10 started bouncing back in the second half.
This is where the denied ace.
Yeah, the second half, that's when Kizuna started bouncing back, and then it started becoming stronger for X10. But they also won a couple of nice rounds for themselves, and it really came down to a nail biter of a tug-of-war situation between the two here.
And this was a pistol run coming up from X10. They almost won that.
Oh, this was... That would have been the round that X10 would have just called it out.
And wrap things up. That just late double pick coming out from Ego. And you know what? I think they might just reflect the team comps in the last game, but 12-14 with the overtime. Won over by Kizuna and now buying them another round of hope. They might actually score this one. It actually will push them when it comes to overall rankings.
Yeah. But now we're going to the map of Pearl here, where things it's a little bit more interesting here, right? Now the beauty about Pearl is the kind of thing is you have this really classic bomb sites where one is a lot more close and a lot more compact than the other, where utility is absolutely phenomenal, whereas the other one is like a sniper's battle since the lane is just so long. It's absolutely fantastic. So to me, I feel mid-control for the map of Pearl will be quite crucial in terms of cutting rotation or denying mid-rotations here. So
that's true, because whoever can actually conquer the mid can actually just rotate whatever want to go for B or A, especially when it comes to A and the Arbor actually can stop so many people coming in to go for the retake. Now, as long as you know, and you have to decide, it's always good for a rush as well. If you're playing attacker, if you want to go B, yes, it's a very long lane to actually go down there to plant it down. But the moment you can actually secure it, it's so easy for you to defend it. But the problem is what kind of agents they want to pick. Is it going to be Viper? I feel like it might be. Killjoy, it will be perfect in here as well. If you want to go for, we haven't seen any Harbor yet. I mean, Harbor will be... I
feel Harbor is currently the same position as Chamber, but the only difference is that Chamber had like a year of a limelight. He was in the spotlight.
Harbor never.
Yeah, Harbor, unfortunately. I mean, he's the man of the sea, man, but
hey,
that is pretty watered down.
Harvest Smoke still, plays a big part when it comes to you planting those spikes for a couple of seconds, before people break it.
You see me? Yeah.
We're going to talk over this. Yeah, the MVP between it is going to be Egoist and Kimi. But you have to give it to Kimi. The moment he's online, he's just, he just flip everything out. I think for MVP of XN, it feels like everybody plays a big part here. But Vera also gives so much. But when it comes to ACS or combat score, Egoist actually won over if you compare it with Vera this time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is this, right? Everyone was just sort of just looking for key players and trying to remove as many variables from the playing field as much as possible, because I think that's the most straightforward thing they can actually try to do. And I think that's the beauty of having teams like Kizuna, X10, or even Team Path as well. I feel they all have they are following this very simple mindset, which is just stick to our cooks and perks, knowing to think too much about anti-strats or whatsoever. Just be calm, be collected, and have fun. Pretty much like what Paper X is utilizing. But of course, MVP for our second game, or second map, is going to be from Kizuna Esports, Kimi himself. Finally, ACS at 345.0, 32 kills to boot.
And the best part, we saw so many people flying over, being shot down when they were flying.
Yeah.
Kimi got shot down when he's trying to blast peg himself, but he shot people when somebody else tried to blast peg themselves. There's so many moments of that in that map just now. Imagine what else can they offer when it comes to pool.
A lot of things. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to be playing for. So far as from what I've seen from their first week of gameplay, especially on the map of Pearl, none of them actually opted to go for the Siege. They actually went for their own things, like for example, X10, Vera bringing a very interesting pick as he brought in Neon as well.
But it's actually a very good place for Neon because there's not many, how do I say, multi-levels of terrain. So it's a lot of flat places, especially when it comes to B side.
Sure.
It's so easy when you open up fast lane, just plant it over, just go in back to the B hall. It's easier for him to actually secure and give support fire for whoever trying to plant, or even trying to rush in if he's defending as well. But the thing is, I do want to see the Sage though. The Sage plays a big part.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a very interesting one. I mean, it was one of the few Sentinels picked in the first place for a certain competition when Pro first came out. But of course, all this speculation, we can only find its conclusion in our third map on the map of Pearl right after this quick short break. So don't go away for too long. We'll see you guys right after this.
Hey, we're Kizuna Esports. We were established in 2022. We were all that was made up for fun, but who knows will go longer than we thought. Our friend Kevin, he had some extra cash and decided to invest in esports. Hey, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role is Flex, and I recently took up the IGR role from my teammate due to it's affecting his mentality, and also because I am calm and composed, and I think it will benefit the team a lot. The one who takes up the duelist role is Kimi. Even though the role is known to be fierce, he's actually a really funny guy outside the game. He tends to make the atmosphere very awkward, which we find really funny. But once he's inside the game, he's actually not a brainless jet. Next up is Shun. He mainly plays the initiator, and he's not a talkative guy. But once he's in the server, he's a deadly killer. So I think you guys should watch out for him. Next up on the team is DXN. He mainly plays Sentinel/Flex. He's also the jokester of the team, but at the same time he complains a lot. But once in the game, he's the guy that you can count on the most. Last but not least is Flaring. He's the main smoker of the team. He's also the tallest and the youngest of the team, but he's the most disciplined out of all. And he's the one who has a leash on us so that we don't overpush.
So last year when I was playing on VD Esports, we were playing in VCT Challenges Stage 1 MYSG, and we actually dropped down into the lower bracket, which was quite unexpected because we were meant to have a smooth run. So I think definitely the whole lower bracket climb, almost losing at multiple moments, was definitely the greatest moment of my career. By winning in the end and qualifying to APAC Challenges. And yeah, it felt very rewarding at the end of the day.
We've only been together for about 2 months, and now that we've qualified for MYSG Top 8, we'd like to be remembered as a force to be reckoned with. Our hopes and expectations are to be the best in the world, especially during the Ascension tournament.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
each round? Only one of them's been. Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to call for taken! Stop it!
Great games, great times, all can be found here at the VALORANT Challengers, Malaysia, Singapore, Split 1. I'm Lennon, also known as YOLOLI, and joining me once again is the lovely Choo Choo as we bring you guys all the VALORANT shenanigans and action to see throughout this entire group stage before we head to the playoffs.
Just now, it's a tie between none other than our contenders of today, which are going to be Kizuna and X10 at 1-1. Different maps, close game, overtime. Next one is going to be Pearl.
You know, I feel as excited and nervous as I am feeling absolutely exhausted. Like, my God, the pressure is on. Like, 1 minute you'll be thinking like, okay, X10 seems like
you're not even playing.
And then that's what I'm saying. That's how crazy it is when you see certain games and you be like, my God, this actually stresses me out. Because I can't tell anymore who's having the ball.
That's true.
And who's going to drop the ball.
We saw how Kizuna just step up from the first map. The second map was totally different, and how they actually try to progress and adapt to their situation. That kind of really, how do I say, impressed me when it comes to how fast they can adjust their lineups within a short amount of time. But also we saw how Kizuna just, you know, how their lineups just now, we had the short video just now. Do you know how tall is Flaring?
All I know is just really tall. I didn't get to meet the man in person.
It looks like 180 something, I guess. It's around this.
I mean, he could be a basketball player for all I care. He's still just that good. And still absolutely phenomenal player. Like, he wasn't just in Bleed, you know. He was in so many other teams as well. KP Moon, No Namers, Louvre
He's
as
everywhere.
well. Everyone wants a piece of this guy here. And he has been making quite the stride as such. Was one of the youngest players that we have here in the VALORANT Challengers throughout his entire career. He's been making massive waves, big impacts as well, and also quite a player to be reckoned with for sure. So, as I love it, what he mentioned during the Kizuna introduction video as well, that, you know, Flaring being such an amazing player, and I totally agree with that as well. I gravitate towards that as well.
And even though he's the youngest among all the lineups within Kizuna, he also shows the most matured player, if you ask me, when it comes to his personality, how he's so composed during the games, even though it's so critical at the moment.
I mean, he's a man who knows what he wants, you know. I mean, you know,
That's a strong saying.
yeah, he knows how he wants it. He knows how to get it. But of course, like in most situations as well, they still need to try to overcome their current scenario, which is currently at, if I'm not mistaken, bottom 3, right?
Yeah.
So right now, every round robin, because this is round robin, and we don't have a lot of teams here. I mean, yes, we have a lot of teams. We have 8 teams, right? But they already played like 2 teams already. So not much points to garner for the remaining teams left. So literally at this current game, this current series is literally the last time. Actually, no, all the points that they get actually willing to give away is no more already. They have to try to obtain as many points currently starting right now in this very series against X10. But of course, X10 not making it easy at all.
True. Because we do know X10 are quite an aggressive team. Sometimes they do something so unpredictable that you thought they're going to hold it in, but they're just going to push it all the way. Regardless of whatever side they're playing, they don't care. All they have is in mind is just we need to get some entry kills. We need to get 1 key player or 2 key players to actually go down first, and we can do whatever we want next. That's what their main objective is. But when it comes to Pearl, it's a very different map entirely. We do know for a fact it's a very different approach when it comes to A or B. How do you want to go in? What kind of agents do you want to select this time? We haven't got a clue yet.
I mean, definitely for sure. But now we're going to be slowly bringing up the agent selections between 2 sides here to see what is the optimal selection. Like we did mention before, right? Kizuna always have, previously when they played last played on Pearl, oh my god, the tongue. Astra, KO, Sova, KJ, and Jet was their selection here for the side for Kizuna, whereas for the side of X10, it was actually Breach, Cypher, Fate, Neon, and Astra.
True. And it's kind of both Astra this time. It's flaring locks down on the Astra and also the Chrysanium right now. Both locked it in. We have a couple of breaches going in as well. But the difference, it's going to be that Neon. How Vera can actually pull things off. And the Axan is playing as a chat. And double duelist on the side of Kizuna right now with Kimi playing as the Wraith.
Yep. And the thing is this, right? If you're just looking from the comparison between both initiators, right, from 2 teams, them being both Fade and Sova, I guess you could say the Fade is more like the shorter, the combat, close quarter situation version for the Sova when it comes to utilities, because she just thrives in close or compact areas with those utilities. Usually, maps on binds and everything, which is usually well paired with Fade and Raze at the same time. So in this case, as you know as well, on the bomb, one of the bomb side is relatively compact and relatively short and small as well. So all those utilities pair with the fast lanes, bunch of good flash and a bunch of smokes as well, global setting smokes. I think this is pretty much a pretty swift execution for them, and most likely the side they're going to be depending on scoring the most points for.
But personally, if you look at both agent selection of both teams here, who do you prefer most when it comes to Kizuna and Axan, honestly speaking?
Are we talking about in terms of utility usage, or we just talk about just players entirely here?
That's a tough question too.
Because if we're talking about in terms of utility, I actually favor I do prefer X10
yeah.
a little bit better. But if we're talking about in terms of aggressiveness with the players and agents, I say it's actually going to go into the hands of Kizuna with the double duelist. It's absolutely insane here.
I have to go in and see, because I want to see how they're going to play things up with the utilities, how they line up amongst each other, how they can follow up through if they want to rush in or they want to stop an entry, try to force them to pull back. Less than 20 seconds to go. We finally head into our best of 3 third game. We still have another series to go, but this is going to be the first matchup of today. Still not done, as we're heading into our third match of X10 versus Kizuna. This time it's going to be Pearl, which is so hard for us to see.
I mean, hard to see, but of course, very exciting one as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're jumping into the very last game of the series here. Winner takes all here, and they want to garner more points for themselves. It's not a losing battle for X10 in terms of the standings, but a lot more weight and pressure will be on Kizuna as they are trying to get their very first point for themselves.
It's down to the stamina as well. It's down to the stamina of who can play the longest, because that might be a shot here that there might be another overtime. So it's down to who can actually not overstress themselves when it comes to the mental stamina.
Oop. Timing things out, and actually a really good point in terms of mentality as well, because it's currently pretty late at night right now. I think it's like right.
It's almost
it's almost
9.
It's almost 9 p.m. here, and I'm pretty sure they had things to do earlier towards this day as well. So let's see how much whether their stamina is able to keep up for this last round. Since the last game, since the second map was pretty straining as it is.
They try to, they fake it. A lot of them actually going to plant for A, but the one stopping here, Vera over the fast lane and just gonna slide things over. This is what's so hard to catch this Neon. It just slides over. You can't shoot him in the head.
Oh yeah, he slides and sprays all across the days. He also has the frenzy in hand. Of course, not alone. He has the body alongside with him, but not able to last for too long. But Thames comes in to replace and ensure his compatriot survives the fight. But not for too long. Vera gets the 3rd kills on this belt and still left with Kimmy. Can he succeed? He does get the 2, but selling not the 3rd, as Thames seals the deal and X10 takes first game.
That's not done and dusted. Still the first pistol round just now. Will they buy Stingers for the side of Kizuna Esports, or just echo all the way to buy a full rifle for the next round? Still, I feel like, personally, I agree with you. Kizuna Esports do have a double duelist. They have a recon ball coming up from Shuni. If he bounces things well, he can just pull back X10 from moving into the site. But Vera, though, how to shut this guy down?
Oh. Quite a read, positioning themselves towards the mid and B. And see all kinds of utility, and the Marshals are spotting him up for the distance, but that damage is absolutely significant as the Pain Shell does get Vera, denying one of their entry frag, and their only entry fragger as well. Now it comes up to the peak battle. It looks like they seem to be succeeding, only momentarily though, but they still have the weapon superiority. Shun, last man standing. He alone denied Extend the win that they had during their match series. Can he do it again in the second round? Not for too long, as the blinding was the paranoia was absolutely phenomenal.
It was a perfect prowler coming out from Thames. The timing was perfect. The way he actually tried to pick over, couldn't shoot everything. It's going to be leading X10 here to 2-0. But here it comes around where they all buy themselves rifles, the 2 of them buying half armor. And it's going to be DXN and Shun have to sacrifice himself a bit. Well, it's going to be a bonus round for X10 if they still can pull this off.
They can try, but now they have the weaponry and they have the utilities. Let's see how well they will fare and try to get to this A engagement. Prowler removed when spotted. Fault line behind the national time. Thank God for defensive utility, but Instinct is mowed down through the smoke, and his Kimmy does it a little bit better.
They are pushing way into A here. That was a perfect angle for Kimmy to play as a race. Easily just control over this lane. Back to us. Spot out one more. Kimmy and flaring, double peeking, leaving Vera solo. You need to pull back so far. By Egoist, here comes the slide. Trying to give support from behind. They just want to take a retake a spike, but the ones coming out from behind there, didn't see this one coming.
Now they're boxed in, they know. So they ran out of time and ran out of space. Now they have the clutch time by himself, but selling with all angles and all fire coming from everywhere. No way he can survive long enough in that kill zone, being set by their team themselves.
That was nice game done by Kizuna. Well, they bought quite a lot. They need to win that one. If not, it's going to hurt them quite a bit. And the economy will drag them through the first half. Lucky enough, they won that round. But for X10, that was a bonus round. They win it. But they will buy a full rifle this time. You see, now this is going to be a fair fight.
Now the thing is this. Just now previously, their plan actually got uprooted because of the fact that there was Nebulous and Fault Line denying them entirely.
And not just that, that boom bot plus the paint shell coming up from Kimmy really stopped them from moving forward.
Now they understand. They need a little bit more than just a single point of entry. They need some a little bit of variety here to give them a little bit of an edge here. But first things first, playing a little bit default to clear things out. Looks like I want to gain some form of control towards this mid side. Shun, of course, taking the help, does spot and get the necessary intel. Getting a little bit more confirmation. Does spot 1, does spot 2, and he will still keep them at bay towards the mid side area. Not too far behind, you even see Riza getting ready to reinforce towards that mid lane from spawn. Getting ready for the rotation, but looks like they decided to go through the normal way towards B main, but right into the clutches of DX. And will they know he's at this corner? They're going to check it though, but he still will get a 1 in the process.
And so is someone in B club all the way. Now they're going to go for the rush. Vera going to open up the fast lane if he needs to. Just going to slide in here, but the Nebula Smoke again did its work. Make sure to try and stop them. Coming into B hole, and just going to plant for a long. And now waiting for them to go for a retake. Kizuna, where to pick? So many Nebula Smoke.
Necessary cover for them to get this entry as well, and they seem like they will succeed. Spike's been down. Odds is slowly being in towards their favor, but they just need the timing. Not much utility to aid them as well, and not enough bodies as well. Kimmy is getting a brief idea that which corner they need to go for, but Sality at all angles has been answered from X10, and they will succeed.
The moment they got themselves inside the site, they dominated for X10. It's so hard for them to retake the Kizuna side. They need to have a lurker just to make sure they can backstab in case X10 already dominate a certain site. Who to go for the lurk? It's just so hard for them. It's always somebody recounter their legs and make sure they're being stopped here. Now Kizuna going for a default just to make sure everybody got themselves secure. For mid especially, they have to just careful for the mid. Because X10 split it out into 2 teams, make it 3 with 1 distracting egoist in B. Trying coming up from Art to his A-Link. Vera trying to be extra cautious, those coming up from A Arbor. Prowler just to check things out.
Checking the respective corners, really taking their nice time with this. The thing is, the existence of the operator hasn't been revealed to them as well. So if DX really played his cards right, he actually can remove 1 player for free. It could be up for grabs if anyone chooses to go through the B main once again. However, they decided to change their plans a little bit. Try to get some mid control. Maybe they want to try to get to the flank side, but of course, flaring the Gate Guardian to themselves. He already set up he already preset a star point just in case things get a little bit dicey. And of course, DXN gets a nice freebie with the operator. Now they know as an operator and B, no choice, had to go towards this A side, resolve to get into the side with the fast lane, slip and slide, but will find no one in the process. And Thames holding on their angles, and now begins the post-plan situation, Choo-Choo.
Vera guarding the sacred path where they might actually just have a bit of DX and operates a pig there. There you go, Vera down. Is opening up the retake path towards side of Kizuna. But Riza trying to spot things out, but got stopped entirely with Kimi. But a showstopper, Nav taking on 1 down, giving a bit of a blast there. Trying to just give them a bit more damage and days off.
The crossfire that they were hoping to hold instantly gets removed 1 by 1, courtesy of DXN and Kimmy as they dismantle their entire defense here.
And also, it's so hard for them to go for B in the next one as DXN will be waiting in the long B lane. But the problem, if they want to go for the A rush, it's not successful yet for them. What to do for X10? Seems like they had the lead before and now being forced to just save it for a bit for this round.
I think the problem was because it's just like they just got picked up 1 by 1, right? And 2 of those pickups came from the operator itself. They did manage to at least get the spike planted to get that additional cash.
I think they don't expect the operator to be out that early when they try to pick over in B just now.
Yes. I mean, like regardless, right? Like the fact that now they know it's an operator is a little bit too late. It did cost them. That's why I said it can be quite painful as you manage to get those picks. But Fastlane, once again, a very swift entry into the site here. But will they get the spike plant? Spike's nowhere near the site at all here. And now the rest of the team, the defenders are coming in, converging. And looks like thunder, literally thunder is raining all across the field here. And only comes down to both Vera and Chrysania to sustain again in this 2v4.
Cosmic Divide dissipates, and this is where they want to retake it for Kizuna. Got himself 3 versus a Vera with a Neon. Chrysania, no more star ops. Oh, he whipped it up. DXN hoping to buy space.
Oh,
Just
no.
to take one more out, but they managed to secure that plant. That's going to be extra cash for the next round. Woo! Wow.
Could be an opportunity, but Kizuna finds one himself. Fortunately, Flyer is going to be the one to have the final say, and the overload was just not enough.
There's too many people. At least this time they're picking together for Kizuna. Definitely worth a shot. It's going to equal out their scores here. 3-all for now. Now, will X10 call out early for timeout, or they still have it to go? Because right now, Kizuna having a really good momentum with the operator on this side, and DXN even got himself a Blade Storm in case they need to swap things over. And Shun might have the Hunter's Fury in a short amount of time. But in the meantime, X10, Neural Zap, Rolling Thunder, and also the Nightfall is waiting to be released by these guys.
Let's knock them down.
There's also still like the pending issue of the fact that yes, once they're buying an estimate amount of time, keeping Kizuna away from the site during the retakes. However, once this utility runs out, that's pretty much it. They need to try to win out a bunch of these duels to actually succeed. A nice trace, a nice chase, and Vera will be able to find Flying and shuts them down. One of the core smokers for the side here for Kizuna Esports here. Now the retake is going to be a lot more out in the open here and a lot more flashy than usual as well. But nice time with the fall line, it's going to enable them to get the kill on Thames. But here comes the big hole here to force them back, concuss and confuse and lost. And praying that none is being chased behind.
Razor down to 25 HP. Trying to go from the secret path, but being also stunned here by Naft. But they have no clue where he's at right now. Reza trying to overpeak with the body system. It was a nice duo going in. Ego is on the other hand.
Oh no.
Still managed to clutch things out, buying more time. For X10, yeah, Reza couldn't pull things off by himself. Down to Kimi. That's it. They're back on their line here. They're back on the momentum. X10 got it going. But that's the thing about Neon, right? The moment you make an entry, it's so hard to just focus your spray on Neon. It's just going erratic all the way, you know? It's too fast.
I mean, definitely for sure. And I think what hurts really more because of the fact that they did lose Flaring earlier, so they did not really have the necessary smokes or utilities to actually give them the necessary cover to get close to the sites here to actually clear up for themselves. Although, yes, they did manage to get onto the site itself, but like I said, X10's problem was the fact that they needed to figure out, after all these utilities, after all the smokes and fires, what will be their solution? What will be their answer? And finally, they won up those duels, and that was the answer. And they finally break that tie, and the favor came back into their side. But Kizuna using their first time, they're using a first timer here. Let's see how well it fares for them once it times out.
I agree. For the fact that Kizuna actually, it's so crucial for Flaring to be alive because he's the one that actually make X10 to hesitate so much to get into certain angle or certain side because the smoke bought them so much time. The moment they know that Flaring's no more there to be seen, that's where they just go bizarre all the way for X10. They just don't have a care in the world anymore. Here comes the Hunter's Fury already ready to go. Neural Theft is there as well. And Temps, I find he's buying.
Which I think is great. Right now, if you notice from the previous round, now Flaring is positioning himself towards the side instead of previously the secret path. So at least this time he knows for sure Vera will be running all the way to the back there, but he would not be finding Flaring. We'll be finding one of their top fraggers in their lineup, and that's going to be Kimi to win out that fight. A very crucial fight between the two as they will dictate who will have control of the back of sites. But it looks like they're not going to be taking that A attempt anymore after realizing, okay, let's not hit the same side more than once as it gets instantly read. Decide to go to B to try things out, and it seems like they just might succeed.
Yep, there's no more operator on the side of the XN who's not guarding B side here or B long. Have a clear pathway, but I have a feeling Kizuna want to try to push for a bit in the mid lane where they don't have anybody there as stepping into B main already for X10. If it got himself already set up for all the stars coming up from Astra and make sure that they will be provided with support. We have a plant spike. There's a clear plant for them.
And a very comfortable one as well, without much risk. However, the reinforcement managed to get there in time. The Hunter Spirit comes out. They will be able to shut down Thames and Crusader in the process. But Vera makes things loud and clear. If there's going to be a 3, they're going to be the one reaping all the benefits. And then it comes down to Shun and Egoist. 5 HP and a dream, but Egoist pulls it through either way.
The moment he just shifts over his POV towards the other side, that's where he just popped out.
As I say, sometimes it's just one of those times
the timing.
You just decide to look away.
And you thought, he's not there. It's a B-hole, right? No.
One's misfortune is someone else's fortune. So, hey, it's still a fair play. X10 finally keeping up that streak. And of course, a good idea to actually swap out their rotation rounds here to go towards that B instead of A. If not, it would have been a very costly one.
It's going to be a costly one for them as they are taking out another operator this time, the XN. So no fault to lose B here. He really in dire need of the operator to just use it to make sure stopping them, pull back all the way from B, maybe into mid.
Oh man, there's so much choke points for them to really try to break through here at the same time. So they want to try to check out mid to see what's the situation. Our drone comes in, but it actually times out and he spots no one there. He is still going to be physically present as well. Vera getting ready to swing at the same time. And look, after spotting all these star points, he knows for sure, okay, someone is coming here. Something's about to happen and I'm not too sure what it is. But at least intel has been transferred over here. But how will Kizuna address this intel?
Well, it's all down to whoever sees who first. Still unsure about whether to go for B or A. They definitely know there's an operator there, but nobody's guarding B, and the operator's way too far off.
Okay.
But I still can actually scout over here.
It's okay. Shun felt a tingling at his back, turns back and realizes, okay, it's all too late. They're in the site, but at least they're alive and well unaware. Then the rest of the team is slowly making their way here to see and decide, do they want to take this with this side or save? But it looks like they are looking with the intention of taking back this round.
You saw Crisania, it's like even though they set the tripwire there, but you got this hunch like, don't cross over it.
Oh, aftershock. Aftershock alongside the rolling down, but it's going to be quite the sound, but Tam drops in with his bends down as well. And he's still on the roll. Sally can't get the core. Shun shuts him down for good. But the damage has been done. The spike has been set to blow. And Shun, not to say all alone, but they had no choice but to fall back. The XN needs to save that operator. It's too much of an expense. And Shun at least is going to walk away with another constellation prize. 2 hits on his belt there. And Neff at the very edge will die.
He's dedicated to the spike till the end. He's loyal to it, just to make sure it will be guarded well. But the thing is, it was really a tough spot for Kizuna. Now it feels like a stretch. 6-3 in the lead for X10. They got a bit of momentum. The moment they're trying to get back on their feet and being stopped entirely by X10, when they start to lose their operator in their first Leon.
Yep.
After that, things just steamrolling towards X10 and just falling off the chart for Kizuna. Now, can they come back? They pushed way deep into B just now. If only they push it.
But once again, with not enough money there, some of them will still be sticking with the eco, while 2 of the members will be able to retain the weapon from the previous round. But look at that. They decided, all right, we don't really have the weaponry. Let's try to stick it towards this A. It might be an A push this time because they are constantly switching up their intention and they will not be able to find anyone at all. No audio cues until it's a little bit too late. Spike's about to be going down without any form of risk. Yes, they did use some utility as a precaution, but Kimmy is going to get himself a very nice upgrade.
Yeah, just gonna around the stats. He got himself a bit of a key player knocked down. It's gonna be Vera. And most crucial one to bring down Fairs. But the thing is, it's going to be retake Kizuna. They can go strong this time with 5 players. But here comes the Haunt. Actually flying a couple of players on the other side. Big Diva open up. Kimmy.
Oh no!
Oh man.
Couldn't properly utilize the showstopper, will die without being able to shoot it out in the first place. Now comes up to the 2v1.
Can't hear it. Oh
my god, Egoist!
They were looking the other way entirely. It was a clear shot by Egoist.
You cheeky bugger.
sneaks behind, gets two.
Oh man, what a cheeky player he is.
Last player standing.
He was playing the patient game and he was so confident.
They can't hear the footstep the other side as well, so nobody knows where he's at, and he doesn't even know they are defusing.
Oh man, such an unfortunate situation. You know the worst part about it is that Flaring spotted him through the thing. He walked through the thing slowly and he spotted it, but the problem is he's the one defusing. And he was the one defusing and only should have the gun.
Oh.
Oh, it was an unfortunate one, but still entertaining nonetheless.
Yep, 7-3, but here comes a bit of a fast round this time. Kimi taking on Vera, which is important. Now mid, on the other hand, have too many players, too busy among themselves, with the Guardian shooting down on the XN. Trying to coming out from Art, but it's being stopped entirely by the side of Kizuna. Neurotaf being used. Definitely will know where they at straight away with the side of Kizuna. Just gonna go back to the old positions. Tams trying to just check out in B, but where will the spike go? Still gonna commit to B.
Deploying drone. Currently we see Shun basing himself on the backup side. Guess Hunter gets marked as well. They know he's there for sure, but he doesn't mind. Trying to take that fight. He knows he's a little bit of a pinch, but takes out the recall at a little bit of the wrong time. That's gonna be a free Krabby here. Oh no!
Ooh,
but Eagle is! He makes things sing in the middle area, my god.
So sharp. He did it again. With a sneaky, cheeky guy behind. Now straight in the face. Shooting free with transfers. That's perfect.
But then again, I like the fact that Kizuna had the right idea for the last round. The aggression was necessary here, and as they push forward to get not only to get the information, but to see if they can get some frags. They got a really nice first blood, but they get straight up back. But the thing is, this is just one of those situations where it's like, you know, it's high risk, high reward. You know, it's either you win big or you don't. So it was the risk that Kizuna was willing to take and confident enough to actually procure it. But
at the same time, it feels like X10 reading Kizuna just like a book. They know exactly where they are at right now because only one person to guard over the side of A, which is going to be Flaring. Now, he can actually open up grab too well like he did earlier before. So it'll be a bit too late as how fast Neon can just rush in. Flaring, being stunned, being spotted by the Horn as well. They know he's in secret pathway. And Flaring just trying to open his sprays, hoping to clip anybody, but just too hard.
oh my god, rolling down to the Kimi, force the ball back nonetheless. They're going to be playing towards the main as well, and they have the utilities to play with the time too.
Kimi, now, here comes Flaring. Is super busy right now. He needs to open up so much utilities. But DXN tried to fake it with the fake defuse. Try to bait things out in A main, but nobody willing to pick.
Oh man, the thing is because they know they have star points, so they can try to bide their time. Everyone is throwing bodies onto the side, but they're running out of bodies in this game. But the defense here and offensive will succeed here. The amount of rain and bullets, my god.
I mean, like, you have to give credit for Sana. Just on a gravity well, did so much work. But buying so much time for the spike to just leave it, but nobody can actually try to defuse it.
Oh my god! At this case, currently, X10's pace, unbreakable defense, literally almost seems impossible to go through for the retakes. Absolutely phenomenal. But then again, this is, you know, it is the first half here. Magic could happen in the second half. You never know.
That's true. That's true. And we're talking about the 3-9. Used to be a curse. Who knows?
I don't believe in that superstition.
Same here.
I mean, Xenoviper still tells me the same thing.
I don't believe it either. It doesn't change the fact. Anyway, they need to climb up for Kizuna.
Tosh never stops scratching me every time I say I don't believe it.
There. I don't believe it either, so I'm okay with that. Tams being baited out for a bit for his position, but for the side of Nafera, on the other hand, so fast. They need to shut this Neon down because he will be a hindrance for the team. But the thing is, for Kizuna, did they decide where to plant yet? Still trying to, you know, decide.
You know, the funny thing is that as Kizuna is like taking like small step, one step at a time,
yeah,
you see Vera and Neff just running alongside like pack of wolves, every corner, every angle, and fast lane, whatever they need to require to try to at least get to the place in time. And Thames very accurately removes the good head of Kimi. And now time is not on their side. They had to resolve to get to the side. They lined up as a firing squad, but who does it better? It seems it will be X10 to survive. And a short at the end around as X10 gets the W to score line before Kizuna Esports.
Pumping moment of the shotgun just now to end things up. Now 3-10. It gives so much space for X10 to chill things out for a bit. Even the bonus round, if they actually get this one done, but forcing Kizuna to actually save so much. It's gonna be forced buy for them. Like, you know, they have to buy some guns to just have it a go. You know what? Just duke it out to see if things can actually work things out for them. But where to go?
Where'd you go?
Where to go, Landon? I mean, like, they're so heavily guarded. With, you know what, with Vera and Nev going like a pack of wolves everywhere, howling just to find some couple of victims.
You go up.
Up to 7.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course. This is, of course, one of the few rounds which they cannot allow it to slip away. Now the point differential is the points difference between each other is slowly getting significantly more larger with every player that they lose here. They can't afford any more losses. They need to win these duels, these picks. But look how confident Vera and Egoist are. The crosshair lines up, stick in that hand, gets bolted down to the ground, and moves forward, should try to sustain, but he's gonna be the one to have the final say.
God, me! His utility coming up from Vera. Son moves of him in the same corner, in the same line of sight.
There was no way for them to run. No way.
Me! They were being cornered by 2 persons.
A kill zone that was magically created on the spot for themselves.
Oh, I don't want to be the one that actually have to fight that neon over. That's just...
It was a very nasty spot. You get concussed, and it's not just one player. Everyone got hit by it.
Relatable. So
and you saw that everyone was trying their best to fight back despite the circumstances. But of course, Vera very comfortable. Crosshair, beautifully lined up. Something that's simple, of course, is easy for him to achieve. But now let's see how well they hold their own in this defense.
Kimmy trading over with Reza.
Oh,
Egoist just nowhere to come. He's just gripping him from behind. He's the creeper, but we're not having enough. Nav taking it off, and it's gonna be X10. Want to wrap things up as fast as they can this time.
Oh my!
The match point. I mean, like Egoist. Where did he come out from?
He's like Slenderman, man. He just he comes up whenever he wants. Okay. My God.
Well, when he takes his hat off, he does look like Slenderman.
No, he's just a cooler version. The 21st century version, you know?
He does it again. He did so well for Egoist.
It's just his timing.
Go, go, go.
The timings of his choosing to really pop out whenever he wants to is absolutely impeccable. Last round. Literally game series. This is the one to decide. If they want to come, if Kizuna have any other tricks up their sleeves, or any magic up in their magic hat of theirs, this will be the right time, the opportune time to actually use everything.
They need to. They're desperate. Kimmy trying to just go in as a partner with the accent, possibly going over the double door, or even going to Art. Planning to go Art, possibly with Nebula Smoke will give them a bit of support and just cancel it out in last minute. But Vera waiting on the other corner. And Vera is pushing it. They will meet around the corner here.
Oh. So close, so far. Vera who's opened things up. It'll be DXN. Although, yeah, Cam's making things pretty clear. But Kizuna is at the gap. Is back once again. The body system sustains. And should the very player that denied X10's game in the second map, can this man do it again in this 1v2? Same scenario, same situation.
Same agents.
Oh, yeah.
Except for Shuns.
Except for Shuns, yes. But still.
30 seconds left.
Off the pick. Can he bait it out? They're all nicely lined up as well. After shots, buys the time. Flash points.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
Oh, no. Shun gets flashed. He popped forward, but Egoist does seal the deal and change their fate, ladies and gentlemen. X10 takes our first series of tonight.
That was first series, oh my.
Yeah, first series. We still have another one after this.
I have to give it. Like,
oh my God, the bear cries.
But that Neon was so good, giving so much problems, so much troublesome for the side of Kizuna. They couldn't shut him off. Even if you got the gravity wall, he just slides over and get easily away with it.
I think the problem was just trying to find a way to stop this such a rush coming in, a rush of adrenaline coming in from Vera. How swift to get to the side. It's literally like dealing with a miniature Forsaken here, right? Like, don't get me wrong, right? It's great. I'm not sure whether Forsaken is Vera's main point of vital, but he's definitely one of the few best duelists that we have in the VALORANT scene, not just in APAC, but internationally as well. So they are definitely one of the few duelists that you can aspire to follow and learn from here. And I think right now Vera is slowly following in that footsteps here. And like I said, trying to figure out how to deal with such movements here. And I think that's pretty hard for him to address.
Plus, the fact that you have to give credit to Egoist too. His timing was impeccable. It was just so perfect. It's so sneaky. It's not just once, it's multiple times, by the way.
The problem is, it was such an opportunity, because you must understand, it's not like he has eyes on the situation. I mean, yes, he's getting comms, he's getting intel from his teammates, right? But it's just coincidentally, he's in the same spot as his opposing team, and he's just going out there blind. It's just, once he gets out of the smokes, such an opportunity before in front of him, and he's like, I'm gonna take it.
It's like people giving them away as Thanksgiving dinner into his face. He didn't ask for it. And saying as just now, Vera Howard, he pushed himself to a B club. That was just perfect angle for that stun. It was straight line of sight with Spectrum, didn't even reel it to get all three of them. What a crazy game.
It is, and after wins after wins, rounds after rounds, the momentum just kept stacking for X10, despite the amount of timeouts that was being set from Kizuna Esports, whether for themselves or for their opponent team. It just didn't shut down X10 at all. They just kept riding that wave until towards the very end of the horizon, for all I care, but it led them to this third win of a game. But seriously, what a series that we have for ourselves here.
Yeah, I mean, like, what a play. I mean, like, we still have one more series, but before that, a first kill, even though they're losing this, but Kizuna, you have to give a credit to the XM. He did so much opening kills earlier, but it's just, you know, the rush you mentioned before. That Neon is unstoppable. It's like nothing can stop the hectic Neon going in.
It's like when you're on the attacking side, you have to deal with Vera. And then when you're on the defending side, you have to deal with an operator. So it's like, I'm like, hey, you know, it's like pretty tough situation.
That's why we mentioned about Sage earlier. With Sage actually we stopped.
No,
not really that much, but at least buy them a bit more time.
I feel like it wasn't really it really did. It was a game that didn't really came down to. Yes, the map is somewhat utility focused, right? But when it comes to retakes, that's what I was saying just now during mid game of Pearl. I was saying that out of the smokes and fires, out of all the utilities, what is supposed to be the answer for both of these two teams, and somewhat X10 has always been having that solution and constantly promoting that solution. But of course, our MVP for both sides is going to be both Egoist and Shun himself. And my god, 19 and 5. Let's be honest, at least 40% of those kills are either from backstabs or just absolutely beautiful spray downs. My god.
Slender man.
He's surprising so many people.
It's so cheeky coming up from behind multiple times.
Cheeky bugger.
At the same time, like how he transfers his bullets so clean. He didn't whiff. He's so calm at doing it. His swings over easily get 3 when he was in the B side as well.
Yeah, I mean, our MVP overall, of course, has to be Egoist himself, the man who's been missing AWOL for 2 years. By the way, for 2 years, his last play was with Team SMG. This man came back with such flares and absolutely phenomenal. I don't know how many times this guy's scared. I'm just wondering, like, if I was trying to picture myself in like Flarings or any of their shoes, right? Just getting surprised by Egoist, right? Like it sort of make me recollect of a past memory that I had last time when my dad always tells me, Leonard, when things are too good, this is when you should ask, is everything actually all right?
Is it not supposed to be all right then? That scares me, Borbet.
I mean, basically what my dad's trying to say, just be don't be too overconfident, the fact that everything is fine.
That's true. That's actually true. Humility actually brings you a long way as well. But that's done for our first series.
Oh man,
That was so good.
it was such a great series. Although, so unfortunately, Kizuna is not going to be able to earn this third point for themselves here, unfortunately. But there are still four more games for them to go and try, and hopefully, maybe some other teams will be in the same spot as them. If they really want to try to get to that top 6. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first series here on the second day of the week 2 of the VALORANT Challenges. We'll see you guys in after this quick short break for our final series.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kinda like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has the confidence.
Good evening, ladies and gents, and we are back with our VALORANT Challenges MYSG Split 1. I'll be your casters here today, Choo-Choo, and also the amazing, very entertaining YOLO Lee at YOLO Lee Cast. Yeah!
I mean, sometimes you hype a little bit things too much, exaggerate a little bit too much. But of course, but then again, thank you so much for an opening. And the thing is, I'm just as excited. We had such a heart-pumping first series, didn't we? During our first series of today, and now we're slowly coming towards our last series here, and not just any series. It is the series. It is Team Louvre versus Team Pop as well, and that is gonna be quite the game to watch. Because let's be honest, out of all the series that of team combinations that I've seen throughout the group stages, there were a few series that I was very keen to watch, like very intrigued to watch, and this was one of those series here. Because it is literally the definition of fighting your seniors with your juniors here. So anyway, this is the standings after updating from our first series of today here. Because Blade is still standing strong on top here. Louvre, of course, 2-0 with no losses on their belt. Slowly chasing up the Bleed for that first top spot. Enigma Gaming 2-1 alongside with Toda X10 Esports, as we saw just now, as they managed to win their second series here for themselves here. And Team Pa alongside with Kizuna Esports and Yakiniku still at our bottom three.
Yeah, it's really dangerous for Kizuna Esports and Hey Yakiniku. We do know that only top 6 will make it for playoff in the split 1. And right now, Team Path can actually break that by getting into the top 6 if they can actually finish things off with a 2-1. And right now, speaking of Louvre, on the other hand, they are really experienced players fighting against a very fresh team coming into the official tournament of VALORANT. What do they have to offer us? Yeah.
I mean, what do they have to offer for us? Let me tell you something. Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Let me tell you something. It's just hearing certain players on their team lineup for the map of Louvre is absolutely astounding to me, because I look at them and I'm like, I know these guys. I know their names. I've seen them play before. Absolutely loved and behold by the entire community here in MYSG at Team Louvre. Team Pop, an organization that just started pretty much towards the later end of last year here. And of course, with new blood that just went through the qualifiers as well. Of course, during that qualifiers, they did actually lose a game against Team Louvre. So for some people, you could be assuming this could be like the revenge matchup between the two here. But with that being said, let's quickly check out our player lineup for Team Louvre. But before I pass it over to you, Choo-Choo, I want to talk about one person. Everyone's gonna be expecting me to talk about Shinsei. But I'm gonna be talking about you, Redcoff. Oh yeah, you.
Can you explain us why?
Man, the myth, the legend, this guy is all across the board. Literally, he is the face of Louvre. He has been with Louvre from the very beginning and still sticking with Louvre all the way to the very end. He did take a break, but that's because he's not just a professional player. He's also a professional coach as well. He has coached for Alter Ego, coach for TSM as well. This guy is all across the board, He's as much of experience, and he's the IGL for this team. And most of all, he's very flex. He has so much experience on his belt. It's unfathomable what he can actually do for this alongside with his team. And let's be honest, his assets is absolutely just as phenomenal.
I agree, he's the brain for the team as well. For me, I have my eyes out for Bryce, but we're not done yet, as just now we saw the Louvre lineup, but this is going to be Team Path, Kai, Sage, Iman, Raph, and Boogie. Now, they are fresh new faces in the scene right now, but they have a lot to offer to us. We saw how Iman just clutched things over. He did so much work.
He did.
When he actually plays, he's the duelist for the team, but even though they are quite new, that's the advantage for them, because nobody knows how they think. Nobody knows how they rotate their movement, their strategy, so they can pull a lot of surprise threats here. well, it's going to be very entertaining, but I want to see how Louvre takes it.
I mean, it's definitely going to be, it's really sort of the tall order, right? Because I think right now, currently, one of the few things that Team Park has, I guess we see one of the assets or the advantages that they have over Team Love is the fact that the element of surprise. Because currently, a new team, a new roster, you have no idea really how they actually really perform individually. You're seeing 1 week of WOTS doesn't really help conclude certain things, right? So maybe with this matchup, with this series itself, maybe they can actually finally understand where they actually stand here. Not much information to really play off around each other, but of course, our player head-to-head is Bryce and Iman.
Now, Bryce, I call him also the clutcher for the team where he always plays around Killjoy and Astra quite a lot. And if you compare with Iman, who is actually the fragger and also the duelist for the team, plays around Raze and Jet, but you compare with the average combat score or the AC Asia, it's definitely more to his sort of Bryce. Well, I don't blame Iman for this because they have been fighting a lot of very strong team from the start, coming up from Team Park. While for Louvre, they have been fighting at the start was Enigma Gaming. So that was a really tough fight as well. But the thing is, both teams already had the experience during qualifiers they fought against each other. Didn't turn out so well for Team Park. Now, this is a chance for them to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely one of the few prime opportunities for them to sell. To see if they can try to turn this game around, but of course it's still quite the tall order because, like I said, it is a battle between both, the seniors and the juniors here as well to see whether they're able to come on top. And Bryce, on the island, this guy is just as amazing as any other team. Iman, of course, a potential fresh blood ever growing at the scene. But most importantly, if you guys are ever looking for a karaoke partner, go find Kai.
That's so random, but
he actually sings pretty dang well. Have you not seen him sing before? Sage actually posted a video of Kai singing High School Musical, and it's actually pretty great.
Maybe that's the second option for his career path.
I know. I mean, we don't have a Malaysia voice.
I mean, like, if only we have a stage performance in the future for Valorant opening, like maybe we can invite him. But back to a map veto, I have a feeling we might not looking over Icebox because if Team Path really respects so much towards Louvre, now Icebox will be perfect for them to block things out because they're really strong in Icebox. But Team Path will be select first as they ban out Breeze and Fracture. I'm not surprised at the first two bans, but Ascent as a start here.
Oh, this is a really tough one as well. One of the few go-to maps that we're going to be first selected as during our series here. Still more maps to be banned. Would it be surprised to see Pearl and Bind in the mix and Fracture being to the side? Sorry, no, Fracture's already been banned. Let's see. Pearl being banned alongside with
Icebox.
Could be Icebox. I feel Icebox might just be the decider, actually.
Possibly. There's also, who else? Haven as Icebox. Yeah, there you go. Decider map is going to be Bind.
Wow.
My God. We've only seen once of Bind. That was, I think it was back then when Toadette fought. I think it was the second or third day. That was the only Bind we actually witnessed.
Oh, man.
The only one.
I mean...
Let me recheck. Yeah, there was Heya Kaniku versus Toadette on day number 4. 5th of February.
The thing is, as much as I love to see a Bind map for the second time, why you don't like Bind?
Bind is just so hard, man. I'm like, you don't get to practice as much unless you go for a custom room.
No, I mean, it's because, yes, okay, I get it. It generally doesn't really have like a mid area. I mean, yeah, there is somewhat of a mid area, but it's not like the other maps.
That's why it's annoying.
No, but that's what makes it interesting, right? Because it's literally just all going, it's literally all in kind of action here, which I entirely don't mind, but still. Let's be honest, before we talk about Bind, let's see whether we're able to get to Bind in the first place. You know,
wow.
That's the real
belief.
I mean, yes, I believe. I definitely believe, but at the same time, facts dictates a lot of things at the same time. But either way, it is definitely going to be quite the climb for Team Path to really overcome. I mean, they definitely tasted firsthand of the skill sets that they delivered during the qualifiers. Let's see whether they're going to be able to fare well this time in the group stage series. But of course, let's quickly check out our agent selection. Is the map of Ascent. I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite the mirroring picks between the two. However,
not really.
Not really.
There's a bit of Fade and also Omens on the prediction or predicted agents. On the other side, we do have the Soba plus the Astra. Now, this is a perfect map for Astra,
Yes.
for Ascent, because you attacking or you defending that cosmic divide, not just that, the entry point is so small that it's so perfect to plant a gravity well or just do a smoke, nebulous smoke in there to stop people from entering. Plus, the cosmic divide can just block entirely in the A side of the heaven, so people cannot get in easily if you want to, post plan for it.
Right. Yeah.
What are you thinking?
No, I was just sorry. I just lost my train of thought here because
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, because when I saw Fade and then instantly it just hits me, right? Because it sort of reminds me of a video that I watched during the international leagues where they did this really nasty combo between the leech, the fragment, and the haunt as well, just trapping them in front of Flower Garden at the map of Ascent. From the spawn, everything just happened so fast and someone just died. I'm like, how did it happen? Even the casters over there, they're like wondering, like, what in the world happened? The observer had to like go through, zoomed in as much as possible. They're like, you could do that? I mean, of course, that if someone was actually standing there in the first place, like it was one of the few. I mean, this is of course sort of this team actually had an understand. Like,
is it still doable until now?
No, yeah, it's still doable. But the thing is, it's more like that time G2 did extensive research of their opponent team and understand that 50% of the time their defender will always have someone having someone positioned there to hold and have a crossfire towards that A main. So that's why they attempted that. And because it's a one-off thing, right? It's whether you hit or you hit or miss. But apparently it hit and it just blew everyone's mind. They're like, oh my god, you just instantly silenced a guy we're just only utilizing utilities alone.
My oh my.
It was really crazy. That's why Flashback just hit me pretty hard. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the seconds tickling down, let's quickly jump into our first game of our last series here of tonight here on day 2, week 2 of the VALORANT Challenger Split 1.
So, it talked about how Fate can actually pull things through. So are we looking over Sage playing as Fate here? Can actually do the same thing because he might attempt to do so with a lot of ghosts already on the side of Team Path, while Frenzy is on the side of Louvre. We have to wait and see who make the entry first, with which jet overlook the other.
I mean, are we really gonna compare their jets?
We can try.
I mean, come on. Shinsei!
I mean, Ayman is the rising talent.
I mean, yes.
She shows a lot of promises. I'm not surprised if he start to warm up.
No, I agree. Ayman is a great young talent with much potential to grow. But in the current state of things, Shinsei, my god.
Yeah, Shinsei is not a monster to live.
He is a duelist.
He's a monster.
He's a
one of the... He's more... It's not just a duelist, he's triplist. Honestly, he can actually clutch 3 people out.
Oh my god, I'll talk about that a little bit later on, but of course, starting off things starts hard and instantly back into the side. Shinsei is already on top of things, and no one is there to stop him at all. Very comfortable at the back and side, although he has Red Core holding down the line, but not for too long. Shinsei joins in the mix to get the 2K, and all that's left is only 2 remaining members of Team Path.
Now,
they need to find the path to glory here. It's a 2v3, it still is very viable. They have both frenzies in hands of Rivery and Shinsei. Kai and Raph. They gotta find that moment. They gotta break free like from High School Musical as well. Kai gonna be blinding, and he almost did it as well. Oh no! Oh, as he's saying breaking free, he almost broke free from the clutches here to get that first win.
That was so close. It's just too much for him to handle alone by 3 people picking over him. Plus, he got 2 down. He didn't whip the second one as well. It's just all about the timing in the last minute.
Unfortunate. But still, a well done round nonetheless. It was a 1v3 situation and he almost clutched it out. But still, of course, back to the reality of things. Louvre, of course, will have the courtesy of having a weapon advantage here. Bring out both the Bulldogs and the Spectres in hand.
Now, taking things a bit slower this time for the side of Louvre.
Shadows traveling.
Kai just gonna stop them. They heard footsteps in A, but he's alone for now. For Kai just to got A. There goes the drone. Here comes the setup. They're gonna rush for it. They're gonna go in right now.
Pretty great stuff. Kai getting all these auto kills on the other side. A couple of pre-fire sprays, trying to break down that door either way. Almost break it down. A couple more hits and it will do. Oh, waiting for the rest of the squad. Wants an Nebula times out as well. Need to find that opportune moment to try to go and look for a couple of heads. Nice timing with the splash. Allows Boogie to get into the back of the side before he keep it clear. Hell, all the cross angles, all the angles has been answered. It all comes out to Ayman. The next generation of duelists here in MYSG. But Rekov is the one that's going to dictate whether he gets that opportunity.
Well, it's kind of a tough one. Tough spot for him to handle alone. 2-0 for now. Team Path, this is where they start to buy stuff here. Did they spend with Stinger just now? Not really. They got themselves half shields, some of them with Phantoms and Vandals. The rival's going to work. But this time it's going to be a bonus round for Louvre. Now, that didn't whiff at all. You know Louvre for a fact that they're so fast when taking their trigger finger, keep it going, you know? Just so fast. It's just
Keep it cool.
so
That's how you
good.
survive.
But Team Path, I do know all they need is just pick their brains out. Think about how to trick Louvre.
The Path Glory is in front of them. They just need to seize it for themselves. Shinsei so aggressive as usual at the back of side, but then again it was a little bit more quicker on the trigger. Raph was in absolute rage, but the rage died out the minute a bullet went through his head. Comes down to 3v3.
All three of them coming out from Haven. There goes a Prowler, giving away Shinsei's position, or repositioning himself in a different angle entirely. It couldn't take things out. Shinsei maybe will go, but no, drop back. They jump down. Now down to 1. Ayman slowly just trying to go over the Haven side, and also Degenerate got one more. Ayman, can you show the promise that he just trying to deliver? Bryce, the clutch god for Louvre.
All he needed was one bullet, but Bryce was, of course, there to steal their fate.
Reload. He saw that coming. Just happened to be a reload.
A bullet and a dream would have been a great story to tell for the weeks to come if that succeeds. But of course, right now, you know what that means. Since Lowe win the bonus round, it's gonna be back to eco for the side of Team Path.
Double Ares. They're trying to just shut things down really aggressively. Nothing to lose here for Path.
The god of war ain't messing around today.
True. Kai going towards the side of Amy. While they start to push for Rav, but Shinsei double down Rav and Kai. They lost all people in A. Now they're trying to rotate themselves for Team Path, going from the backline of B straight into Heaven. But the drone spot out Sage. Now, it's going to be empty. They're going to go for the rush here. They're going to just straight dash in for Shinsei. There it goes. He goes in.
Oop. Good pick. Come on, pre-fight through the smoke and Sage just succeed, but Shinsei is a little bit more stronger, but gets sprayed down to the wall by Boogie. Still comes down 2v3. Spikes getting planted down. Of course, the number advantage is not in their favor, but they still will make it work. Ayman trying to find their respective angles. Sally would not be able to as they both get gunned down before their feet even touch the ground.
Floating straight to Heaven.
Oh, man.
That's really tough for Team Path. 4-0 Louvre is really showing such dominance in this series, in this matchup here.
You know, I always tell people, right, the fact that if you can get the skills like Showstoppers or Blade Storm at the round, and literally at round 3, yes, such a damage spike is absolutely insane because such an execution skill available in your arsenal here. But I don't think we're going to be seeing Shinsei with the Blade Storm anytime soon. Not while he had the Phantom and the Control in hand.
I'm just going to save it for now. Well, he got himself an operator if he wants to later. They can if they don't want to. Shinsei gonna push in again and behind the generator, but another stopping him. Boogie still managed to shut him down. And here comes another swarm activated. Ravri on the other hand. Boogie did so much work for the team. The angles he just perfectly well executed.
A well adaptation, a really well done adaptation here.
Message. This Shiza hurts.
Absolutely fantastic. Seriously. After going through 3 rounds, Boogie and the rest of the team instantly adapted to the situation and reset their plans to try to play around Shinsei and literally punish him hard for it. It was in such a tough spot too. Smoke, blind, everything. He couldn't really do much about it. All he could do was try to spray through. Oh yeah, Nana Swarm as well. absolutely nothing else. Now Shinsei need to... He could still try to use that alternatives, but it looks like they swapped out in positioning. This time we're going to be seeing Boogie defending on the B side while they reset their players.
Extra careful. Reverie might clear things out with that Hunter's Fury. While the moment he just pushed it over with Recon Bolt, spot a couple of them down. But there's going to be Paranoia, toss over from Kai's side. And they wait for a bit, waiting for all the utilities to calm down.
Deploying drone.
And he died out. Drone's going to be doing a quick scan of things. Definitely not going to be known live. It's going to be lost a couple of tags maybe, and a loss of an owl drone, unfortunately. But still the rest of the squad. But look at the quick rotation. This time, a little bit of change. Brian decided to be playing a little bit of the lurker roles. He tried to flank for the other side, but instantly locked. Instantly a beautiful ulti coming in from KO as well. Silence them all entirely. Allows Raven and the rest of the squad to literally remove them from play.
So good.
It all comes to the Bryce, but not for too long as Kai was there to seal his fate.
Iman and Raph just now, the crossfire between those two, I have to say that was immaculate. Saying that how they place themselves. You know what, they've been placing themselves too much in A for now, Louvre. I feel like Pav can read things out now. Now they have to change the tempo for a bit, like it or not. They keep chasing for A, that's going to be a bit of a problem for the side of Louvre. So even though they used Reiko for null CMD, a bit of a problem, didn't actually reflect how he wants that to go on. They got himself the Cosmic Divide. They got a lot of utilities and ultimate from Team Pav as well. Now it's down to the lockdown. Will they actually use it here for South Team Pav? They try to go from mid, coming out Shinsei with the Blade Storm. Going in Maxi with also the lockdown already online. All they need is just drop it down. Suppressed by the Zero Blade just now coming out from the Reiko. Spotted out is from Raph. Spot exactly where coming out from Cubby.
Blade Storm. Finally, I think this is one of the beauties of players like Jet and Chambers, right? Where economy doesn't really matter too much for you because as long as you get frags, you can get your all-out counters really fast. But unfortunately, Shinsei gets blinded by the light and it's going to be allowing him to get shut down by Redkoff. Of course, returning the favor to reap all the benefits, and he knows he wants the better part of that trade. Still 2v4. The attacking side still seems pretty optimal for this and have the numbers to back it up.
Really annoying to have Reiko as KO on the other side. It's just suppressed so much outside of Boogie. Couldn't just put and place a lot of his utilities on time, but the old drone is still be taken out anyways.
One enemy remaining.
Quick spray. Ooh, what a wall bang nonetheless. Gonna see a River Ray. Time with the flash. It looks like they're gonna be able to seal his way for the 2K. What a round.
What a round. 5-2 for now. Leading with 3 points forward is going to be Louvre, changing things up a bit by coming from mid, still going A. Did not change it objective in A yet. Committed to it all the way.
Interesting. Usually, and I mean usually, on the map of Ascent, the only time I see an agent pick up an Odin is usually Sova, because usually it's viable because he can scan through the B main lobby and he can actually spray through the wall. It's like one of my other caster friends like to say, most of the walls in the sand are actually wall bangable.
Oh yeah, that's true, especially coming out from B.
But I'm surprised actually it was Boogie went for the Odin first. But I guess he is sort of going to be somewhat dependent on the turret to give him that information. Then he'll spray to the wall. And hopefully, and of course, I mean in his best interest, if it succeeds, then of course it's best for him.
But the problem with having the Odin is nobody actually goes B at the side of Team Louvre. They don't care, they don't want A.
At the moment, however, Iman, you can try to big brain this. A little bit of a pixel displacement and he removes Redkoff, the good head off his body. But of course his teammate is not too far behind, reinforce, and of course make sure to return the favor.
Shinsei giving away his position for a bit. Boogie spot him out. Or down to 41. Might just going to use a tailwind and now going for another dash if he wants to. Coming into the guarded side. Waiting for him is going to be Raph on the window. Aiming twice already and he's spotted out. Straight away shot down Kai. On his knees. Raph is down as well. A is super open.
You are divided.
They want their angles, they want their duels. Astra, Cosmic Divide buys him a little bit more time. I thought Boogie was going to be a dead man for sure, but no, he still survived. One player, Boogie.
Shorty.
It's all you got. He sopped out. He sopped out for the Vandal as it's a little bit more of a better situation. But Bryce was already a generator and will give it quite the surprise. Louvre gets another point for themselves. It's 6-2 here. And all smiles across the board from Bryce himself.
Oh man, things are going rough. Multiple times, 8 rounds. 8 rounds are all in A. There's no stopping Louvre. Out of the 8 rounds, 6 of them got it successfully, and nothing can stop Louvre.
I mean, you know what they say, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, you know? And
But the problem is Team have to counter this.
they did try. They did. There were some alteration and adaptations as well, and that's how Team Path got those 2 points for themselves. But in the end, like I said, after all this utility usage and everything, they still need to win one most necessary thing, which is those duels, those fights, those pickoffs. Aldrich comes in, picks it up. Still, they have no idea no one's at wine. They can be diligent. If they are diligent, they will check the wine for sure, but what an attempt. But sadly short-lived, not able to get the pick he was looking for. Towards the mid-side, Sage with the bulldog in hand. He has the eyes on the prize. Because Shinsei is not too far behind.
Oh, we do have Maxi and also Shinsei to lurk around mid and B. They are actually rotating into B.
Finally.
We do have the Odin.
No, not anymore.
With the judge.
He's gotta make things pretty clear. Alive for alive. Gonna remove his counterpart here. Doesn't require him. Sends it back to the Shadow Realm.
Pump gun sound. I just love it so much, man.
I love shotguns too, man. Every time of the week.
Now around the workshop, they just can easily plant and just care for market. Both of them coming up from market and from the back line. Suppressing over Bryce.
2v3.
Not stopping him from fragging,
Not anytime soon. Same situation, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Only the difference without Shinsei. Shinsei was subbed up for Bryce, was subbed up for Shinsei. Kai trying to make the play. Can he do it again? Marcelli gets picked off. A 1v2 Red Rough, a little bit too low, will fall. And Love gets another point for themselves again.
You know,
but it was not an easy one. It was actually quite.
It was quite good. But the problem is as a start, before they enter the site, if you can get Shinsei, you pretty much got a big win already, like almost there. But post plant, if Bryce still there,
Bryce and Maxi, yeah.
Especially Bryce, because he keeps on cooking after the plant. If you don't take him down earlier, then post plant you have to face this guy clutching it,
which is
crazy.
Which is why I love him. The fact during he's pretty much like the kind of clutch meister that you have on his team, which I think is absolutely fantastic. He's a very nice guy, by the way, as well.
Really? I'm very shy to talk to pro players because I feel that they might judge me of how I play.
Oh, don't worry. They're always judging us. Anyway.
But you know what I really want to see, if we'll get to compare one day Bryce and Styron's stats when it comes to
that'll be really great.
Yeah, and Maxi with Divines coming out.
That'll be interesting. But I like the Bryce and Styron a little bit better. That one, that would be great. I want to talk about that one.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting if we're gonna save up for Odin later and just gonna spray over B one day. Resort to that.
That will be a situation later on. But however, this time, time's running out and no command has been initiated as well. Completely suppressed, unable to stop it except for their own skill sets and frags. And Sage is able to open things up. They shuts down Maxi. But the entry fragger is still alive, and that's going to be Shinsei. But then again, Boogie finds Breakoff, puts him down, trying to go for a couple of wallbang, will not be able to connect. Nightfall comes down. You know what to say, when the sun goes down, everyone goes down. As it all comes down to the line for the retake. A 3v5 nonetheless, and Redcall finally gets put out of his good misery. Shinsei still in danger a lot, but not for too long as Kai removes him from the playing field. All comes at the Bryce. Can this Clutchmeister wins it all, but no. Ayman instantly removed.
Well worth investing in that operator, plus the way they just defend before they even get to plant that was perfect. Coming out from Team Path. Bit of a technical pause between Louvre and Path. We have no clue what's happening behind the scene, but we will update you as soon as we know. But back to the last round. That was well executed of how Team Puff stopping them from getting in. Even though they opened up the null CMD from Reiko, suppress everyone from passing over the utilities, still managed to take it in forward side of Team Puff.
Good picks. I think that's literally just straightforward because no utility can really stop that. Maybe at the last second, Boogie actually popped the nanoswarm because he was not interrupted by the null command or not in range of the null command. But other than that, it just really came down to the two players individually to actually hold down the site. Yes, they still managed to proceed into the bomb site itself to get the spike planted, but they made it quite costly. Two players instantly removed. Rickhoff literally put down, and his teammate can't even put him back up. Can't even revive him back up in the situation.
Oh, that's going to suppress them for a bit. I agree with what you said. There are things that you can and can't control. The one they can control right now is not having Louvre entering A. They are definitely pulling back all the way to its B, but there's so many setups coming out from the side of Boogie already in the entrance of B.
Which makes why Killjoy and of course Chamber before the massive nerfs came through was one of the few best picks for themselves. Is the fact that you could just leave your utilities alone to give you enough information to have that nice clear and Iman make things really loud with the existence of the operator on Shinsei. There goes the entry fragment. Now everything is back to basics here for these guys, and instantly all mowed down relentlessly.
Now slowly losing men. It's going to be 3v4. Well, we do have Reverie down to 76. It's going to be them taking out on the lockdown for Maxi. Well, the drone going to spot them out in the market. Spot out Sage going to give a bit of a dart there. I didn't know exactly where one player was. Where are the others? They're trying to find them and shut them off. Here it comes. Yes, suppress over Rough. Northman. Slowly coming in around the locks. They couldn't secure that one, but Ayman giving so much support with an operator. Fragging it down. Ayman being down right now.
Remaining.
So angry.
Oh my. 1v2, Sage trying to hold his ground, but of course Raycon knows better to not let it become a 1v1. Swings alongside his teammate to ensure the round. And of course, with the calling of the announcer, this is going to be the last round before the switch here. Ayman still has enough money to bring back that up. Despite losing Shinsei relatively early into the round, and of course, one of the other teammates as well, they still play around the corners and angles to make it work.
I can see Shinsei's not happy being off just now. He's by himself one for the last round. We're gonna see. We're gonna have to wait and see who's gonna pick who first.
Oh no, he wanted to try to clear out towards that short first. That's why he got that off. Spots no one. I believe he's willing to take that challenge towards that mid if he wants to go for it. Someone is definitely going to be going there for sure. He knows in his heart.
Tailwind up. Never mind. Being spotted by the Recon Plus. It's getting tough for him. To actually run away. Lucky enough, they don't have Hunter's Fury open up yet. But still very sturdy.
Oh no, he's a little bit off angle.
Yeah, a bit off angle.
A bit of an off angle. Sage just needed to look to the right a little bit more. Oh, but he still gets it anyway. Not phased at all, Shinsei.
So good at that. Now coming in, it's going to be Ayman coming up from Cubby. Tried spot at where Shinsei was already dashed back. Pulled back all the way towards A. Now they're coming into mid. Might spot Ayman there.
The thing is because oh man, unfortunate as well.
So many of them.
The thing is because they really killed Sage, they got this confidence of the fact that okay, maybe no one else is willing to push out through mid anymore here. But Shinsei still gets the other kill on the other side from A main, and now they're pushing into the A side from multiple angles here. Can Roth hold his own? He does manage to pick a Reverie, but not for too long. All comes down to Boogie.
Boogie.
He's got to dance his way out of this situation if he can.
Try to boogie things out. I still got it. One shot now on Shinsei, but the nanobot. Here comes the lockdown. Nothing to lose in the last round for the first half. And Boogie just trying to work wonders with this lockdown. But where to pick? There's so many of them.
Yes, wait. He's willing to tank down the nanoswarm just to try to get some form of intel. He gets into the side. This is gonna be quite the battle of his career here. 1v3, force out the gravity pull, so he should be able to try to get in for another time. No more Starfall, but sadly Bryce comes in for the second wing.
That's too hard for him. How can defuse at the same time
Switching
trying to look
sides.
things over with no time at all? That's really tough one, but it's a 9-3. And now it's going to be the second half. Hopefully things are going to change. I'm loving the fact just now the operator fight. And imagine you being Iman. That was so empty. You shifted over towards the backside. Everyone was dead.
Yeah, everyone. He was just greeted in kind.
My God.
Sadly, couldn't get the shot off in time, but
Yeah.
either way, rounds will switch. Now it's Team Path turn to force. The force Team Love to dance in the palm of their hands. Or will it be the reverse? We shall see here. Of course.
They are anticipating that for Team Path. I'm not surprised they can stop here.
Come on, Team Path. You have the chance, you have the opportunity, you have the potential.
They're pushing it for Bryce.
Ivan instantly removes Shinsei. Bryce still blind, but doesn't care. He still falls down with the frenzy. But sadly, despite the losses, in the end, it looks like Team Path will win out the fight for the A main. But at what price?
A lot of them.
4 members.
This is gonna be Sage with only Prowler left. The Hunt will be back on within less than 20 seconds. But he has a footstep coming out from the heaven side. Straight away hiding in hell. But unsure which angle he wants to peek out first. Behind the generator. But it's gonna be 2 of them double peeking at the same time. Maxi jumps down. Both of them did. Spotted out behind the generator. It's just too much for him.
Too much sprays, but the intention, but the intent was great.
But they got a plant, still got extra cash and extra credit.
Which actually is somewhat viable for them if they actually want to try to force out a buy since they actually managed to get the spike plant. But like I said, it is whether they choose to go for it or just say it, but it looks like they will be forcing out with the additional income they get.
It's just so much of a gap. 3-10, we've seen them before, previous match. And if they want, they are gambling it out. They are really challenging this round with that stingers and full armor as well. Usually there's going to be only half armor just to save for the next round, but they're really getting all on board for the side of Team Path.
The thing is this, right? I don't think they are anticipating of the force fly just yet because of the sort of such aggressive movement coming in from Shinsei. But now they know all these sprays that's happening as well. They know for sure, okay, they force by. Now they're playing with the corners. Now they're playing with the angle. Bryce had to hold his own, and he does! He gets 2 of the first 1! No losses at all! And this man is such a threat! Ends it with... Oh no, I thought he got a quad, but no, it was Brevkov who steals it away.
Oh, he got a 3, almost a 4, and then, you know, there's 2 of them in the way, but that was flawless, plus everybody didn't die. For side of Louvre, that's a huge win for them. It forced the side of Team Path to get down to the economy again and just go for the eco round. Look at how Bryce steadily sees Iman dash in. He just look over Boogie first. You know what, I'm gonna deal with Iman later. Still haven't dashed inside, right?
The crosshair, the priorities that he has with the crosshair placed in the sort of
He knows exactly the timing.
Exactly, it was really fantastic, really great stuff.
It was so precise when it comes to the timing. When to swing and when not.
Woo!
He got clipped quite a bit.
None of them gonna win now that cowboy duel, but a little bit of a mess happening towards that side of the map here, but nonetheless, Lure brings this game into a match series.
What happened to Switch just now? Suddenly we're right in front of somebody else's face.
Oh man, the last minute switch, the last minute change of cameras. My God, what a painful way to watch.
3-12 a match point for Louvre. Feels like they're having this very comfortable. Lot of rifles, all full of them going full rifles and full armors as well. Well, Louvre, only some of them are still in their bonus round. They didn't buy anything yet.
Oh yeah. But this is the time. This is the time. There's a little bit of a weapon disparity on the side here of Lure, but of course, let's be honest, each of these guys, you put any gun in their hand, is pretty much a threat here, so.
Giving them a classic is still going to make a lot of things with that classic. You'll be
it has to be a sheriff at least.
They're classics, come on. There goes one.
There's
Maxi,
one.
take it down, Boogie. Now a lot of them actually in the market.
Oh man, but look at where Shinsei is. He's already all the way to the back of spawn already. This guy's all hot on his feet and hot on their tails. Ripkov, of course, standing a little bit far back, not following too close behind, just to give some form of cover. Many rotation, mid-rotation from the middle area. Raph was able to find Maxi Reverie here. Still pushing forward. Aimon is literally on the run. He knows time is of the essence here, and of course, speed is the goal. Just managed to get a nice rotation and managed to bowl 3 members in the process. Shinsei is still a member alongside with Red Cove though. And now he's the last man standing in this 1v2. The coach, the IGL, the legend of Singapore.
2-1 clutch. With Raph down to 26, spot down 1! That was still a bonus round for him. Didn't buy anything for quite some time. Redco got his 6,000 over credits.
Here is a track and the track.
But still, a round one back by Team Pav. It's 4-12, but of course, the pressure is still on since this is still game. This is a game series point or match series.
Oh yeah.
What? Where are you going?
First map. So I have one more map to go. Things can change. It's like a map. So we saw that earlier today. Boogie.
My God, Boogie, so
sharp.
quick, yeah.
Now waiting around Cubby, going through that, and it's gonna be Ayman straight facing on. Redco taking on 2. Make it almost 3. Boogie shot him down. It's gonna be Bryce. Just lurking, waiting that corner. Shinsei shows himself. Dash sideways.
Oh man, Shinsei just literally absolutely having a ball. Just calling out, hey guys, I'm the bait all the entire time.
Sage, no!
He had to take the challenge, and of course Shinsei will answer it with such vigor and win it out. What a round. First game is going to be secured in the hands of Team Louvre, and they are absolutely having fun with this.
God, that was still exhilarating. I have to say that Ayman and also Brigitte did bring a lot in that game just now.
Did it?
And I'm looking for when it comes to Heaven later. Now, that was a sign that was being chosen by Team Path. Early just now. Definitely, I have to say, they do have an upper hand with an Astra.
Yeah.
In that terms. What can they do? Help me out here, buddy.
I mean, a miracle will be nice. A miracle will be very great, but the thing is, I don't see this as too much of a losing battle here.
Not really.
Because like the thing is, it's not every day you get to play in this kind of high stakes game with such veterans and experienced players in specialized in this field as well. So yes, they. Oh my God! Make it sound like they already lost the entire series, but they haven't lost it. They haven't lost it. They're still the second game. But what I'm saying is that they actually still gained a lot of things out of this series itself here. And I think with such growth and such potential coming from each of those players, I am actually excited to see how far they are willing to go here.
I agree, because I had this conversation earlier, previously with Xeno Viper as well. Because we talked about them with how to take baby steps at the time.
Yes.
It's already so hard for them to actually get into this tournament, and this is very good experience exposure. And imagine what will happen in next year or even Split 2. You know, how much can they grow? How fast can they grow?
I mean, it's just like, you know, like every level 100 player always still was still also previously a level 1 player. So
everybody has to start somewhere.
Everyone has to start somewhere. And I think so far with their introduction of the late last year and the wave that they actually making, I think this is by far one of the few teams that actually has so much success when they first venture out. So I think that's really great for Team Pop. But either way, of course, your MVP for both sides for the first map here on the map of Ascent is going to be Redco and Boogie.
Well, Boogie did actually place a lot of clutches just now. Got all the angles perfectly well. We didn't expect him to clutch within 1v3, but still just 1 second away from being, you know, chucked down by the bullets of the other side. But that was Ascent. Now we're going over Haven. I want to see what kind of draft of the agents they have, but this time we're gonna see an MVP first. Will be still Redco. Will it be Bryce? It's still gonna be Redco.
Oh no, it's hands on Redco. Redco goes leading the charge here with 20 kills on his belt with an ACS of 312. The IGL for Team Louvre, and by far, and of course, I dare to say the face of Team Love. I mean, he's been like the very original, the very first roster for himself for Team Love. Yeah.
He's one of the most valuable asset with what he has in his mind, how his brain works around.
I mean, Shinsei and Bryce are all great too.
I feel, but he's the IGL. We have to give credits for him. Like, he should do the call-outs for all the teams and where to pick and how to do it. If you don't have a good IGL with that sort of experience and you just pick randomly, I don't think that's going to work for the team.
Yeah, I mean, he is still a very phenomenal player. And although, yes, it does sound like I'm a fanboy. I mean, actually,
you are.
But no, because I feel like because of what he done for me last night. Like, I'm not someone who's like faced with comments and everything, right? But the one comment he had for me where he said, "You're actually a really great guy." I don't know why, but he just hit me so hard, and I just started following him everywhere he went.
But you are a great guy, Leonard. Oh.
Now you're making me cry again.
Oh, don't cry. He's one of the greatest guys.
But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that was it for our first game of our last series of tonight. Don't go in for too long. We still have another game right after this. So we're going to be taking a quick short break. So don't go away for too long. More VALORANT challenges. Malaysia Singapore Split 1 coming to you guys after this.
Hi guys, I'm from Louvre. My name is Red Cole. And a little bit about our team is we actually participated in VCT like a lot of times actually, and we always top 3 in SJMY. A little funny story about Louvre is how we got the name. It's actually from a show called Lupin. It's actually a museum name, and I found it quite interesting, so I was like, oh, okay, why not just take the name, you know? And also we're just a friend group, so if anyone wants to sponsor us, you know, like you can hit me up on Twitter, anything lah. All of us are actually still studying and stuff, so we're actually doing this just for fun. Right now we're about to destroy almost every good team in this tournament. I play Flex in my team. Flex basically I play KO, Sky, all those flash agents basically. I was actually a national athlete for table tennis, and I actually moved to esports to play professionally here. I would say I'm like the big brother of the team. I take care of all the kids in my team. So the next person I'm going to introduce is Bryce. Bryce actually plays smokes for our team. So one famous quote that Bryce loves to say during games is "Let me cook." It literally means that he's lurking and he needs time to make a play. So every time he says "Let me cook," then all of us are just Bryce is cooking, Bryce is cooking. Then we all just chill, you know. So the next person I'm going to introduce is like a brother to me. It's Maxi. He plays Senti for our team. He loves Killjoy. He's basically the rat of our team. So the fun thing about him is, in game he's actually quite quiet, he's quite serious. Outside the game, this guy is the biggest wild animal in the clubs when drinking, stuff like that. So the next person I'm going to introduce is our newest addition, Reverie. He plays initiator for our team. He actually destroyed us in a LAN tournament. It was quite tilting to lose to him.
The best moment of my career has to be beating my own team, and then after that I proceed to join them.
He's actually one of the cutest members of our team. So the last person I'm going to introduce is Shinsei. He's the Apex Demon Jet God. He looks like a clown. He literally make us lose, but everyone will just laugh. He's actually like a very cute boy outside of the game, but in game you're gonna get destroyed by him, man. Although we're not paid and you guys are paid, we will take your jobs, man. So just be ready for that. People aim for top 6, but we're aiming for top 2. Anything below top 2 will be a disappointment for us.
destroyed, but Devrion has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has the confidence.
It's been a long night, ladies and gentlemen, and a long day, but now we're back to our second map of our final series of the night. It's the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm Len, also known as Yolo Lee, and joining me once again is the lovely Choo Choo as we bring you guys all the best action that VALORANT has to offer here in this beautiful and the best region.
Now we're gonna hop into our second round of between Louvre versus PAR, where Ascent just now was a wrap with 13-4 and Louvre winning quite a landslide just now. But when it comes to Haven, it's gonna be different since it got 3 sites. We haven't seen Team PAR played any Haven yet, but we've seen Louvre before.
Yes.
They definitely would love this kind of map because they are so aggressive.
I mean, it's not just for Louvre. I think like just for every team in the esports professional team in existence must at least know how to play Haven at least. It is the OG map, the very first map VALORANT has to offer for us. If you have no idea how to play around this map, I think it's a little bit troubling. Yes, you can choose not to play in a map. That one's fine. But if someone comes up to me and say, I don't know how to play Haven, I'll be like, what's wrong with you?
You know what? Haven is like the reason why we have maps like Lotus, where we have triple sites again.
Which I think is actually pretty great because I think like Haven being no longer being the only map with uniquely with 3 bomb sites. Because like literally when Haven came out, it literally broke like the traditional FPS bomb sites settings, right? So now with Lotus coming out as well, I'm like, hey, okay, now at least Haven is not so lonely.
Imagine we have Haven and Lotus in the Veto map. You have to either or pick within these 2 triple site map. But the thing is, good news, we're not having Lotus and also Split because it's recently reworked for Split, especially there's so many improvements coming up, especially on the attacker side. But hopefully in the next one, I'm going to see that coming up very soon. But back to its Haven now.
Yes.
For me, Team Path, 1 step at a time. If not, it will be too overwhelming for them. 1 step at a time, 1 small objectives at a time.
Yes.
So for the chat, calm down. You know what? For me, everybody has to start somewhere, right? It's always a kickstart for them to have something going on in the future. It's all about how fast they progress.
Yeah. I mean, no, the thing is right, there are ways to work around, like especially when you're fighting against like a really dominating team or a team that is somewhat superior to you in one way or another, right? There are ways for players or teams to actually work or play around them. There are, like for example, maybe like I said, if 1v1s, I think this is not just utilized by, I think this is somewhat utilized by all the teams, right? Like if 1v1 becomes a little bit difficult, then you utilize the buddy system. Always ensure that you always have a friend or 2 nearby. At least that way, if the 1v1 does fail, you have someone to at least to return the favor or at least back you up in one sense. That is literally one of the ways you can utilize. There are other ways as well, but that one, it does require certain situation and timings, of course. But we'll just have to see how this game comes out because this is Haven.
I have one question though.
Sure.
You have a buddy system.
Of course I have a buddy system.
So what happened if your buddy died too? Where did the system go then?
I mean...
That's a problem with this.
I mean, no, the thing is, if my buddy died first, it means I was his buddy system.
There you go.
I was the buddy system. That means because I failed to do my job.
That's the problem with Team PAR. Yes, they do have the buddy system, but the other side also have the same thing going on. Just to recap the map, now we're going over to Haven. I'm not sure if we're going to head into Bind, but if that happens, Bind is another map that really going to scratch our head because they haven't seen in a long time in the game.
I think Bind in particular is going to be an even more challenging map compared to Haven. I think the fact that if they had to pick between the 2 maps between Haven and Bind to play, I think Team PAR definitely will prefer Haven overall because Bind is a little bit too... There is some uniqueness and complexity when it comes to maps as well. The
teleport.
I mean,
it's just so annoying, you know, especially if you're fighting against like this will be the map that's really suitable for Extend. to just puppet people around with that teleport. You can imagine that in your head already, right?
But it is a very fun map to play on, though. That's the thing. That's why.
No, it's not.
I know. Okay, yeah, I get it. You know, teams feels a lot more assured when certain maps is a lot more, you know, asymmetrical. You know, nothing like too different than the other, right? Nothing that breaks the trend or the certain flow of things or the flow or the cogs in the machine, right? But of course, bringing back the Asia selections between the both sides here on the map of Haven here. I'm really interested to see. Usually, when Chamber was still around. A story long past. When Chamber was still around, I was very excited to see a combination between both the Chamber and the Breach. And of course, but especially now with certain nerfs towards the Killjoy's lockdown as well, the lockdown unit, which was a few patches before this, last year. It was now viable to have breaches because breaches his utility is able to go through terrain, go through walls, but most importantly, it is now does enough damage to break that lockdown without having to depend on Hunter's Fury or the player being physically present in front of the lockdown unit. So pretty great to have breaches around, and Haven is one of the few maps where breaches is somewhat viable.
That's true. And also, speaking of, we're going to have a mirror agent picks or agent selection between two teams. But for the side of Louvre, this always has been their pick all around. You know, they fought against Enigma Gaming and they won that round. Also, they fought against Kizuna, also lost for that one. It's going to be Jet Sova, Bridge, Killjoy, and Astra for both teams. Now, we did see this before, and I think we saw it earlier as well, sort of the same sort of concept and selection picks in the previous series, right?
Yes.
When we have Haven going on. So, especially when you mentioned or pointed out the Cosmic Divide was a bit odd when it comes to position earlier today. So it's down to making quick decisions for both teams when it comes to dropping the utils, especially when it comes to Astra. It's so important for the smokes, for the gravity well to work at the right timing.
Yeah. I mean, of course, timing for certain utilities does dictate certain scenarios, certain situations as well, whether turning the tides towards their favor or winning out the round or losing out entirely. But I still feel that, yes, utilities does play a massive role for certain situations, but when it gets to the very end of the game, the very end of the round itself, winning those duels, winning those big battles, it's still an FPS. It's still an FPS, unfortunately an FPS game as well. So you still need to win out those fights, which is literally the name of the game.
It's a shooting game, I mean, definitely. But also, I'm looking if there's any wallbang coming out from B to mid or around the window, if that's going to happen, because I'm looking forward for actually Path of Boogie actually plays with you know, Odin just now. But we're not going to waste any more time because we're going to go. Wow, we have a ritual starting up. Wow, that's so cute, awesome.
Yeah, that's it, boys. Love, like already, yes, but just looking at the members in Team Louvre here, they already won. They already had I was already somewhat sold. I was baffled. But now with that kind of ritual, let me tell you, they have my heart. I'm
That's
sold.
So cool.
Take me to church. I don't care.
That's super cool. I mean, like the timing they actually synchronize, it just shows how good of a chemistry they have to actually give a high five in the end.
What a way to start the round here on our second map here. Because with such beginning of vigor. Let's see how well they can actually
clip that, guys. Clip that.
You gotta
clip that and make it into content or something.
Now that was what I call a symphony right there. But of course, speaking of symphony, it looks like Riveri is going to be able to spot someone out there. Yeah, that's going to be a freebie for himself. Getting rid of his counterpart. Don't need you for his shallow heart. Going to send him back to the shallow realm. Not going to send him alone though, as he says Boogie alongside with him. Revcore playing alongside with the connector. But he does sound a little bit of all the UQ. Not faced by the 4-line comes in. What a nice timing of the swing as they both push out. The team Path will clear the way to glory. But Bryce will shut it all down and deny them that future as well. First round goes to Team Louvre.
Bryce, if he's still living, Don't think about taking that round away because he might actually change things over. But now we're going to head into a second round. Still going to be a pistol possibly on the side of Team Pav. If they want to save it or they want to go for Stingers. Feels like they want to save it and buy more towards utilities. But it's going to be some of them still having this bonus round for Louvre. They still got themselves Ares in a couple of Bulldogs. 1 Bulldogs and triple Spectrums. On top of that, even bought themselves full shield. Coming into A. Now just gonna rush it over. They got one Shinsei, finish off Boogie straight on the go. Iman try to push forward with the rest of the team with the body system down to 12, close enough.
Charlie on the tail with Shinsei prepping for all scenarios. But sadly, Iman was a little bit quicker on the situation. Playing off Ray, playing off Ra with that flashpoint, absolutely phenomenal. Gets a nice kill for themselves to set the pace. Spike's been planted as well, and of course Raph is in a very opportune positioning to deny anyone coming in from Connected itself. But then again, do take into account, Choo Choo, they all are relatively low in HP and no armor.
Maxi and Bryce. Now got stunned quite before Raph. Still managed to squeeze in Maxi coming up from long, but reverse coming up from Kai. Bryce finishes off, but never mind, Raph is angry.
Oh, talk about cutting it close, but of course Team Pop still finds a way. An absolute round. Well done and well played.
Well, it's going to be 1-1 for now. And forcing Louvre to actually go for gun rounds again because they got them. They just bought themselves almost full gears with Spectre's full armor as well. So that cost them quite a lot.
It does. But most importantly, I want to like to apologize to Team Louvre and their members as well, as I've been pronouncing your name for all these years wrong.
It's okay.
I
you loved
apologize.
it that much, up to the point that you...
It's all love, right?
Yeah, you're always with
Louvre.
love, so much love for Louvre.
Louvre is absolutely phenomenal.
But back to it.
But yeah, back to the situation. Team Pa.
They're going to go for the C. They're going to go for a rush.
But there's so much intel you get out of this, right? Push out towards A long, and also show, okay, it's definitely not going to be an A push. Try to make towards their cell towards B. But Maxi, here's all this movement and utilities being popped out. C was the answer. C, Spike has been planted. Now begins the post plan. They do have the weaponry and the firepower here. A little bit of a weapon disparity on the side for our team defenders here, but of course, all they need is a head and an angle, an opportunity, and they will find a way. And the Maxi seems like we'll get a nice upgrade. Got the ding, but not enough to get the ping. Still.
Oh, man. And Nano Swarm activated. Shinsei still pushed forward to catch Dan. Got one! Almost got two! Still winning over. Team Path feels like they are more comfortable with Haven.
This is great. I mean, it is one of the very first maps you have to sort of have some form of proficiency in the first place, right? So, understandably, to see Team Pop actually excelling in some of these fights is absolutely phenomenal. But of course,
it is a Tiger side map, nonetheless. For Haven.
I always feel like it does depend on the players. I don't like stats-wise. I would defend. Maybe yes, there are some situations where you can sort of dictate. Yeah, it could be defended or attacker side of heavy, but we'll see in this one for sure.
Got one. Shinsei with a Marshall now swapping over to the Blaze Storm. Tried to randomly shoot anybody from the corner. Got tagged down to 55. I'm on 63. Going and pull back all the way to its almost nearby the spawn in mid. But the thing is, none of Team Louvre now willing to push over. They're not going to force themselves so deep just to defend it, playing a bit more discipline, a bit more patience if you compare with the first few rounds.
They're gonna play with the amount of time, but of course Bryce doing his job does push himself out a little bit of the comfort zone just to get some form of intel, and I don't think anyone might know. He was kind, he was diligent, but Sally just missed it by a second. 2 heads and a spike down for the taking. Now he holds his own, he still has some armor to play with, and will succeed for the third. No, will not be able to get that ace, but then again, the damage has been done.
Bryce is cooking, guys. The moment he starts to clutch things, he's cooked up. Well done. It's 2-2 for Team Path, and Louvre, by getting a lot of win just now, kind of forced Team Path to only some of them willing to take the Vandals, and most of them going for the pistols. But the thing is, when it comes to utilities, they still got the Cosmic Divide for both of them. Nyman haven't used his Blade Storm yet, so we'll wait and see if this Blade Storm going to be worth it if he starts to dash things over.
Which is great, like I said. Economy doesn't matter for such explosive, ultimate-oriented agents like Jet and Chamber, because you get frags, you get an ultimate relatively fast, you can literally execute as many people as you want. But Shinsei, as usual, the cheeky bugger he is, able to manage to get all the way to the back line, getting ready for the swing, for the crossfire towards that choke point. Is not going to be a fun one for sure. But Boogie, can he play alongside the Limelight as well? And he doesn't know! And Boogie's going to get a nice freebie and an upgrade of a weaponry as well. 3 players who has weapon superiority removed from play. Core players as well on top of that. Maxi and Bryce. Exactly like round 2, the exact same situation. The only difference that Team Pop is fully stocked and 5 men ready to bring in the heat.
Yeah, and Recon Bolt might just give away the positions. Maxi, on the other hand, take this very slow. Come out from all the way towards the spawn. But Bryce had to do this. He got one exchange and another one. Maxi doesn't want to pick, just waiting for the exit frag. Almost got one, but he's being forced to just defend. Down to one, even using a ghost. That's going to be a huge win. Got himself extra rifles for free at a discounted price. Path winning that one big.
You know, it was quite the gift exchange. Oh, sorry. It was quite the gift exchange between both teams here. You know, Team Path didn't even have to spend a single cent on getting any weaponry, except of course for Sage. Yeah, for Sage, basically, as he passed his weapon to Kai and he bought himself a Phantom instead.
They actually went for pistol round just now. So I have to say, that was well executed for side of Team Pop. You know exactly how Louvre thinks right now. But Team Pop start to have their own momentum, going into suicide. But Ravi will spot themselves first, but the Nebula Smoke just in time. Ravi got tagged down to 49. The lockdown being used side of Boogie. They want to go for the rush. But the rest of Team Louvre might actually just reunite on time. Even open up a Cosmic Divide in between. Wow, that's just too fast. Muffled over the Cosmic Divide.
3v3 though. Situation seems a little bit viable as they are each losing some of their core members.
Hello.
But then again, Reverie gets flying at the same time. 1v2 is Bryce, the Clash Meister of the team here. Probably lost smoke for the sky, but of course.
Too much smoke. Even the drone can go through it.
But he still at least managed to clear some of the smokes, at least in this case here. Can't plant.
Want to plant so bad. Taking their own time. Just going to trick away. He actually rotates to its BN. Might just going to see
30 seconds
the
left.
outplay when it comes to the mind games, but I have to make a big use for Bryce to just go back to its A. He ran just now. They know definitely he's coming up from links. So Kairi prepared himself. But looking at the other way.
Blocking vision.
Which is fine. You have 2 players. You have to one of the players to watch their respective angles and how they can try to succeed. But Sage, of course, with the crosshair placement, will ensure their victory. And Team Pop is slowly but surely increasing their lead here. The 2-point differential, not too far behind for Team Louvre to actually climb back.
Yep. With the Rolling Thunder, though, it's going to be used later on. They will definitely utilize all their ultis. They want to go for the rush, they can. But the thing is, Maxi do have that lockdown. But they have the Hunter's Fury to shut it down anyway. So Ravi also might reply that Hunter's Fury in case they want to destroy the lockdown. I'm going to have to wait and see. Are they going for the rush or are they taking their own time again to just gain intel before they're rushing in?
Oh my. They do have the ultimates for this round, but they're going to be making a very swift execution to the side. Gets the spike down, that's the name of the game, but the aftershock does force them back to buy an amount of time, and hopefully they can try to reset. They didn't come in a lot of utilities in that round. There's a couple just to try to get into it. But now the next execution into the side will require the resolve to go fully through with it.
Oh, Oh, man, with a shower, straight headshot. Iman just going to return the favor towards Bryce in the garage.
Very nice
now rotating to A. They need to move faster as most of them actually in B. So it's so close for them to re-rotate into A inside of Louvre, but for Path. Now thinking about where are the entry point. Straight away open up the Cosmic Divide and just going to rush A, making sure they can plant it and just have crossfire position just to secure things out. But Shinsei is just too fast. He's just moving up to his haven. Killjoy dropping Maxi in the lockdown, but Hunter's Fury trying to find one.
Oh my lord. Right, and fortunate to be the center of his own galaxy, that they will all fall. An absolute slam to the slot of that one.
Who would have thought? That was a great call coming from these guys.
Oh my god. Now that's what I call a symphony of utilities, because absolutely well said and well played. And then because what makes it worse, the aftershock also did force them some form of pressure as well. So that did force them out into the open, into the gravity well, into the crosshairs of all those players.
Oh, those combo. Now you remind me of the combo coming up from not just the bridge, but the gravity well. That's going to be perfect execution again if they can utilize it once more.
Same here. We see gravity well and even nanoswards being preset as well. But he commits the Nebula as well on top of the nanosword to try to force them back against Bryce. And an opportune positioning to get one to the head. Iman falls onto the ground and the entire attacking force has no choice but to retreat and fall back. Losing their entry frag and an opportunity out of all the utilities. Blinded. No choice but to reset and find another chance on another bomb site.
Risky move coming out from Kai to go to his maybe garage or B. Just lurking around to see if there's any information he can just gain it over. Aside up, Shinsei is still well and alive. He can just push from behind if he wants to. Making side of Boogie a bit paranoid. But that's going to be a cheeky recon. Misplaced. But back to his mid. Kai is quite low here. Not sure if he can handle this alone. They got one for Bryce. As worth it and more value for the team. Red Coach trying to push over mid or B. Shuts down Kai. Down to 2 players on side of Team Path.
Team Path battered and bruised, losing players at each angle and each corner from every engagement and every trade, and they didn't manage to reap any of these benefits. But of course, time is not on their side. Should have tried to make a play and make a run into the side itself, but that's just running into the team members here of the defenders who is well prepped and ready to greet them with a warm welcome.
Oh, Louvre feels like they know exactly how Team Path trying to execute their objectives here. Definitely read that one out. And now they're trying to come back. Now, can we have a finish at 6-0 or will it be dominated by Team Path all the way or the reverse? Because Louvre definitely got himself the Rolling Thunder. Same goes for the Hunter's Fury. It's not being utilized yet. But Raph also had sort of the same combo. Not even buying anything for Iman because he wants to use the Blade Storm this round.
Definitely for sure. This is why I'm saying economy doesn't really matter to Jet as well. So he's fine with this.
Where to pick?
You just need to try to find a chink in this armor, but Team Love not allowing any form or showing any form of weakness. The defense impenetrable. They have to try to find an opportunity, and every time they make a gap, it's instantly closed up as well.
Oh, anonymous one. And we saw Reverie is pushing up. It's just being a bit more disciplined, just making sure to not over-push himself. They are in the garage. That's giving away Maxi. So many intel information who's in. Whoa. There goes the Rolling Thunder. They're going to go for the rush coming up from garage, but waiting, Shinsei! He got 2 for 1. Still worth the value. But they still already got themselves. Oh, Iman caught Maxi on the other hand. Just couldn't do it.
Oh yeah, Record traced him all the way to hell with that one, and Spike finally gets stung.
Oh my God.
And even the Rolling Thunder to deny stage from all these points, and I think this man would not be able to salvage this round with 30 HP. Coming ahead, but that's not going to be it, as the round has been well said by Bryce.
That was brutal, having the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury at the same time. Where to run?
Oh man, they just went all in for that one.
4-5 with Operate in hand of Shinsei. This is going to be a tough one if they want to rush for C or A. Depends on where Shinsei wants to plant himself. But at the same time, you saw how hard it is for Sadavaiman to peek over to dash in. Nebula Smoke really covers so well coming out from none of them Bryce. He just so well with Astra.
The thing is this, regarding Team Louvre members, right, is that the fact that they don't necessarily stay at the same spot all the time, not in all of those rounds. Yes, maybe some of them are still holding certain angles and certain corners because it's like, you know, it's like a must, it's a requirement, right? But Shinsei on the other hand, or Rikov or Bryce, they're constantly keep switching things up. Same goes for Maxi as well. They never stay in the same place twice or for too long. And that's why Team Path, Ayman in particular, when he dives to the side, like you said, having a tough time trying to figure things out because he's trying to read and just trying to know where he should be placing those crosshairs.
But the problem is this 3 players coming out from Louvre just making it so hard for him to actually read things out. I don't blame him for being a bit pulled back, a bit conserving when it comes to playing as a duelist because it's just so hard to predict what the other side have to, you know, push up to them. Something they just friendly just push for even though they are defending. Nope. Here it comes with a flashpoint. Shinsei with an operator right inside of sewer. He knows where Ayman exactly stand every single time. Just waiting for that to happen. But Ayman is so disciplined not to peek himself, not giving away any intels at all.
He knows someone's definitely going to be here. He just wants to know whether it's in an operator or a rifle. This is the only thing that he doesn't know. And the worst part about it is that Shinsei rarely miss. I dare to say that he almost never misses.
That's a scary part.
So once he reveals exactly, once he shows that there's an operator in the game,
you don't want to pick.
There's always going to be a life taken away. So without Raph, without that flashpoint, they're going to be slowly dependent. They're going to be slowly dependent on that smoke.
Oh, here it comes. Boogie and Sage want to pick maybe two picks at the same time simultaneously. But another one. Shots fired. Shinsei.
Well picked off.
Down finally. Sage, I have to say, with that double pick coming up from Brigade, the buddy system really works. He got himself an extra
30 seconds left.
Extra operator, but Reiko waiting around the corner. Sage spot that corner yet.
Reiko was waiting very nicely in that corner, especially getting that intel of the fact that, okay, all right, I died towards someone might be coming from the flank. You know,
they don't have time. They don't have time. They don't have time to plant it.
4 seconds. They have time. 4 seconds. Yep, they got it. Unless they get denied right here. They gotta stick to it, and they will.
Ayman.
All alone.
Clutch it.
Oh! I almost thought he had it. Those lineups.
Perfect.
The flash animation is all. I was thinking, oh my god, did he get it?
Almost got it.
Oh man.
So close.
So close. Look.
Down to 37 for Reverie.
Team Ace.
It's an unfortunate one. A dream could have been made, but finally the scoreline has been tied up between a 5-5.
Oh, they almost lost it, but at least it got a plan. So it's still a tiny bit of extra credit, giving them a bit of opportunity to come back here. With full rifle set on side of Team Path. Sage cancelled it out last minute. I'm not sure if he's going to reconsider. Yep, he's going to go for Bulldog instead. But that was so close. So close.
Time
and
for
Shinsei again with an operator. This time he swap around things in garage instead.
Ball line, Boogie notices for the fall back and will survive with the skin of his teeth as well. An aggressive pick on the courtesy of his teammate Red Call to enable him to actually get those, to try to get that kill early.
Gonna force it to rush for it in A. But thing is, they might call for a grab the wall. Here comes another coming up from Boogie. That's gonna be Reverie and Shinsei taking things down in A main. But never mind, Sage and Kai make it in. They are planting it. One coming in, Maxi and Bryce. We're talking about Bryce. They're getting clutch this one out. Sage.
You are divided.
And Kai.
Oh, this is the attack is constantly divided, so that's gonna make things even more harder. Kai, of course, crosshair placement ready and waiting. Bryce spots there's an opening there, spots the elbow, but still wins in the fight. Gets rid of the counterbar. Maxi has literally no mercy and no fear. Pushes to the wall. Gets that spray down, of course. Giving the final defuse at the hands of Maxi to at least get that lockdown for the next round. It's a 6-5 and one more point before the round switch.
A toe-to-toe, neck-to-neck between these two teams there when it comes to Haven. Very different if we compare with the last match before or last map. Team Power being forced to some of them buying Bulldog, while the rest of them going with full rifles, half armor. Only one Iman with a full swag going. But Shinsei with an operator now. They need to have a buddy system to pick it over again.
Good attempt. A 5-man fully stacked. Dash it to a suicide and Chubby as he wanted to try to get some form of control. Now they only have to try to clear Rivery, who's currently at the very entrance of A short here, getting ready to greet Iman and Kai, and who's going to be able to have the better part of that trade. What a nice timing with the flash point, of course, both being flat, but Roth is not as he picks him off.
Iman start to make an entrance from the sewer straight towards Hell, trying to find it ready from the links. But definitely there will be somebody on top of Heaven. And they have to just pick it over, but Iman just waiting around the link. It's going to be on the other side. Hunter's Fury plus a lockdown coming up from Team Puppet, dropping on the boy, but Sensei! Straight in the back of Sage, but Iman's point him out.
Oh no! A fumble, a colossal fumble on Sensei's part, unfortunately as well.
Switching sides.
The pinpoint accuracy missed, the right click or something. Oh, that was an unfortunate one too.
One of those days.
Yeah, it's just one of
the
those.
moment you compliment, he never misses.
Huh?
When you actually compliment, he barely misses. That just happened, you know.
Yeah, that's no, like you know, it happens to the best of us once in a while.
Yeah, not too many. But on the second half, yeah, this time we have Team Louvre attacking 6-6-6-all. I'm loving how we're starting off with a clean slate.
Yeah, let's see this again.
It was so
Body.
Got to go straight in the face. He whiffed it so much just now. Swap it over to a shorty.
It's an unfortunate one, but a good attempt though. It was a very good attempt. It would have been very successful if he got that kill off too.
It's a big risk too. Now it got stunned over for those actually getting over in the side of C. They're already in for Louvre, planting over, going for long. While we have A-Man coming up from C long, possibly. They're definitely aware of this as well.
Oh, nice time with the flashpoint. Still managed to cover and close out all their corners. Does catch him with the fans down. Reco was trying to settle the necessary utilities, and Kai is going to get a nice freebie. Pushes forward with the frenzy, but Iman's going to be a better part of that trade alongside with Roth. To allow them to secure the pistol round for themselves, elevating them for the second round to have more stronger weaponry. But then again, Choo-Choo, remember, they did, Team Louvre, they did manage to plunder the spike, so if they want to force buy, it is a viable option for them. But of course, it is a decision that Red Corp have to make.
Yeah, it's true. It's a bit risk, bit reward kind of decision. That Team Puff actually made it before and caused them quite a lot when it comes to the third round earlier. But they are doing it with full stingers on their hands.
Oh man, this is going to sting real hard if Team Pop is not able to read this situation.
At 6-7, it's still doing great for Iman, who's actually going for the flank just now, but...
Which is why it's even more imperative if they are actually more aware or try to read the fact that a potential force buy might be happening here.
That's true.
But looks like they know.
Spike down A.
Bit of exchanging to do for the trades. But Sage...
Ooh, good flash. Spray control, however, on Sage hand was a little bit better. Reset, 42 HP without no armor. He can try. Got a lot of things on Shinsei, but he still wins out that trade. Rob, on the other hand, tries to stay, but Shinsei won't be the one to have the final say. Boogie versus Shinsei. Your classic Mexican standoff. However, Boogie, very fresh. Full armor, full HP. Shinsei got nothing on his boots. But with the God of War in your hands, what's there to worry about as Boogie down the victory?
It's going to hurt Liv quite a bit. They bought full stingers just now, being forced to go for none other than pistol round again.
It was a very close one, let's be honest.
It was 1-1 till the end. It's going to hurt 4-Path as well because they bought Ares. A couple of them. So, but they still have the upper hand when it comes to slight increase of amount of credits. But for side of Louvre, they're going to go for all Sheriff this time. It's going to be really interesting.
Classic Cowboys, and you guys know the drill as well. Eagle round is not impossible to win, just a little bit more difficult than usual. So all they need is a simple pixel displacement. They probably will get the necessary hits. You can definitely count on these boys on that. Ayman, on the other hand, definitely is trying to assert his dominance. Just make his way towards the lawn and try to get some form of information. What a nasty combo with the gravity well. And Boogie just mow him down. Who cares about being blind in the smoke? I know where you are.
No Odin yet. There's going to be just an Aris. Imagine if he got himself an Odin at that point.
I think it makes no difference, right? He's still dead.
I mean, that'd be more than one. But here comes another exchange coming up from Ayman. Bulldog.
Oh, yeah.
Just take away a red coat, down to 3 players. No exchange, actually. It's going to be just lost on the side of Louvre in terms of manpower.
Slowly, bit by bit, Team Pop is slowly chiseling away at Team Lu members away, getting retooled their core players, Initiator and Flasher. There's still Bryce as their dedicated smoker, but now they have to walk into the site just like every other player.
Oh, Max definitely knows there's somebody around the corner. Not sure about where's anybody on. Grab the side, Ayman getting on one, Sage getting another. How can Bryce clutch against the 5 of Team Party?
Well equipped, well set, and all he has is the Sheriff in hand.
He's stuck.
Sadly, Ayman decides to put him out of his misery. With a scoreline of 6-9, the score lead couldn't be better for Team Pa. It's finally, there's a little bit of a light. They can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
But it's still Team Pop bonus this round. With full rifles equipped on side of Blue. Will things change here on?
Oh, actually, yes, I think there will definitely be some
This is the
change.
first rifles they bought actually for Louvre, right?
I'm going above.
They haven't bought anything except for Stinger's round.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Oh, this is it, clutch time. They try to do a read and it might be the C or the B execution, as that has been their most go-to for the past 3 rounds on the second half here. But it looks like they don't see any action, decide to fall back towards this A.
But at the same time, look at how fast coming up from Team Pop rotating. Yeah, they're unsure about are they being played by Louvre when it comes to position, but they're going to go for the rush. Shinsei's already in, dashing it out to the corner. And now Ravery just clip everybody coming out from links. Now the swarm activated. They're definitely not planting yet. Now, oh, and one. So low.
Yep. And they don't know.
Spike planted.
Now it's a little bit too late. Spike's been planted. Now the pressure's on for Team Pop as they have to take this fight for the retake. But of course, they had to deal with Repcom was playing under hell. Gonna be making quite a fight or intersection towards True Connector or reliving hell for everyone else. But what a spray as Roth is absolutely on the rage and a rampage as he mows them all down. Instantly having rage satiation as Redcom puts him down.
Still worth trying, but that was a bonus round for Team Pop. There's definitely a lot saved up before. So they have the guns to work things up right now. It wasn't a buy round for them, and Operator out already in Nyman's hands. Well, we do have Shorty and Shinsei as he wants to play with Bladestorm, but interesting enough here, Ayman can actually hold his ground in certain side of Spike or certain A, B or C side. It definitely will be a big win if they manage to catch even one player coming up from Louvre. Coming up with also a fault line. Stun over Shinsei. Even Rico bot spotting over, and he's just going to try to push for A long. Still committed and forcing into it, even though he knows so many utilities have been dropped there just now.
Ooh, okay. Operator spotted and heard. Well prepped for it. Not going to be taking that assault too lightly though.
Need that back.
Despite knowing they're still going to try to make some form of attempts here. But look at the price. This lurker of a man. Going to be able to try to swing behind the back line so he can catch anyone off guard here. Kai spots the gun also. He's going to be the one to get him down first. Remove his counter half here. Now comes up to the 4v5.
Shinsei just waiting for the right time to dash in. Got himself Bladestorm already ready to go. But the thing is that Ayman is also, I think he's around heaven. No, not really. Just in hell to just wait for the dash coming from Shinsei. He's going to go for the rush here.
There it is.
Oh!
couple of daggers missed out, but Sage, of course, is on the job to cover their back to get the 3K. Trying to get the corner, and he will, and he secures them all. 4 hits for his teammate and his name, and he walks it away like a champ. 7-10.
Did you see that? How Sage just so composed in the corner waiting. You know what? He read out every single time Shinsei is dashing into A side. He's doing the same angle all over again. So he waited for in that corner. I know you're gonna dash it.
It's literally all about just altering their crosshairs and just adaptation to all these rounds and trying to react on how from watching past few rounds on how they can actually try to deny any of these engagements here.
Oh man, that's so good.
It is good. It's fantastic, actually.
7-10. Now Louvre slowly being left behind with the scores. Now Powerful on the other hand. Oh, got stunned there. Wolf from Maxi. Now Ravery open up that gravity wall coming up from Bryce. They want to go and commit towards A again. But there's an operator waiting on the other end, and I'm going to be clipped already down to 62. Wow.
That's the problem. It's not on the back of side to his connector. It's literally behind it entirely. But then again, Rivery still holds his ground. Redcom as well. As everyone's trying to pull in their own weight, and then it comes out the Redcom.
Enemy remaining.
He gets the spike planted in this 1v1. Can he read it right though? That's the real question.
Coming out from Link.
It all comes down to opportunity, Choo-Choo.
Yep.
Trying to get audio cues.
Where do Kai pick over? Yep, he's gonna go straight
Need
to
to check
the Link.
short first.
Oh, he
Now he's gonna
checks
check
gravity.
now he's gonna check to his hell.
Yep. Checking short, but he doesn't have enough time anymore. Didn't check for hell. Didn't check for hell. Oh.
I don't blame him. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Because like
The plan was too open just now. I have no clue where.
No, because commonly when normally people plan for there, right? Usually people ends up standing at the back.
Yeah.
Towards a main. You don't.
Mind games were very cool.
I mean, there is a chance to end up in hell. But I think he just decided to take the long way since he went to check short first.
He was checking the other corner of the right corner of hell before he saw it was empty. He didn't think about it on the left side.
Like I said, opportunity.
Oh, it's down to the mind games here. Louvre, 2 points away while Path leading over as well. Was Shinsei gonna overcommit himself in A again, or they try to fake it about? But we're looking at Hyman already pushed so deep, spotted out. Bryce possibly. But the Blaze
Oh my God, Bryce! Oh no! No, and Ayman, he was so diligent. I love it. He's diligent. I always there to check those corners, not literally cutting any edges or cutting all the corners, fighting against Team Louvre members. But however, Bryce still just comes on top and punches it hard.
Here comes again. Fault line, dash in, Shinsei. Got one. Kai just gonna trade it over with Shinsei. Oh,
Boogie,
man.
get them all.
Another one down. Raph taking Redco. Now Raph have to just got over Bryce. Where would Bryce come out from? Boogie down to 30. That's really low, but 50 for Bryce coming up from Sewer.
It is literally not the most ideal angle Bryce wants to be in. This kind of crossfire is
He's going to check
hard.
gravity. Oh, couldn't do it. Just too much. The crossfire.
Boogie literally turned that around. Literally turned that game around.
You know what? The thing that I'm loving about Path here, how they pick the spots at so off angle for these guys that didn't actually think about checking in the first place.
No, but no, yes, definitely for sure. But there's also the thing where there's always going to be someone to bait it out, right? It's like, hey, I'm at the back of boxes. There's definitely no one behind at that corner, you know?
And that's the fun part, you know? Team Path to outwit Louvre in that certain sense. Make it so fun to watch. What else they can do this time? Going in. Yeah.
Oh, man. Really pretty tough, but looks like they want to try to take a bit of approach, but they want so red. Nanoswarm, Gravity Well, Nebula has been fully committed. Shinsei has no choice but to abandon the mission.
Down to 24, tracking down to 2, Nanoswarm and Hunter's Fury too. Oh, that's too much. I'm on an operator taking down Bryce.
This is everything Team Path was looking for. An opening. A chink in the armor has been revealed, and they are breaking them apart from within.
I can smell buy now, honestly. Oh, he
Pick up
just...
the plant, falls back. Boogie goes to the spray line, of course, with a man so low, there's no way he's going to be able to survive the awesome spray of the Spectres. Then this one comes in, but here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. They intend to clear this out here as much as possible, but not going to be able to find enemy. They managed to pick them all up, and with no one to defend this defuse, a simple defuse for themselves, going to end up the point. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Puff has finally reached at the end of the tunnel, and they are finally at match series.
It is so great. They are getting this round really roasting Louvre at some point, outwitting them with off-angle corner, getting those frags out, down to the match point. Now, can Louvre still go for this? They got themselves a lot of utilities to be played with the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, and the Lockdown. Do they want to utilize that? They're going to wait it until bind. Technical pause again. What happened? I mean, like, we always had in our mind, like, Louvre going to go all out aggressive when it comes to attack. It's going to be on their side. You're going to just steal this, you know? But they just being pulled back all the way. Now Team Puff waits them for that certain angle they didn't expect them to be.
No, like I said, right? It's because everyone has certain angles or certain corners to play with, and there's like various utilities that you really have to clear out for yourself. And don't forget, there are so many corners. You must be so diligent to check them all out. Look at Ayman, he's always constantly checking for Bryce because he knows there's definitely going to be a cheeky bugger somewhere, and he's right. He's right most of the time. The only difference right now is the fact that every time as they're doing their usual checks, you see Team Puff constantly finding ways. Like I said, there are ways for people to fight against people with more superior fragging abilities, and that's just utilizing buddy system, going for baits, diversions.
And also the fact that Raph, you have to give credit to this guy, stopping so much.
Misdirections, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing that so much, but Kai, that's really risky to be right in front. Red Coat, see it on Sage. Red Coat's wild round, it's going to be on the other side. Shinsei coming in now, going for the dash. It's so clear that they can take this all day. Ayman with an operator, still waiting around the spawn site, going to his link. But Boogie going to his heaven, where it's being smoked up here. Shinsei waiting for them, come and pick. And nobody's willing to go forward.
No one's willing to take that chance.
Yep.
Unless an opportunity comes up as well. Red Cause got the pre-fired aftershots, definitely going to be forcing Boogie out of that corner. But Ayman, of course, going to be able to find Shinsei on the limelight. Just trying to see if we can get a couple of exit kills. It looks like they will. We'll be dropping players left and right. And now suddenly it feels a little bit doable and viable, but the time is running out here. And I think they just decide to go for saves.
Still a couple of more rounds. They want to go for
Boogie,
saves,
he
but
still wants to make it hurt though. Oh, never mind. The top of the beanie did give away.
Yeah, can't be too greedy now. Still can make a comeback for side of Louvre. They got himself operator save for Ayman instead. And have to be really, really diligent when it comes to guarding over 8. Now, it has been a lot of ace. Side being contested for the past few rounds, right? Hardly get to see any C. B is definitely difficult.
Because it's a lot more compact. It's definitely a lot more compact here for you. And there's a lot of corners you have to really clear it out before you get into it as well. So when you have like lines up like, you know, Astras and Astra breaches and even Killjoys, things get a lot more dire.
Oh, and with the gravity well.
Oh my. Right now for Team Louvre, every member is a priority. Not one can be left alone.
Ayman trying to shoot them away. Seems like they will not take the bait to pull back. But Louvre's really going in with Rolling Thunder. They're going to commit to this. Going for the fast push. Oh, we do have Bryce lurking around in B area. Planting for the spike.
Spike planted.
But look at Bryce. He's going to be the thorn for the backs of Team Parfait.
You should run.
Lockdown.
Lockdown on lockdowns.
Yeah, the response quite fast for both teams. I'm not sure why Bryce so far off.
Oh no.
It's not pushing it.
Equal trade, Maxi or Bryce still holds the line. Lockdown was able to detain 2 players, but they're still available, and they're still on the hunt to look them all out. Raph is the last man standing, but time is running out. They just have to play with the clock.
Raph, split up with Maxi.
He's trying to find them, but they don't want to reveal themselves.
No!
And they will. The gun also reveals towards Maxi, and he picks them off. Team Louvre is still in this game.
They will try to pull out and drag it out into timeout. And just now, the double lockdown, plus the one being detained, is going to be team coming out.
Oh my. The thing is, we're already current. I believe right now Team Pop is currently on the lose round
Slowly,
as well.
when it comes to the eco, yeah, they have to force themselves to go for half buys or just don't buy at all to save themselves a couple of rounds. They want to save things up because Louvre right now they have Operator and Shinsei's hand. Even the Hunter's Fury is online. Will they do the same thing again? They'll force themselves into A, but slowly committing, not too rushed at the same time.
Oh.
Look at how Bryce is waiting for them to push.
The thing is this, if Bryce dies, it hurts so much. It will really hurt so much. But same condition for Kai as well.
Look at them next to each other. Now they're rotating into C. There's nobody in C. And once Kai been taken down, it's going to be nobody to open up the well, gravity well, open a smoke in C.
A bit of a read. Oh, they're hearing a lot of things as well. Diligence needs to be the key here. And Kai, they managed to catch him with their pens down. He goes on the spray. 3 members down. Quite the surprise that has been unveiled by Kai. He's going to be singing High School Musical more after this for sure. What a literally precarious situation Team Louvre is currently in. One player play has literally almost silenced all forms of victory and chances of Team Louvre.
Paralyzing an entire lineup here. Down with only 2 men, Reverie and Max. How to do this with an operator. Take it out. It's going to be one more. No, it's not even as a Marshall. And that's going to wrap things up. We're going to go into Bind. It's Bind. No.
I mean, I'm excited to see Bind. I don't know about you, but wow.
I don't like Bind. Oh, no reverse. My God, we can see how big of a difference when Team Path plays with the map that they're most comfortable with. We saw how much of a difference between Ascent and also Haven.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. Team Path finally. They finally found the opening. They're not going to go quietly into the night for sure. The path has been open here, however.
The path has been open.
But the real challenge begins. Third map, fresh new round, the map of Bind.
You know what?
May not be their favorite one. Who knows? Could be their favorite one.
That's the first ever win map for Team Path.
And literally of all the teams.
Of all the teams. They fought against Toda. It was 2-0. Icebox, Essence, Fracture against Enigma Gaming. It was 2-0. And they finally got their glimpse of hope. And that's going to be the start for them.
Yeah.
You can keep it rolling. Yeah, go for it. Fine. Man, sheesh.
Why do you not sounding excited?
I'm excited, but I'm not excited for Bind. I don't like Bind.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with Bind?
Because it's so confusing when you teleport here and there. And the worst part is when you teleport and you waited in there and waiting for the other person to teleport in there. That's nasty. But that was really a fun game to watch coming up from Haven. It's so different with Team Pod that we know earlier. The reacher didn't work then.
No, maybe it didn't work. Something went wrong.
They forgot a step.
No, Maxi jumped too early. Four of them was able to collide, but Maxi flew right through them. He messed up the ritual, guys.
It's his fault.
Oh man, but other than that, seriously, like round after round, I think like it was really great stuff being made by both Team Louvre and Team Path.
You know what? This is what I'm excited about Team Path is how they're trying to adapt in a short amount of time. You saw how Kai just reads the mind of Bryce. He's playing exactly how Bryce is playing as well. Same goes for Ayman. They just plays himself in all angles that he couldn't think of by the side of Team Louvre.
The thing is, I don't think we're giving enough credit towards like Raph and Boogie as well. These two as well, because like these guys has been getting objective kills. It may not be as flashy compared to the Sage or Kai's or Ironmans with the double or triple kills or maybe quad kills, right? But they are getting objective kills. Utility to buy the next amount of time, and this is just one of the very small individual things that really just sort of dictate how the round is supposed to be. Some really crazy stuff. This map of Haven.
That win deserving for all the side of Team Path. They've been grinding all the way, but look at how they just grind themselves in Haven. My oh my, there's no thrifty at all when it comes to this map. Not even the clutches, but if you compare with how the defuse coming up and also the plants going on, it's just incredible. Also Bryce coming up for MVP on the side of Louvre, but Team Path, I agree. You mentioned about the bridge played by Raph deserved the MVP. He definitely got it this time.
Which is really great, I think. Like all these objective kills, and the fact that because he does have his own personal flash as well. He not only is he enabling his team, but also enabling himself as well. He does play by his own sets of rules as well, especially when there's an opportunity to sort of clear out certain angles, to pick certain corners as well. He will take that challenge head on, but he also understands where he actually stands in this entire equation as well. So he doesn't really take too much of a risk. He does identify like who he's going up against, and he just realizes, all right, I could deal with this person.
And one step at a time. It's not having too much to overwhelm himself. It's just one focus at a time. But still, we're going to have to give it a go for our MVP this round with a 27.6% of his shot and the average combat score of 253.0. 20 kills in total for Team Path for none other than Rav. And congratulations, I have to give it for the freshest team in the scene. Got himself finally breaking a curse and got himself a first map win, and it was a big one.
And it's not just a win from like any team, you know. It's
Louvre.
Yeah, it's Louvre. You know, it's literally one of the top teams that everyone has already been anticipating here throughout this entire season of Split 1. So really great stuff coming from them. Now, the thing is, the real icing on the cake here is if Team Path is able to win out the series, instead of just winning a map, if they win out the series, this is going to be a very monumental moment for them.
That's true. It's going to push them quite high when it comes to overall standings. Might even the top 6 though.
Definitely for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be pretty much it for our second map. Apparently, we're going to be going to map 3. That's going to be the map of Bind to decide it all. But of course, we will only find that conclusion right after this quick, short break.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to call for
Oh boy, we are really going all in feisty for the last round of the day. All best of 3 being played here, and welcome back to the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia Singapore Split 1 with me, Chuchu, and YOLO Lee. Don't forget your H2O because today has been a very long, exciting day.
Oh man, it's been crazy. Seriously guys, don't forget to hydrate yourself. There's so much things that's been happening here.
Wow.
Like literally it's pretty much getting a lot of people off their seats. And I think probably this second map, I can literally wholeheartedly say a lot of people did not expect
including you,
that kind of results of play.
Just a quote unquote.
For me,
if we get to Vine, there we go.
But then again, it has been really great. But of course, if anyone just joined the stream literally for this third map alone after hearing the news, now you get a first-hand view of the scoreline. What was it like? Of course, these were the maps that was banned, the maps that was picked. But of course, Ascent was the first map to, it was a Team Path map pick, and they won it on the landslide 13-4. But when it came to Team Louvre's map pick,
it's the reverse.
It's the reverse here. Team Path actually pulled it through, pulled the win. Now we're going to the decider map. The very map that not all the teams like to play on, except for Paper Rex.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, like, that's except for Todak, who played.
No, actually, no, not just Paper Rex. I remember last time when it was Galaxy Esports as well, they also opted to play Bind last time back in the VCT last year.
Bind is just so hard, man. It's so hard to...
If I'm not mistaken.
Because the rotate is just crazy, especially with the teleports. And you get to confuse people with those teleports.
Mm-hmm.
You know, does KO, in case KO being played here, and you put the dummy KO,
yep.
Does the teleport sound make as loud like a human pass through that teleport? Or is it just like utils going through that?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
The KO
yep.
image,
yes.
the dummy,
yes.
If it goes through the teleport,
right.
Does it make a big sound like how a player go through that?
I mean, it's just the same, right? Player, utilities, there's still the sound of the door, right?
No, the util sounds a bit softer that I noticed before.
Yeah, it's a little bit softer, but honestly to me, it's still just as loud. I mean, yeah, it is a very small detail to really look upon to know whether it's utils or players itself going through it. What you said is actually right, but still.
I don't know, man. It's bind. We only have one. We only have one bind. Bind's not even in the game right now. Except if you want to play custom.
I feel it's really a nice off map. It's really like an off pick here. It's
something
like
wrong with you, bro.
No, seriously, it's a wild card that the team can utilize. Understanding the fact that it is a strategic choice here, but of course, it's not like they picked Bind. It was decided. I mean, I guess you could say it's still somewhat decided because the last person who bans out the map can sort of ban out Bind. But and I guess you could somewhat they chose it, but still it is a strategic selection here, you know? Okay. Understanding that maybe your opponents not only may be new and may not have the synergy among themselves, maybe they will not be able to utilize that synergy on a map such as Bind, which they may not be very comfortable with yet. I mean, just like how other IGLs also say during interviews, right? When people say like, why do you keep banning this selection of a few maps out of your pool normally during competition? Then they will all say the same thing. They will say that instead of spending a lot of time trying to understand this or play this map until a certain proficient level of understanding, might as well just remove it entirely and save the time. But of course, all these guys are still playing behind the scenes, still training on the map, and definitely not like entirely forgetting it from the scene. But if they have a choice to remove it, of course they'll remove it. But if they're selecting
they didn't just now. That's the thing.
But that's not saying if they choose it, then hey, that means they just decided, you don't like that map.
Thanks. But hey, speaking of Bind, the only team that ever played Bind before is complete Heya Kuniku versus Todak. I know, okay, just tell it out. Even though we're playing 6.0, I'm not sure if we're playing 6.02 right now or not, but we definitely don't have the Lotus and the Split being played here. And Bind and Breeze is not available in the rank right now. That's why one of the main reasons people are banning it out, but didn't ban this time. It will be decided. We don't have a choice anyway.
I mean, technically, it's somewhat chosen.
So, okay, one of the agents, since both teams haven't played any Bind at all.
Right.
So it's a clean slate for both of them to start off as their game 3. So can we sort of predict the agents, since we have Fate played this time, maybe even a Cypher. Cypher, I think it's a staple, one of the staple agents that need to be used, as you know, because of the teleport in between, you get to see if people coming in or not.
Right. So the thing is this, right? I feel like Bind has somewhat of a standard agent composition for themselves. Like them, of course, one of the few go-tos has always been Brimstone, Raze, and when it comes to Initiator, yes. There are times, especially with the new addition of Fate, we do see Fate playing off the Raze very well. In terms of utility, they play off each other so well. Don't even get me started on the players utilizing those agents. Like just the agent themselves and the utility is just able to have such a really great unison of synergy is absolutely phenomenal, right? Especially such a compact bomb site maps like Bind, it's just absolutely able to fully utilize them. So besides the Brim, we also see like Brim, Raze, Fade, and sometimes when it comes to the Initiative, sometimes it's not just the Raze. It's sometimes not just the Fade.
You can use Sky.
Exactly, because Sky just somewhat clears the corners just as well as Sova, but maybe in this case a little bit better, since the Sky, the Owl Drone doesn't last as long compared to the Trailblazer.
Plus, and also Sky would be great because of how open the site was. And then like both A and B, and if you're coming out from the shower in A, it's actually really good coming out with the Sky from the shower, and even from Hookah coming out for B. But here comes, when it comes to the agent selection, this time we don't have the mirror at all. And we do have Louvre. Shinsei might be picking Raze. You mentioned about Raze clearing up the corner. It's really good. There's so many tunnels sort of.
I mean, it just allows you to launch himself to the side as well.
Yes, that's true. Just jumping over. But Fate will be played on the side of Team Path, with also Bryce playing as Viper.
Which is really great as well. Like the thing is, Viper is the kind of controller where you can actually have really unique placement, whether you're on the attacking or the defending side. Viper Pit, you place it at a certain spot, you can actually cover the entire B side actually as well. A included, so it makes it really detrimental for retakes or even just attacking the side itself or for defense. So can be really well utilized. However, Team Path is utilizing a very aggressive lineup, a very aggressive one. Double duelists alongside with the initiative that sort of enable them to actually get into the side safe and sound. You got the breach with the necessary flashpoints and of course global smokes as well. So literally pretty optimum aggressive coming from Team Path. They're literally throwing all the cards on the table for this when it comes to informal damage utilities. The Louvre going with the standards, utilities, nice setups, build up and just to get into those sites by themselves.
Double initiators, double controllers on side of Louvre though. It's gonna be interesting. I think like Louvre side will be more aggressive since they got the double flash going on with the KO, and Reverie played the Sky and the KO. It's gonna be interesting to watch, and the smokes also will make it so hard for them to actually go for retake if they're playing at defenders on the side of Team Path. So it depends on who drops the ball first, really, because we saw Team Path at its best the first time they're winning over. Just they need to close the series with their win too.
I think I have to correct you there. I don't think it's about who dropped the ball first. I feel like who's gonna have their ball stolen from them, because that's just how the game has been feeling for me so far for the past two maps here. I feel like no one has really dropped the ball. I think they all have been delivering on with their own perks and course and their strengths as it is.
Got the ball stolen, really.
Hey man, it's like even Kobe Bryant had his ball dribble away from him before, okay? Oh god, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, within 20 seconds, we're literally going to our very last game of the last series of today as well. Quite the nail biter that we have here. Literally today, we went through literally all three maps.
6 rounds.
In these 2 series here, and some overtimes as well. I could not ask for a nicer beginning for me. Into the
make it up for you that you didn't actually cast for the past few days. So you actually fit it in every day.
I mean, I had stuff to do, okay? It's not like I can choose. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the map of Bind. The very moment to decide when a Team Path will finally push their way back into the top 6 here of the standings, or Team Love catching up to Bleed Esports.
Oh. Well, we're going to have to wait and see how will they trying to push these ones for Team Power first. They might actually just drop the haunt. Yep, checking things are going around the shower. With a Prowler as well. Ayman got clipped quite a bit early on. They even push inside. They got stunned, they got dazed. Top stage and Boogie trading 2-2-1 with Bryce taking over Ayman.
What a very swift entry, making full use of those utilities as well to get into places they're not supposed to get into that casually as well. Well done. Spike's been planning as well. The 3v4, not to say it's impossible, just a little bit more doable for sure. Refco trying to clear out towards Lamps as well. We'll be able to mold it down with the frenzy in hand. Definitely making stride forward, but gets caught behind as Boogie literally denies that form of escape. Now, our dear Reverie stuck between a rock and a hard place here. There's no way for him to evade out of this situation. Last man standing ahead is all he's need, but time is slowly tickling away, and they're playing with the clock. Aselikai will be the one to have the final say, and Team Path will take pistol round.
Yep, it's a win for now for Team Path. But will Louvre actually force by themselves? But they don't go for attackers, so you actually will hurt them quite a lot when it comes to if they're forced to buy Stingers. I think they're going to go for Sheriff instead. Now, they are changing their plans since A is quite heavily guarded by Team Path.
It is.
Trying their luck in B. Oh, never mind. They're trying to go for mid to A. They don't even have mid in here. It's going to be A all the way anyways.
Oh, come on, Choo Choo. Let it go. But either way, of course, starting things fresh, nice and slow. Making sure they got all the angles right. Set up the necessary toxic screens, but not going to be playing too close. Playing a little bit more further back into the side because they know for sure a Jet and a Raze will be flying very shortly as well. And they're positioning it at the optimum, creating enough spacing to get those nice pickups without being phased from such aggression and close quarter situation. The angle, the Prowler comes through, not going to be able to connect. Nice defensive maneuvering will allow him to evade away from the fault line.
Maxi, he's going to be a cheeky guy here. Oh, he just cancelled it out because his Nebula Smoke will run out. Waiting for them to push.
We gotta look at top, my friend.
It's above him. Oh, he just lifts over his head.
Nice.
1-2-1 trade with a shorty as well. It's Brayman. 1 HP left just now. 1 HP.
How is this man alive to live to tell the tale? Unbelievably as well. But of course, Rakoff, Sheriff and Ann does have a suppression blade though, but I'm not sure it's going to be able to help him much in this situation. But then again, Ayman and Sage are relatively low. If he's able to get a nice pick of those two, but then again, Team Path, they're trying to ensure a win here. And of course, Kai once again, just like the first round, will have the final say in the second one.
It's going to be bonus round for 3 of them as Ayman just now did David at 1 HP. 1 HP. Imagine we can even have a half HP thing going on, 0.5. It never happens.
I mean, it never will in the first place. I don't think it's designed to go to that detail and damage.
Full rifles. Louvre.
Kill all your opponents.
Pretty difficult to say. Team Path has such aggression, and now check it out, Boogie with a judge in hand. Anyone comes close or anyone who he decides to go close to is definitely gonna will be having the receiving end of that judge. Rick, on the other hand, does manage to spot him out. Does someone guarantee his team is not going to be an A short push, but they're not phased. They're not soldiers yet. They're not buying this trickery that's being made by Boogie. They're biding their time. They're still holding out their respective angles and corners here as they're slowly making their way back towards that A. And now Shinsei also feels deep in his gut. All right, there's no other form of movement. There's no utility. There's no star point. There's like no other Brimstone settings for Sky Sports. Falls back towards his A and prep for this defense here. They must hold and try to win on this round, because if not, it's going to be another eco round for themselves here, Choo Choo.
Yeah, but Bright tried to bait things out. He definitely got hit here with a fault line. But Bright still sprays over. Still exchange a couple of them down. Louvre seems like they're winning this. It's down to Sage, and his ended just now. Ravi, Reiko, and Max. That's well worth buying, but that was a bonus round for Team Puff. They didn't actually buy it as much.
Which is really fantastic. Like I said, adapting, understanding. Okay, you guys are definitely going to be flying towards us, but there is a limit to your distancing. So they position themselves in a way like, all right, we're never going to be anywhere close to you except probably that one poor friend or poor teammate of theirs who's going to be watching over the lamps. Someone still needs to have at least some visual give some visual intel towards the A short side. So someone has to be there, and someone's going to be as mobile as possible. So far, we have been seeing it was either Maxi. It's either Max. So far, it's either Maxi or River right here. But looks like it's going to be the hands of Bryce.
They're trying to clear things up in the shower first. Now finally pick up the spike, going to its B. Going into B is quite difficult with that blade suppression coming out from Reco, making it so hard for them to rush in.
Oh, yeah.
Line going in, there goes the brand, life destroyed!
But still get judged to hell either way. Referee able to turn out the ties here, but Lyman was able to spot him before his carnage continued the rampage all across the scene. But the damage has been done, and right now Ayman securing their fate as he plants down that spike. Maxi, Shinsei, and Bryce needs to find the opening. And Bryce is currently at hookah, getting ready to jump into sight at any moment's notice as well. Damage has been done, and equally trade. That back is still down to a 2v2. They know the positioning here. However, who has the better smoke? And of course, it's going to be Maxi.
Oh, he's just in the nick of time. Smoked that elbow.
One enemy
Bryce
remaining.
spotted out, just going to keep his eyes to his Kai for now. Oh boy, here comes the orbital strike, forcing Maxi to push forward.
And Embla's got a timeout soon as well. Gonna be having that line of sight, does succeed. But does he have the time? Do the countdown, ladies and gentlemen.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, and he clocked it.
He's got it out. I mean, I guess about 2 seconds to spare. He got at least 2 more seconds to spare. Absolutely fine. And Team Lu, actually not even 2 seconds, just 0.99, about 1
Oh, we're
second.
gonna go into that detail now, huh?
I mean, you're the one that started saying like, hey Leonard, what if there's a 0.5? I'm like, blows my mind. Can't blame me for that.
2-all, and Team Power being forced to actually save a bit some of the half buying. And someone ended up with stingers, or maybe even trying to consider with a bucky.
Well, you know what they say. When times are hard, have Captain America's best friend on your side. That will make things all right. Bucky flies in, of course, our dear friend Boogie not going to be able to fully utilize that blast back utility, but he does manage to get towards the mid side of the site. Maxi gets spotted from the leg angle, and is able to spray him down mercilessly. Suppressed with 56 HP with the boot, but will still at least deliver some damage while taking some for himself. Side has been secured, now begins to retake into the defense. Saliam is a little bit too low. Shinsei will definitely have the courtesy of removing him alongside with Boogie. 2 entry fraggers gone, main fraggers as well. But time is slowly ticking down. They need to buy the time. They need to pick up as many hits as much as possible, but time is running out though.
Oh boy. Now Ravi trying to defuse it, but Molly's will stop him, but the other side. Sage and Kai just doing all the work they can. Ravi trying to hold it in. He got even Daffin.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
Now he's trying to bait it out. Sage is really low right now. He got it out. But he doesn't have in time. It's a last for both teams here.
Oh, but a very costly one nonetheless. Woo.
They were just saving Team Path, you know, but they got that Stinger singing quite a loud sound. And it was worth saving for the eco round. Half buy, not even eco. But Path going for full rifles, full armor, full buying. It was really a good contest. They had really neck-to-neck games there, 2-3 for now.
Yep.
And it's just so unfortunate sometimes, you know, the timing of you hovering around to pick. Everything happens in a glimpse so fast.
But right now, if you see, there's a lot of execution ultimates ready and available for the side of Team Pop. There is the showstopper on the hands of Shinsei as well and the Cosmic Divide. maybe they can try to make full use of it during the retakes as well. But if they can try to control it enough and deny them, that'd be pretty great. However, it's going to be pretty difficult. Nice timing with the fault line. Not going to be able to spot someone in there at all as they flaunts himself all the way forward. Not be able to land those crosshairs. But then again, Shinsei shows himself and does stop all the parts and shows. But the damage has been sufficient. And all comes down to dear Maxi to hold this line.
Stay very loyal to Shorty here. Boogie. He got the showstopper, he's not using it yet. But that one Maxi.
Not worth it, actually.
No, he's just waiting around the corner. Yeah, there you go. Who's got this? Punch it in the face with almost an ace. Quadra kill. Man, Team Path doing so good in bind as attackers. Is forcing some of the half armor all the way to its Louvre. There was even showstopper open up by Shinsei, but I don't think that showstopper got anyone just now, did it?
No, it did get actually. It got Ayman. It did shut him down. But Boogie is already like someone he has already somewhat controlled the middle area of the site as well. So he does have the courtesy to really just play around with it, and he did manage to get all the necessary frags in the process. But no, starting freshly, new round, playing a little bit more default here, especially now with the full buys. Now Team Louvre can try to show force their literally prevent their transgressions coming from Team Path. Bryce, as usual, playing with a really tricky course and angle. A very daring one, especially with the position he actually positioned himself in. Boogie, of course, trying to have a little bit of diligence. I'm pretty sure he's definitely going to check it out. But before that, they want to see if any other aggression happening on the other side. But so far, it's not been happening. Poison Cloud, of course, courtesy of Bryce, going to be forcing them back slightly. But definitely not for too long.
It might rotate to beam, dropping himself from hookah. But they are thinking about faking it, but Bryce is not budging at all. He's still going into A shot here.
Yeah. And Shinsei is playing the role, of course. If he gets a couple of picks here, that's definitely going to be great. But he's going to be being the diversion here to allow Bryce to fully utilize his positioning. To sell the fact that he's not alone, but Sally they're able to spot him out. But the Shinsei, there's so much damage. Boogie has no choice but to pump the showstopper to silence him forever. But then again, there's a 2v3. Boogie with 36 HP and then instantly suppressed and detected. The spike has already been planted down. Now they just need to look for a hit. A simple displacement of Pixel should be able to disable them entirely, but nice timing with the Nebula, and of course Record together with the fun, the necessary kill alongside with Maxi.
You know what? Boogie even showstopped Shinsei towards the different side entirely into the teleport just now.
Oh man.
Oh, that showstopper has been forced to use since it's just in the nick of time to use it. But he bought so many space for the entire team though. Boogie did so much work just now.
He did, but of course Bryce, since he was not selling, couldn't get to those positions in time, but of course Bryce was able to pepper them up nicely, seasoning them well done. Allowed Shinsei to go for the mad spray. But then again, good reaction coming from Boogie. They actually popped the showstopper in time.
Yep. But back to its Louvre now, they have to scratch and really pick their brains there about how to approach this one. Because it seems like going aggressive didn't make the cut for them this time. As Path feels like they're really adapting to how Louvre playing. Raf going out for B long. But there's already Ravi waiting on the other end. Now, are they still committing to it? The Spike still left behind. Now picked up by the side of Kai. Joining the rest of the team coming up from B short or two as hookah, possibly. I'm not sure if they're still going to go for A. They're rotating themselves.
The thing is this, right? Because like now there's rifles in hands, right? So
yeah.
There's a little bit more confidence coming from Team Louvre's members and allow them to have a little bit more well-placed positioning as well to really pick them up for the crossfire. Oh, charging up the tailwind, looks like instantly suppressed, not going to be able to dash or any way through here. Nice timing with the blind, but then again an equivalent trade will be happening between both sides. The long has been compromised. The toxic screen has been put up as well. And alongside with the null command. Sage will only have to hope until the toxic screen actually dies out. Then they can try to go for the spray. Red Core finds Sage in the corner, will finish him off and put him down for days. Now comes into the 2v3, but Aima was so low with 12 HP. He can try to sustain, but no choice. But no way towards safety to reset the round. He does have the spike in hand, but look at Shinsei. Look at Maxi. fully equipped for this fight.
12 HP versus 100 HP 2 players going down 1v2. At least he got himself post-plant credit. At least that. It's just a long shot just now. Almost impossible for him to clutch that one off. At least he got himself something out of that plant.
But you see what I mean? Like, once the rifle comes out, it's a little bit of a different story when it was Spectres and Stingers. Spectres and Stingers, they'll be having a little bit more confidence to actually be as aggressive as they want as possible. But now with the rifles, now they need to take it into account. Okay, we want to be aggressive. We literally need to be sure that we can actually guarantee those sites. Because there are times where Boogie just flies in and he just either died mid-air or died even before he even landed.
I mean, like, he doesn't even care about the sprays anymore. He's just going to go for a judge and just going to pump his way in.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to wait and see if we're going to go doing something really unpredictable, but feels like they want to commit to SB all the way here for the side of Team Power. But Louvre, on the other hand, they have more men in A instead.
Hopefully Red Corp is able to survive from Boogie, because I believe the last time Boogie or Red Corp was literally the receiving end of that judge the last time when he actually attacked on B.
Oh boy.
Oh no, Flash at the same time by his own teammate too. Wait, was it his teammate?
No, it's the other. It's going to be the Sky coming out. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a perfect timing of that blind just now. Red Coat trying to clutch it up. He got sent down. Oh, he almost got a 3, but Kai makes sure he got stabbed from behind here. It's going to 3v2. Sage and Kai try to defend this one. Even an orbital strike being fall off the chart. Coming up from elbow towards the side of
Smoke's down.
Spawn, but now Kai just holding towards the side as much as he can. They're going through elbow, possibly the other one. Maxi and Bryce want to pick, double pick together.
Unfortunate. He's his leash on the spot, no way for him to run. Sage, of course, gonna fall prey to Bryce with that spray.
That's a bummer for Boogie, but that Josh is just jumping over and got blinded the moment he tries to jump in.
It was really nice timing as well.
Perfect timing from Reverie.
Because I got confused for a second whether was it coming from Sky's on blind or the flashpoint coming from their breach. The timing was just optimum, that's why.
I think it was Reverie who was checking the corners.
Which is really great as well. Because,
yeah, he was checking the corners. It was fortunate.
He also went for audio cues. The minute he hit the first blast back, he's like, all right, that's it. Counter flash. And it just worked out absolutely fine.
He even got to reload his gun for a bit to shoot it out.
Oh, but either way, a quick timeout made by Team Path. Now they feel the pressure.
Yep, it's back on after they won themselves the last map. And it's neck to neck between Louvre and Path 5-4. I'm loving how they just growing for Team Path with a short amount of time, but they will not be buying.
The thing is, it's not just about the buys, it's also a sort of understanding, because now, once they get to the defending side, the problem about having double duel is the fact that, like I said before, you just don't have the utilities. Your utility is not best suited for defense. It's not like a fault line or a flag.
It's supposed to rush all the way.
It's supposed to elevate damage here. So when you get to the defending side, maybe retake, yeah, you can definitely utilize it for sure, but the initial entry, the initial defense, the only thing you can commit is really yourself and that fragging ability. Maybe with the pain shell. You could actually do with the pain shell.
For the entry, yes. But they definitely need Raph to go for the flash first, for them to rush in with Iron Dash and even the pain shells to actually clear the corners if they can actually do that. But the thing is, not making it easy coming up from Louvre. They have so much people covering all these angles in an unexpected ways this time. And Shinsei even gonna check things out, clear out if there's anybody here with a boombox. Just checking B for a bit. Kai coming in slowly towards A shot here. Closing in from 2 different angles entirely.
Biding their time, trying to figure out a way to break through this defense. The initial feels so simple, but once the alteration has been made, this defense seems impenetrable at this moment. That's not here for Team Louvre. Team Path, every path is slowly being closed up for them here, and eventually they've had to resolve to go through the masses here. And it's going to be tight to nail biter here, but Fiber Pit was committed towards an A side, towards Showers here, but they will be able to make their way to a shot as no one was really visually watching it out here. Now they're in the side. Now the plant comes down and Bryce, he knows he can't peek out until his teammate comes by. And now he's literally going to be walking through a lamp to the slaughter.
Now opening up Viper's pit early on in shower. Definitely will not let anybody going in. But Shinsei trying to go to his U-Haul. There goes the Nightfall fallen by the side of Sage. They want to check where are using the prowlers to mark them off. But Ayman and also coming up from Raf. They're just going to stay where Lambs and Boogie just getting off angle all the way. Making sure he pinned them down. Bryce taking on another one. Trading 1-2-1 for now. But Lambs, Shinsei caught Raf with a showstopper open up. Shinsei trying to find where's the last person. Finally on a copy. That goes. Louvre now leading off with 1 point. But hurting quite a number when it comes to the economy. Still 4 of them down.
But unfortunately, couldn't able to get the last kill for the time. And of course, killing the diffuser allows Team Path to earn that scoreline. 5-5. It's back-to-back. A round much necessary for them to win as the economy wasn't really in their favor as well. Just enough with that win to scrap out whatever they can get out of Ford. Utilities ain't cheap nowadays.
Nothing is cheap these days.
Ah, yeah.
Especially utils up to 400. I mean, like, that's a lot. And Louvre. Oh my! Shinsei! Rip girl straight in the air, so he doesn't want to wait anymore.
Well, that's what I call a wake. That's what I call a wake-up call for sure, because that is absolutely frightening. Jesus.
And he's just going for more. He's going to push it around the corner. And Raf, the moment he tries to pick, it's going to be around the company. Both of them might be shot down here. It's really risky for side Team Path.
It is. They lost their entry frags. Not just one, but both. Including their dedicated smoker. They do have that flasher coming from the hands of Raf, but it is going to be so difficult.
They're really protecting Shinsei a lot with a lot of smokes popped up.
I mean, they just have to buy the time.
Yep.
They don't mind the deals. They don't mind the picks. They can just wait it out.
Another one. They're waiting for the pick, but Raf already going towards the other side, up to the shower. Maxi waiting at the other end, just waiting to grip him with a lot of sprays. Almost got Sage. Spot out. One 5 HP down to Maxi. Another one with a 5 HP.
And people say pre-firing isn't supposed to be a thing.
And with a flawless round, I think that's the thing now.
Pre-fire is absolutely fantastic. That was able to get him on the dot too. 6-5 scoreline, 1 more point before the round switch. Absolutely quite the lead. And a little bit of a detrimental for the side here for Team Pa. I'm a little bit worried. I mean, that's not to say that they can't hope for the defense, but still a little bit concerned. With not much cash on their belt.
That broke.
They got a gamma with whatever they won. But honestly, a stinger still works.
I'm surprised Boogie didn't try to go for Bucky this time. I was hoping for one.
I guess Captain America best friend wasn't cut out for the job.
But hey, back to the side of A-Shot. They are really committed to just A-Shot all day long. But maybe sometimes they're trying to go for B, but it's just not working out quite right for them. Nice. Watch out, Ayman. 33. Dash in, going towards Lambs and U-Haul. Maybe on, just guarding over towards the tank's plant there.
Read, adapt, and evolve. Ayman, of course, now without a prize, still be able to take down Bryce. Spike's been planted, playing off with the off angle here, but sadly the cost the defensive cost of divide is ready to go down. And now they've suddenly, because the fight went down, they had to push through the wall here, and it's going to hurt. Rivkot doesn't mind tanking out his own fragment as he plays with the off angle at the side of the wall. They try to do their best to break it through the line to the diffuser here, but that's just not enough men to do the job.
I think like Luke just woke up just now the moment they got himself a triple kill. On the side of Shinsei.
Which I'm still very surprised how clean Shinsei was able to pull that off. Like, my God.
I know. It's like, suddenly it feels like they are going at a slumber.
All I heard was 3 taps and 3 guys was dead. Dong, dong, dong. And I'm like, oh my God, it's over.
And that's it.
Like
he was waiting for the entry.
Like, and the worst part about it is because of what Bryce did. Like, not like for 2 rounds in a row. Not 2 rounds in a row, but for 2 of those rounds, positioning himself at that spot keeps them, forces them with the idea that, okay, I need to check that first. And I think maybe because of that thought, they didn't realize that Shinsei, with that off angle, was able to cleanly pick them off. But anyway, coming back. This is the second half of the first round here. Pistol round, of course, going to be on the one to dictate a lot of things here. Nice time with the fall line, right into the lines of size. Kai Diamond was able to pick them all on with the golden hand as they arrive in style towards the B-long area to set things straight. A flawless round. What a win to start things off.
A huge win, if you ask me. When it comes to buy, they can buy whatever they want right now. They're playing full armor with a judge, with a goes in the triple spectre like that. Make it 4 now. And it's going to hurt quite a lot when it comes to Louvre. Even though they've got a tiny lead in the first half, this might equal things out with Path. And they want to lead this one. But if they lost this, if they are losing this round, it's going to be a bit of a painful stake for them.
Can be quite painful. Boogie with the judge in hand. He knows where he wants to be when he plays with that thing. But of course, at the same time, Maxi checking out the long, making sure there's no mid-rotation coming in to flank them from the back line. They are slowly making their way through the showers here.
That was a distraction coming up from Bryce.
They did set up the toxic screen, but they didn't make their intention quite clear here. Quite a lot of firing lines has been coming to a shower. Toxic screen's been made. Defensive sky smokes has been placed as well. I'll see how far does it come. Nice time with the Silent Flash and wasn't able to come on time. And Sage even through the smoke will still spray them through. The damage is significant. And referee last man with a judge.
Oh, you have to give it to Sage. You have to give it. Sage is guarding the shower so well, even ding in the last minute before he went down.
What a game.
They know what they're cooking at the back line here when it comes to Path. They know exactly that just now Bryce was just being the bait for the team, just being a distraction.
Now, here's the thing. This is the one bonus round. They all get the full rifle rounds, of course. Team Path, on the other hand.
Thank you.
Team Path, of course, doesn't have... Not all of them was able to afford. Some decided to keep for the next round. Possibly going to be buying more better buy. Boogie, of course, still going to be sticking with the jar to do some significant damage here. To Spectre to try to boot against the 5 riflemen.
Here comes Bryce.
And look at Boogie, how close he is to us, the front.
Oh, he
instantly mowed down. Sage, of course, trying to assist him as best as he can.
Bryce!
Spectre on does not work out for Iman for this time, as Bryce was more well prepared for it.
Only for Reiko to just go for the front line. It's pretty low. There goes the flash spot out for one more. Reiko now down to only one player. Kai coming up towards a short here.
With the right keychain, there's luck. Aid him here by selling on Maxi. Silence him forever.
Keychain, really, bro?
I mean, it's a very nice keychain. Not everyone gets that.
Charms.
That
keychain works.
I mean, yeah, you know you're right. The term is charm.
Oh, they hit 4 at least. Oh, this is just so good coming up from Bryce. And the moment he knows that he couldn't tank it anymore, just call over to Redco. You know what? You go to the front line this time.
Right here.
Do it by myself now. I need help.
Of course.
Oh, I'm going for an operator again this time.
It was the lose round bonus. It's also Team Power will have enough currency to actually buy the weaponry.
It's a big.
But the Ironman's one though. A big gun doesn't make a big man. But then again.
Hey!
But then again, this is Iron Man we're talking about here. He's a big man with a big gun.
Bro, I mean, like, thank you. I don't know how to respond to that anymore. You broke me. Back to the game. Now they're taking it slow in the shower. But it's a bit of a split coming up from Louvre. Look how they're trying to bait people out from B. And Sage is pushing it.
Woo! Good attempt for that one, but has to fall back. Absolutely have his vision obscured to him entirely. But look at that A. That A defense, those angles. So tight, so much of a hole. But necessary Nebulous has been preset as well. It calms down the Rivery to actually hold down the line, ensuring Bryce able to get this spike down in pure safety. Kai getting ready to go for the run. So trying to set up the free smokes as well. But he doesn't manage to get the spike down and will slowly fall back.
Here comes so many flashes in between. And trying to clear the corners first. Kai is a bit extra careful, but he's looking the wrong way. Bryce just closing things from behind. It's down to only Wrath and Sage towards the side for the retake. Path having a bit of a problem here. Record down to 47. It still can make it 2v2 going on.
But you see, here's the win condition here, okay? They cleared out one angle. They need to clear out the short. Nice timing with the flash, but great reaction. But Sally was utilizing the utility with the gravity pull, allowing Sage a freebie for the picking. And now again, Team Path tying up the scoreline 8-8. And Operator save again for our dear friend Ayman to use for himself.
8-all. Still at a tie for now for both teams. Hang in there, brother.
Oh, I'm hanging there for sure. This game is so nerve-wracking.
I know, right? It's like so hard to read this one now. It's like the moment you thought Louvre had it going, then being stopped entirely.
Yeah,
I have to say, the entire team of Team Path has stepped up their game. We're talking about Wrath here, we're talking about Sage clutching so much as well.
I think we're just not giving enough love to Raph again. He's also doing a phenomenal job as enabling him and himself. Getting a lot of really key objective kills. Same goes for Kai, my god.
Yeah, that's true.
They play literally a pivotal role in this round. But if we're talking about the amount of kills, of course, we all know who's topping that ranking. But of course, Kai starting off, draws first blood, removes Reverie. Not much of a problem here, but then again, nice off angle coming in from Boogie. Not going to be able to get a kill though, but he did manage to tag down Bryce.
Now, for side of Kai, down to 28. Wouldn't dare to actually just push it too much on the side of Shower. They are rotating for Louvre to his side of BN. Hookah spotted out by Sage, and one tap on the head of Shinsei. Didn't even whiff. Now Max is trying to just pull back. He's being separated from the rest of the team, but Sage just doing so much work. Shut on Bryce, Raph taking on Redco as well, and Max is left alone in Long. He's longing for help, but there's no one to come by. As the end, and Boogie makes sure Maxi will remember that.
Live another day.
A spike just dropped in the center of everything.
Oh, Sage, absolutely on a roll. Definitely the team right now is feeling absolutely livid. That hook-up pick was just such a hard deal to take on. But then again, Louvre almost went out for full stingers. I think Maxi decided like, hey, no, I still need utilities, so I'm a priority. We'll drop off the stinger, we'll get the sheriff instead.
Yeah.
I mean, since so far the heavy lifting has been done, has been always been falling towards the hand of Shinsei and Ripco.
It's quite risky for Louvre this time. They're trying to force points, so they have to adjust how buy it anyway. Maxi now taking all the stars point back just to replant in a different angle entirely. Trying to read out the movement coming up from Path, but Shinsei already jumped himself inside. Ayman, oh God, gracious me.
No choice, he had to fall back for that one, but that just means that currently they know for sure Ayman and the Jet is not currently in that fight. A Viper Pit is committed towards the side. They want to try to ensure the side, but the Orbital Strike has been activated alongside with the Null Command to try to deny them as much as possible as well. Bryce, as long as he's still in the pit, it will not go down, and he's by far one of the best guardians for the spike, but he's not alone. Max is in deep with him. Rather than the rest of the squad, they know what they need to do. They resolve themselves, and I'm against one of the process against straight back.
Oh, here comes
Bryce, but Boogie's on a mad tear, and he's done succeed.
Oh, Bryce could hold it in with the Viper's Pit. The moment they perch, and you know what? Just push it together. Don't be scared of Viper's Pit. Who cares?
An unbelievable and unforeseen situation has come about. And Team Path slowly climbing the steps of glory.
Baby steps earlier, and now manly steps on the way. I don't know what saying is that, but it's just cringy as hell. I'm sorry, guys.
It's better than my Neil Armstrong quote, you know?
Oh, really?
One step for mankind. But anyway, yes.
And got himself the operator back. And rest of them going for Vandals. We do know a lot of rifles out already, but some of them half buying their shield. And Louvre, how to approach this side again. Feels like they are hitting a wall for Louvre. They just had a bit of a comeback earlier. Here comes Showstopper. Wait, whoa.
Oh, a little bit of a miss angle for that one. not going to be able to fully utilize and got damaged themselves here. Such an explosive ultimate being denied, but that's not the problem. Not the problem. A missed opportunity, but definitely not a problem. Boogie is still the threat. He's still the main threat, not the ultimate itself. So that's still fine. Then again...
Waiting for the pick.
Remember, it's not about getting the kills. It's about sending a message.
Oh, that's deep and strong. Very intimidating. Ayman trying to port himself. Bryce. Oh, that was a random blind shot. Goodness me. Oh, he got one down. Now it's going to be trading between Reko and Ayman. He managed to plant just nearby the tank. But for the side of Kai and Sage, Rap. Maxi caught Kai. Now can Sage do it again?
Player standing.
Oh, unfortunate. They try to clear out as much angles at the same time. They flanked out and try to go for the swing, but unfortunately Team Louvre goes for the home run with this. And will not allow Team Path to continue this lead as they take another point for themselves. It's 9-10. Quite the tug of war that we're currently witnessing. But it's still not enough to break the economy on Team Path's hand. They still have just enough for the next few rounds. So actually, probably just the next round, if they were to lose it out. But Team Path, of course, not going to let that happen.
True. Ayman got himself still one more operator to go. But that was a blind shot coming from Ayman. It's just down to his intuition and game sense to release a shot from the operator. Suppress coming out from the shower. Now, just rotating straight into B. Will they go for long? Will they go for hookah? It's quite hard from hookah.
Oh my god.
Line.
They're committed for this push as well. Shinsei's gotta be on his feet for this one. Kai and Boogie not too far behind. They have a cross angle set up for themselves. Spots the Roomba, not gonna be able to be phased by it at all. Here comes the guiding line. It will be successful, but then again, Kai makes it hurt in the end.
Down, B.
Dribble down. The spikes even visualized on the side of Team Path. They definitely will heavily guarding that one now.
Oh man. When all hope is lost, Kai decides to shine bright. Absolutely phenomenal.
I'm here too, so it's not just Sage,
Oh.
Rav or Ryman, you know. Or Boogie. Oh, he retrieved the spike from Maxi. But the thing is, how to get into A is another problem to deal with, as we know Sage is waiting just around the lamp to order you all.
The thing is, despite being a 2v4, it is still the defender side favor. So if they can win out the fights here, which sadly Bryce was not able to succeed on his part of the bargain here, Maxi will now have to deal with this 1v4 all alone here. And the rest of the squad is slowly converging in his position, and time is slowly running out here.
10 seconds left.
And Maxi, we had to try to convert a couple of eliminations before the time's run out, or just playing it safe. It's gonna save it this one now. It's just not worth it.
It's still not the lose round bonuses. They didn't win the last round, so it's fine for him to go for the save.
Yeah, he has to. Now they're being forced to really go guns out, or just, but it's gonna hurt them when it comes to the next round, really. If Team Path manages to close this one, it's gonna be really painful.
Like I said, it's a very monumental moment for Team Path, who has been on the receiving end from so many other teams.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, this is where they really want to keep it going, the momentum. Don't stop for it. Kai even step up to the occasion with what he just shown us before, showcase of that triple kill.
Okay, this is the one. They got all in. The position is a little bit different this time, as they no longer position themselves in hookah. They fly around to the side. They have the showstopper, not going to be able to connect. Just missing Kai at the skin of his little teeth there, and he will return to the Kai! He did so much damage as it is on the side, and the spike has been befallen. Nightfall comes and the sun goes down, you go down, the same goes for dear friend Bryce. Blinded and deafened. What can he do in such a spot here?
God, with an operator waiting around that long, and even the spike dropping, BDR leaving spike open and just going back and chased over.
But then again, no, but the thing is this. They don't know that he didn't have the spike. It's still on B.
God.
So they assume it was an A attempt.
Oh no, Spike's still in B.
No, the thing is, I think Maxi
he want to retrieve and just go.
No, I feel like he just big-brained the situation.
Yeah, they haven't got a clue then. If they know Spike's dead, they definitely will overstay themselves.
No, but the thing is, they weren't really on the site itself. Just now, both Sage and Iman, they were playing at the back of it. They didn't really spot the site. They had assumed it was picked up when the teleport happened.
Maxi, and they thought he's going to be planting over A, but now Maxi...
I could be wrong.
I think that's the case, because they were at the back line all the way. Oh, no.
Oh, God, I gotta get it out, Maxi, back!
Got the plant, at least.
You got wall banged anyway! Oh, my Lord.
At least they got a tiny bit of credit with that plant. At least that.
Yes.
At least that.
No button.
But when it comes to eco, I mean, like, that, I just worry about them just now. They bought so heavily that round. Now they're broke.
This is series point right now.
Now, Pop! A first ever series for them to close things up with a win. Can they do this?
And after having such a after the first match, which was pretty excruciating, of a 13-4.
That was a landslide.
Now Team Pa.
Maybe they just prefer the OG maps, you know, for Team Pa.
I guess so.
Yeah.
The path of glory has been opened upon them. They can see it right now, they can almost taste it. Now they have to grasp upon it, and this will be their very first point in this entire standings as well if they were to win on the series. Such an absolute thrilling moment and feeling that they're facing. But of course, before they actually feel that sensation, they gotta win on this one last round.
True. It's all about...
Although it sounds so simple, right? But it's like...
It's so hard. Look at how Louvre plays himself.
No mistakes can be made, but it's on the hands of Team Louvre.
Just waiting, hold it up for Louvre, but Seekers open up. They're going to go for the rush here. Ravery just used that Seeker to search, and the intel's coming up. Cosmic Divide open. That was really smart. Coming out on the side of Path. They wouldn't know they shot out the Seekers. They have no clue where. Ooh. Boogie down. Exchange to Bryce.
This is the moment where resolve has been made, but then again, here comes the over the strike. We'll be able to find his mark on Reverie. Because the Divide finally dies out. Time is slowly tickling down Choo-Choo, and it's only the down comes out to the 3v4. A play must be made. It looks like Shinsei is going to be able to find his line on Kai. 3v3, slowly tickling down to the very last player. His trying to hold it on. Can he do it in a 1v1? He knows he has the time. Team Love, he just had to run and hide. Oh, yeah. He played with the time. Says he knows he can't ring by the bell, but can't save the weapon either as Maxi shuts him down.
He was jumping to as a teleboard. It was so close. Another round yet for Louvre. Sorry.
Oh, my Lord.
Scared.
No, don't get me wrong. I was also got scared for a moment. A lot of ultimates was expended on the hands of Team Pop to secure that round. But individual plays really pulled through here for Team Love. And they will still be in this game. But of course, Choo-Choo, the pressure is still the fact that Team Pop only requires one more round.
At the same time, this gives a bit of a boost for Louvre since they managed to buy rifles this time. That was without the rifles in the previous round. They won just now.
Okay, this is it.
Boogie with the judge. I'm loving this.
He's ensuring he knows he never missed with that judge in hand.
Spread.
He has brought quite success for him so far in this map. Don't think any feel. I guess you could say it's a winning gun for him at this moment. If he does succeed.
He's feeling it. Bryce going to his Lambert U-Haul, possibly try to clear things out if there's anybody even dropping. There's a bomb coming up from KO. Oh, exchanging bombs there around the U-Haul. Ravi tried to blind everyone on site. But just Rav spot out Rav!
Gets him in the last bullet spray.
Exchange hand down to Iman with an operator. This might be it. We might be looking over time here.
I mean, if they win around 11, sure. But first things first, Iman decides to save the weapon, but gets denied by Bryce. That's it. 11-12, and they found, and it's slowly, Team Love is slowly crawling their way out from the brink of defeat. One more round for Team Pop to take the series, but one more round for Team Love to reset it all, and we go to our second overtime.
Yeah, this is... I'm all sweaty now because it's just really nail-biting for both teams to really duke it up till the last minute. What if tug of war when it comes to this bind map? And nobody else plays set 4 to the Hey Yakiniku in the recent ones. They just had it going for such a good game.
Oh my lord. It's also quite a decision that they have to make too, because not only is it like the situation, right? But also look at the economy. Sure, I'm Unsage and Raf can go for the buy, but Boogie and Kai, on the other hand, a little bit of a deficit here. I mean, they did manage to, I believe they have already bought all the utilities.
Yeah, they already bought them. So they still have enough.
They can afford a Stinger.
A Stinger or a Judge.
Wait, they have no armor yet. They haven't bought the armor yet. So
they can buy for half armor at least.
their teammates can drop for them if they want to.
It's true. And for the side, yeah, they're going to go full armor, but I'm not sure if they really want to go for full. They're going for Stingers and a couple of rifles.
Yes.
As they really put everything at stake here for the side of Team Pop as well.
Come on, let's go.
It's make it or break it for them.
This is the one. No mistakes can be made. And no ultimates. But then again, look at Redkov. He has the null command. That should silence them a lot from using utilities when they engage towards the side, but they still need to win out those fights.
Okay, we're going to have to wait and see if they want to go for the rush with the null command, but it feels like they're holding it for a couple of seconds, and then they might just go for the rush. It's always like that for Louvre, to just win this round. But Raph and the rest of them are coming up from hookah, pushing to a P.
This is Maxi's crowning moment. If he can get this three-man spray.
No. They saw him through. They are chasing him down. While the other side, we have Louvre already rushing with Null's command going into the side, but they couldn't spot anybody.
Oh god, defensive Nebulous comes in the mix as well, but here comes the offensive one as well. They gotta get this spike down because the defenders are not too far behind. And Boogie sprays through, trying to get the weapon exchange. Pop the showstopper, finds no one. It connects on nobody. And now Boogie last man said instantly gets his head removed by his counterpunch Insane. Kai and Sage on the back line, reinforcing his in, and they're fighting in the Viper's pit. Bryce used to hold on, but sadly the Viper's fall. Rep gets stand. He tries to stand, and he does. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into overtime.
Who wants to say I tell you so, but it happened anyway. Oh my god, that last clutch. Rico rather managed to see that through. That was such a close combat. And it's going to be resetting again. Team Pop having problem to rack things up. And now it's back to 0-0.
Oh my lord. What a way to greet our Good Fridays here.
Welcome to VALORANT Challengers MYSG Split 1, brother.
Wait, oh, okay, yeah, to Split 1. I was like, wait a minute, I've been here before.
It's getting good. It's getting good now.
I mean, this is what everyone hopes for, right? Oh.
Now, nothing unusual when it comes to their choosing of weapons.
But of course, everyone has to, because it's overtime, everyone gets first pick on what weapons they want to go for the buy. I got Team Love starting on the defender side. Feeling confident.
Oh, they're faking it in B and hookah just now. Now gonna force themselves distract to at Z, but they will not take the bait for team coming out from Louvre. Now taking the bait to door.
All right. Everyone's trying to find for a couple of peaks. Fault line does connect on Bryce. Staggers him a little bit, but doesn't really keep him at bay for too long. Looks like the attention is coming towards the B side, Choo-Choo, and it's gonna be a massive one.
Yeah, they're rushing straight into with a jump coming out from the side. Oh, Boogie is in, and the rest of them got a bit of an exchange with Reku getting 2. I'm getting back on Reku. Equal things out with 3v3, planting over, but still not cancel it out straight away. Make sure that they are sticking over there. Goes the plant, going from the elbow. Coming out from the side of Louvre, slowly just crawling over, but we do have Kai already waiting at the end of the elbow now. Can Kai close things up? Or will this be the reverse?
Look at the tricky angle coming from Kai as well. He knows they're not going to be focusing it too much. Spot the gun, knows to spot the angle, gets it all in a beautiful lineup spray. Sensei and Bryce removed from play, and Maxi gets one. He knows another one towards the back. He just had to play with the clock, time is on his side, and Maxi, he did to make a desperate attempt.
That's a bit of a tangle, and I
Drop those strike. He knows the play has been set and has been made. And Team Pop back again with the series point.
Max is like,
Switching sides.
look at me! I was like,
Look at me! Oh man. Sally Iman is just like, I don't swing that way.
You're not my type.
Jesus.
Oh man, 12-13, so close again for Pop to wrap things up. Can they execute it?
Oh my God. This is one of those moments where individual play will shine and history will be made.
Wow.
But Sally Shinsing was not able to find that play as Kai picks him up again.
Now they're pushing way deep into B just now. Spike's being dropped still. Oh, we do have Maxi lurking over to his B long. Ravi caught Sage off guard. And now trying, go for it.
Oh, that's the one. Boogie. Denied. Revery's going to be having 2 heads on his belt for that one. Now suddenly the side seems viable. But suddenly they keep trying to attempt for the B, but I guess they decided to go for the A because how close Bryce is already, how deep he is into the side. He's currently at the part of lamp. No one spotted him, and that's going to be quite punishing. There's a 2v3, guiding light blinds, force them back. Rob do have the fault line, but they didn't hear the plant. They decided to fall back, and they anticipated it might be a repositioning of the plant, and they did, and they managed to read it correctly.
Even got a bit of a concuss just now. Now Maxi with the gravity wall, making sure they cannot enter in from the sort of a back line.
The guy in like the bird just like smash everywhere. God.
He just gave up the bird.
Good God.
Raph.
Oh man, he knows. They did. Got tagged, but not out. Raw success. Revcom fall. One more free. He needs to hold. Just play with the time.
Oh, the Seeker just gonna go.
He has to
not
take
this
it.
time.
Oh, he did it.
No time. No time.
No, he has
time.
Shirley.
Clutch it.
He did it. Team Pop made the play of the life of the week. They pull off the win and quite the reverse Uno that they receive. Team Pop will earn their standings and take a point away from
reverse Uno. When that was, what an overtime. They had a couple of chances to write things over. It was 12-10. It was 12-10. Drag it over till another overtime.
It was crazy.
It was insane.
No, it was crazy because of the fact that I think all Rivalry had to do was... No, actually, no. The thing is, I feel like, okay, from our point of view, we see the fact that the spike hasn't been diffused halfway.
Yeah.
I felt that Rivalry in that situation, he had assumed the spike has already been diffused halfway, hence sort of like answering his aggression towards it, despite the Seekers, despite the guiding light. He still pushes forward, and I think he assumed that maybe the spike had already been diffused halfway, and he had to take that fight head on. Because I believe that is somewhat the assumption here. I believe if not, there would be no reason for him to actually push out.
I mean, like, that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, with that flash, you can have a glimpse of it for the spike to see how much being pulled up, by the way.
No, because like I said, his prime focus would not be the spike, and plus his body was in front of the spike.
But that was 1 millisecond away, Len.
I mean,
1 millisecond.
I mean, like, you're asking a guy to, like, despite the flash and everything, you expect him to look at the spike first, then kill the player.
You saw how Ayman did just now. I don't want to see your face, no matter what. I don't want to peek at, I don't want to look at you. If only he can just thank God himself. Just to have a bit of a dance.
But either way, what a game.
It was amazing. It was incredible.
Quite the performance. Yeah.
I'm loving how Pop just shows us and proves to us that they are here to stay.
And the best part about it as well, like this, like of the few teams that we have here, out of the 8 teams that we have here in the Valorant challenges, right? Like Team Louvre was one of the few teams would have been expected to have won this round.
Yeah.
Well.
Plus, a lot of people, actually, even one of us, even me, we are putting them as the top 3 teams.
Correct. So it was really crazy and phenomenal for Team Path actually taking that fight head on. And I think it's actually such an amazing feeling for them as well. And I think they sort of understand where they actually stand in this entire standings, right? Among the 8 teams, and they know who they're actually going up against as well. So the fact that they actually managed to win such a team, such a tier 1 team, right, is like an absolute amazing feeling for them, and I can't even imagine it.
Yeah, and they finally break it. Like you mentioned, it was really a monumental moment for them to actually get this win. And it's winning big. It's a statement giving off that this is one of the top teams. They wrap things up a bit longer than it's supposed to be, but still they got it and finished it strong with a wrap. But regardless of what happened just now, still we have to give just so many. How many kills we had the most just now? We didn't even notice that, right?
Too many to count, because I feel like
too many to count.
No, because the thing is, if you look at all the scoreline, everyone has been very consistent, has been really close among each other. Okay, maybe not much for Rafa in this case, as his prime focus would be, setting up utilities and enabling his team here, but everyone else has been literally doing their part, delivering as much as possible. But of course, your MVP for this post-match is going to be boogieing off on the side of Team Path, and Bryce in the hands of Team Louvre.
Man. But Boogie, he got the MVP. It was a big MVP. He got most of it by using that judge and Bucky and his shorty. It wasn't as much the first few rounds. Even without the overtime, he was using a lot of those pumpkins. Until the overtime, he actually started to use his rifles. But here comes our Boogie Man, coming on with a headshot with 23.7% with average combat score of 247, kills 22. I think we don't know how was the highest number just now. We got 30-ish in the previous map, right?
Yep.
So I think this is around there somewhere with the overtime possibly. But we're so happy for Team Path. This is their first ever series of the win, and they won it quite big against one of the strongest teams in this series. In this entire circuit, really.
Oh.
And it was only the second bind we get to see in this entire tournament.
Well, the thing is, I guess you could say we somewhat expected.
What? Did we expect the bind?
No, not the bind. I mean, as in, like, we somewhat expected that there will be some kind of hidden cards to play coming from some of these players as well. A little, like I said, it's still a little. Despite this being the second week of the VALORANT challenges, I still feel it's a little bit too early to see. Because not everyone has really showcased their cards just yet. Maybe towards the later weeks, as when we're sort of really deciding which is going to be our top 6, then we actually might see some more hidden cards that's been withheld by some of these teams. But other than that, I still think there's still such really great goals, great new rosters as well. We've seen some really great synergies among themselves here. And let's be honest, here in Southeast Asia, in the MYSG in particular as well, in APAC, we have our FPS community is ever so growing, constantly getting better and literally getting stronger, more new teams, more new bloods. And the crazy thing about it as well is that, like MYSG, I feel like we are literally a treasure trove of talents. It's just a matter of whether they have the opportunity to showcase the skill or find the teams that actually suits them best. Pretty much putting the right piece in the right place of the puzzle, that kind of thing. But of course, this is the updated standings for all our games, and Bleed, of course, still standing strong with a very clean slate, with having no losses at all.
Now, the only Team Path uniquely placed himself at 1, 2, at 6, while nobody else have the same scores as they do. The one that we're waiting for next week, which they have a bit of time, because the gap in between until the next game later on, or next series, is a bit longer. So, Kizuna Esports are here, and you've got a bit more time to do a bit of a, revise of how they want to climb up from 7 and 8, because they need the top 6
correct,
to make it to the playoffs.
And it seems a little bit of a difficult. It's going to be quite a thorny path for these two teams as well, because as the currently state of things, you see the other teams, they already have at least 1 point on their belt now.
And one more thing, we forgot the fact that, Louvre fought in the qualifiers with Team Path. They redeemed themselves just now.
Yes.
That was a big statement. Wow. I forgot about that entirely, because how great that game was.
It was a pretty wild. It's definitely quite the roller coaster of emotion here tonight here for all the two series that we've been cast together here.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, we are definitely. But of course, seriously, like with all these great games, there's still even more better, probably even more better games than what we witnessed today. That's going to be happening tomorrow as well here, and the next few days for the weeks to come as well. Seriously. Literally, it is the Valorant month for themselves, for every Valorant fan or enthusiast here.
I agree. For the fact that it's quite long and take a couple of weeks to actually see everybody to go for the round robin, it just also creates the personality and build up the character of a player to learn throughout the entire league and growing themselves when it comes to the end product. It's going to be totally different teams entirely.
Yeah, it's really quite the experience. But of course, all great things must come to an end. And with that ending and that conclusion, that's going to be marking the end of our cast for here today. I'm Leonard Lee, also known as Yololi. This is, of course, the lovely Choo Choo. Big shout out to the gaming company, TGC for sure, for making all this happen alongside with Riot Games. But of course, big thanks to our production and of course, the amazing fans for all those teams and our viewers who've been sticking around and probably will be sticking around for the weeks to come for more Valorant challenges at MYSG. But either way, a good time and a good night.
Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Next round. My ult ready.
One enemy remaining.
Poison's gone.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Defenders win. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pulling them in. One enemy remaining.
Outrun me.
Defenders win. One enemy remaining.
I broke your mirror. My ult's ready.
Spot on. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Spike down. seconds left. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
I've got your trail.
Hold on to your hat.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliate still, but he has to call for taken.
Thank you.